Good evening and welcome to UK Masters, where we start on time and the players are ready to adhere to the schedule. My name is Trid, and joining me on the desk today is, of course, Sona.
Hello. As you can tell from Trid's great introduction, we actually have a couple of technical issues this evening, and we're going to be a little bit late in starting off, as you may have already noticed, considering it is now 1916 and we were due to start at 1900. What we're going to do quickly is talk over these couple of teams, and then as soon as we are able to get all of the players into the lobby, we'll be back. Should be about 7:30 or so, but we'll give you a quick breakdown of what's going on today and what happened yesterday as well before we go to another short pause.
Yeah, so yesterday we saw two best of two series. We obviously saw Sensei going up against District in quite a one-sided match. I'm sure
Very
everyone who's watching who'd be able to agree. We also got a live stream from our captive audience, captive being the keyword there for Scoundrel on the back screen. And we also had our first match of the day as well.
That we did. You've forgotten the teams that played, haven't you?
I didn't. I thought I'd set you up for that one.
I can remember that it was Excel, and I'm struggling with the other one for some reason. It was another team, obviously.
It was another team. It had to be another team.
Who was it? Who lost to them? Lost pretty badly to them as well. Wasn't Sensei.
No.
It wasn't M&M because they're playing today. Mate, can you let me out of my misery? Just do it. My mind
do
is
it, mate.
muddled.
It was XL.
Yes, I know that a bit. I know that a bit slightly.
It was XL, definitely. So I was too distracted. I can't even remember much of yesterday. It was just too spooky. I'm traumatized.
Yeah,
by
mate.
the
It was
entire
the
time.
spooks. It was the spooks. 100%.
Absolutely spooked on that one.
Well, I tried to let you get away with it, but obviously
I couldn't get away with
we all know exactly who it was. It was XL and Bulldog, obviously.
Obviously, it was Bulldog.
I haven't.
It's all
just
coming
looked that
back
up
to me
on the screen,
now.
Yeah. Well, it was. I think the problem was, of course, it was quite one-sided. Both the games yesterday. Bulldog put on a good showing for like the first 10 minutes or so in each game, but just XL worked pretty excellent all round. And my hair has actually turned into scoundrels. I've realised here as well. I've just got this whole sort of. I'm more of a queef man.
The more you stand on that side of the desk, the more you assimilate into scoundrel.
Mate, I would not mind assimilating into scoundrel. Be an enjoyable evening, I can say. Now today, Powerless Void versus TCA is our second game of the day. The first game is M&M versus UK Legends, so slightly contrary to the schedule there. M&M UK Legends, in my opinion, should be a very close and enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, M&M Gaming, we've obviously come off the back of a big victory at LAN. Obviously got the remaining of that roster as well. Larsen's obviously, everyone can talk about Larsen being oppressive in the mid lane, but there's always threats around the map as well. In terms of UK Legends, I got to be honest with you, I haven't seen much of this roster 'cause, well, I haven't been here casting them, unfortunately. What can you tell us about UK Legends?
I just assumed that you were here, but you're hiding under the desk. It's just like,
no,
you're
mate,
standing just here.
There's no hiding involved. If I just step off this box,
oh
you
yeah,
can see,
I forgot about the box.
Yeah.
Don't reveal the box. Don't reveal the box. Get back up. There we go. Anyway, yes. So I think UK Legends, they're a strong team, if not sort of top tier level. We're not talking XL, M&M District, but I feel they can put on a good performance, especially if they've been practicing a little bit. I really feel that they have the power to actually do that. Mid lane, they're probably going to struggle, and top lane, I think, probably a little bit weaker than most of the other teams, but they can put up a good show at least.
Yeah, I probably agree with that entirely. I've got no grounds to disagree with you.
As the play-by-play, you always have to agree with the colour.
So Scoundrel's always right when you two argue?
Yes.
Okay. We've got that.
He's always right in the fact that I have to agree with him.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he's right. So I think I've only disagreed with him once or twice, and most of the time that's because he gets something totally wrong.
Yeah.
But I do that more than once or twice.
Echo?
Yeah, but I don't want to bring it up again because I feel like he's probably going to watch at some point, and I brought it up enough already. But anyway, I think it's going to be a couple of enjoyable matches. M&M coming off a good win. If they can maintain the form that they saw at MCM, they can definitely win out. And I think they'll probably be challenging District as well, in all honesty. XL, obviously they played up yesterday, did a very good job. They were one of the other good teams over at MCM. And then TCA. TCA had a great best of 3 in their semi-finals. Lost out a little bit late game, but you put them up against a team like Perilous Void, who are not known for their consistently high-level play, and I don't see how TCA lose that, in all honesty.
Yeah, I would say I'm probably more excited for our second matchup of the evening, TCA versus Perilous Void. I feel as though, despite what you've said about UK Legends, I feel as though TCA versus Perilous Void may be slightly closer in terms of matchup, depending on which Perilous Void we see.
Yeah. I just want to remind everyone as well that my colour casting is not a form of analytical media, and you need to be very careful about what you say to me in Twitch chat. I am a qualified doctor, and I could end your life without you realising it. Anyway, we are going to take a short break as we get ready to get into the games for the evening, guys. Obviously, that was a little bit of a joke from me.
Was it?
Yeah, well, a little bit.
Do I need to be concerned?
If you'd make a joke, it would have been a littler bit of a joke, just because of your stature. But I actually put this on Twitter today. I'll stop going for your throat as soon as I find it.
Yeah, I know. I saw.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway, we should be coming back in a couple of minutes, guys, with M&M up versus UK Legends. It's going to be a good first series, in my opinion. I think it's going to be closer than everyone expects. I don't think M&M are going to run away with this one quite as easily as some people think.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out after our short break. Good evening, everyone. Apologies for the delay, but we are back here
Apologies?
on UK. I'm going to apologise.
It's
Right?
the UK scene,
outside
it's expected.
outside of our control, but we'll still apologise because we're good people like that. So
Yeah,
we're good people.
You may be.
I'd like. Okay,
Mate, I was born in the UK scene. I've been moulded by this. It's not a good cast unless you're flaming someone.
there's no flame, only analytical media. But anyway, we're back here. We're looking to get into our first game, which is going to be M&M going up against UK Legends. We finally got all the players out of there. A couple of them inted to be here today. So if the lobby chat is
I'm pretty sure that's
that
just usual UK players. There wasn't anything else, isn't it?
just inting to be here today.
It's not even inting. It's just their level of skill in Challenger ladder. Anyway, we should be getting into a lobby in just a couple of minutes. So, well, we are into the lobby. We should be getting into picks and bans in a couple of minutes. So I'm quite excited, actually. I feel like this is going to be a good matchup, even though the players, even though it took us a little bit of time to get this sorted. And I read Twitch chat because sometimes I have it up in the background, and I want to just give credit to this beautiful comment here. How did Tyrion Lannister get onto the caster desk? Oh my god!
I wish I was Tyrion Lannister.
Oh, don't we all, man?
That'd be such a ball of life.
He's got such. He's incredibly attractive, even though he's got a scar down the middle of his face as well.
So have you, though. So.
That's true. They can't see that, man. I hide it with makeup.
We'll try and like, I don't know, blend.
Well, are they going to try and like zoom in
I
on my
don't
face
think they can
so
zoom
they
in
can
on your
even see my scars?
Anyway, they've cut into picks and bans because they're trying to keep us moving right now. First off the board, Aatrox and Syndra being taken out. So Aatrox banned yet again. Is that one of the ones we're just like, we don't care what we're banning here?
I believe it's because they had to forfeit a ban because they had a substitute come in after the substitute lock. So I believe that's their forfeit ban. I guess technically, if you were M&M, you could say, look, guys, you banned Aatrox. That was our entire strategy, so that's not a forfeit ban. But I don't see M&M doing that. You know, they're running off that high. They've just got to win in MCM, and now they're looking to see who they want to ban out here against the other team. Aatrox isn't banned. Okay, so it's a okay. So if Aatrox isn't banned, it was a throwaway.
Right.
But what if they did actually want to pick Aatrox?
It's, I guess, remake. Remake if that was the
Yeah,
genuine case.
there's
But
no way
I don't think they're going to
on
be
God's
playing
good earth that you want to
that
pick up
Aatrox. But something else they're not going to be able to play, though, is Rise and Poppy, because they've both been taken off on the next rotation of bans.
That they have Syndra off the cards as well. Shikari gonna look towards what his last ban is here. This actually might be the ban that... Oh no, it's Cassio. So there's the final ban against Larssen. Rise Cassio makes a huge amount of sense. Larssen incredibly powerful on those more mechanical mid laners. The Syndra being locked out as well means that we'll probably see people resorting to that sort of second tier. You're looking at Vlad. You're looking... We did see Swain yesterday as well. You can always take the Jason to that mid lane as well. And even the Karma if you really want it. But it's, in my opinion, Karma doesn't really work as a mid laner anymore.
I wouldn't say that you'd be looking to take that as a first pick necessarily either.
Well, no, Karma first pick, in my opinion, is okay because you take it for support.
Okay.
Or Jhin first pick. I mean, Jhin Caitlyn could get through here. I think what MNM are discussing is going to actually ban out the Grave. So Jhin lock is on the cards, although in my opinion, you don't want to pick it up first because you've still got Olaf, you've still got Karma on the other side, so they're always going to be able to get onto that back line as well.
Yeah, so like you said, there's a lot of strong champions still available. You said what you said, Jhin, Olaf. What else could we be seeing here in the mid lane as well? Jace is available.
Yeah, Jace is up there. I think Aurelion Sol is probably someone I go on to before Jace in mid lane. I don't really like Jace in mid lane just because it's the angles that you have to try and get with your Shock Blast Acceleration Gate combos are pretty difficult, and it's very easy to gank a Jace as well. I think you'll probably look towards Aurelion Sol. If Lucchesi was playing, we could have that AP mid Ezreal. In my opinion, actually, Kog'Maw is in a really good position as well. AP Kog'Maw mid can do quite a lot of work, especially if you combine him with something like a Jhin.
Well, yeah, especially because that's down to the recent changes to Kog'Maw, where he's got that percentage increased damage if they're below a certain level of health, I believe, on the ultimate. Don't know the specific numbers.
I can crack him out. This is my
Go on, crack it out. Go on, then.
So it used to be that if they were below 20% health, you got 300% extra damage on your living artillery, which is the ultimate. Now it's if they're below 40%, you get 200% extra damage. So actually, it's a bonus between 40 and 20%. And as soon as you hit someone and you get that Vilos proc on, you can chase them down for days anyway. There's also when you come towards 40%, you get 150% extra damage. But basically, you're doing double damage if someone's beneath 40% HP, and it's incredibly powerful.
Going to be a little bit overtuned, I would say. Probably going to correct that in a hot patch. But on to the actual picks that are coming through there. Nidalee first pick came out on the side of UK Legends, following up with that Jhin Karma bot lane for MNM.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the Nidalee first lock. We saw that quite a bit yesterday. Did a very good job. Scudzy played it really well for XL. I feel Jhin Karma as well, very strong bottom lane. Can do a lot of work if you position it properly. You have left the Zyra still open on the side, on the red side here, you know, the UK Legends. Blue side, sorry, the UK Legends. So you could pick up that Zyra and then run it with something like a Caitlyn. You know, a little bit of long-range poke, some good siege, and then the ability to disengage a team fight quite well. What I do actually like really quite a lot here from MNM is the fact they didn't have to pick the Olaf early on, so they were like, we'll get a couple of power picks for our bottom lane. You know Smiley and Haddo are going to do a good job on those picks, and then later on you can prioritize getting that jungler, probably jungler top here. Or actually, with the Victor being locked in, you might even go jungler mid.
Yeah, obviously you've got the counter pick now available. There's always the risk of, there's always the kind of balance of going, do I want the strong mid laner? Will it outweigh the potential for a counter pick? But, you know, UK Legends jumped the gun. They removed that choice for MNM. They can just go, well, we just counter pick whatever, we pick what we want now. But it's actually Jace being locked in for the top lane now as well, Victor mid, like you've already said. So what kind of options would you expect to see down the line here, potentially deal with that Jace and that Victor, considering you've got Cassiopeia, Rise, and Syndra all taken off the board?
So I feel if you want to deal with a Victor, I wouldn't actually be surprised if Larssen goes on to that Kog'Maw. I'm pretty sure we've seen him play it before. I want to say he's played it once before.
He played it at Prem.
Yeah, I think it was MCM.
Yes, if you believe he played it at MCM, yeah. Played it at MCM, they put Kog'Maw, because I believe it was still a word they were playing against TCA. And that was the game when Yoppa was playing
It took a long time, yeah, because it was Jhin Kog'Maw, which works really well. But they have locked in the Elise, very good, strong early jungler, and they've got the Nab as well, which is a good matchup into the Jace, you know. It's not 100% the best, you're still probably going to get harassed down a little bit, but if you can get that 3-hit passive off, get your Hyper rolling, you can actually do quite a bit of work. And actually, you've got Hyper into Hyper Charge, so that's a great matchup for you to have to cast. That's going to be great fun for you.
Yeah, I'll just use, this W's being used.
Here come the W's, boys.
Here come the W's.
Oh, the passive W.
They're using W's here to rack up the big W.
Right.
Hey, here he is.
And MNM is like 2 W's upside down. So.
M-U-M.
M-U-M.
No, W-U-W.
Yeah, W-W-W.
If I could
Whoa.
What? Woo.
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 So it's the Caitlyn pick here. It's what we expected to come out from UK Legends. The second best AD carry, in my opinion, at the moment after that Jhin. Ezreal, if you have someone who can mechanically play him very well late game, can fit into the same sort of niche, but Caitlyn, Alistar into a Karma, yeah, the problem is always going to be here. The Alistar should take a lot of free poke from the Karma and the Jhin. What I'd like to see UK doing is running that Ignite and then taking Thunderlords as well, just so it's like, look, we're just going to combo in, we're going to put a trap down underneath them as you knock them up as well, and we're just going to try and burst someone out. It's not something people always expect an Alistar to do, but with the combination of the Caitlyn trap, you can actually do quite a lot of work.
Yeah, so basically you're saying it's going to be all or nothing for the bot lane here with initiations, otherwise you're just going to get slowly whittled away
ever since
by the Jhin Karma
you
lane.
do have a little bit of sustain with Triumph and Roar, but that was nerfed, I want to say 6.17, 6.16, about there, and it basically halved the amount of healing you give to your allies. So what we used to see is a lot of supports going Windspeaker's Blessing on Alistar and just getting Triumph and Roar after Triumph and Roar, giving that AoE healing. Now we don't see that as much, and we tend to err towards either Bond of Stone, which is the reduced damage for your AD carry, or towards that Thunderlords if you want to go aggressive in the lane.
I'm just going to give you a congratulations as well and a pat on the shoulder. AP Cogmore mid for Larson.
What can I say, man?
So not doing too bad on the old colour knowledge
In
today.
all honesty, I was amazed you could reach my shoulder more than anything else. But yes, thank you very much, Trid.
It's a lot easier for you to do that than it is for me, I will admit that.
That it is. I do like this composition coming out from MNM. We've seen them run it before. You've got the Jhin, Cogmore, and actually what I really think they've improved from here is in the, I can't remember who their top laner was in the game we watched them play against TCA, but having the Gnar gives you a little bit more tankiness in that front line, alongside having the Elise just to provide a little bit of a meat shield, basically. Now, Furion is known for his aggressive Elise builds. I want to see him building a little bit less aggressive here. Don't go for the Proto Belt. Get yourself a Runic Echoes and then build a little bit of tank. You know, Randuins, you want to get Spirit Visage or Banshee, something along those lines, just to be more of a front line for your team, because you won't need the damage late game. The damage late games are all going to come from that Cursing Call from the Jhin, from the Deadly Flourishes, and from the Living Artillery coming out of the Cogmore.
Yeah, Cogmore late is going to be an absolute monster. And it's definitely going to be a problem.
A Void Monster, you might say.
Void Monster, indeed. It's going to be an absolute problem for UK Legends to deal with. Basically, looking at the early game, though, do you not feel as though potentially here UK Legends will have the advantage based purely off of their champion picks?
I understand what you're saying. I think you've got quite a strong poke composition coming out here from the UK Legends. You know, Jace, Nidalee, Caitlyn, that's a great poke siege comp. Victor as well there, very good with wave clear as soon as he gets that upgraded Hex Core, along with the Death Ray, can clear out a wave about level 7 or so pretty easily. The problem is always going to be playing a poke composition into a long-range poke composition is very difficult. So basically they're saying, okay, we'll try and out-poke you, we'll try and out-sustain you slightly with the Alistar and with the Nidalee, you get the heals out of them, but as soon as Larson gets rolling, gets a Morello Nomicon into a Ludens or into a probably Rylai's second item, as soon as that Jin's got, in all honesty, I expect Smiley to go, you've got two builds on Jhin at the moment. You've got the prolonged teamfight AD build, which is, we see people build Essence Reaver, and you've got the earlier spiking armor penetration build, which is Yumu's into Black Cleaver, or Yumu's into Black Cleaver, basically, is the main power spike you get. So I think Smiley will go Yumu's into Black Cleaver, which gives him a good mid-game spike, and then you let Larson sort of get his wave of damage in about the 20-minute mark, 25-minute mark, and that's where we're actually going to start to see UK Legends really struggle. If they get a couple of early towers and set up a good couple of sieges and keep that Cogmore down, that's how they win the game, but I don't see it happening against MNM, whose macro play has been pretty consistent.
So, saying that obviously they're going to win out with the long-range poke, and you think that they're basically play the map a little bit better than UK Legends can, despite maybe falling short in some pick areas.
I think the main area that MNM falls short in consistently is ward control. Their vision control is really poor a lot of the time, and a lot of that you have to say falls onto Furion. And I never like picking out a specific person who's not doing a great job, but jungler's ward control is very vital in the current meta, and we'll probably see League boring Gemo.
League boring in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I've not recognized the play before. Name changes are hard.
Yeah,
but like you pointed,
if he can get some good early vision on the Nidalee, he can really shut down this Elise.
I like that you pointed out the vision control though, because at MCM at the past weekend, I think that was one of the problems in the final that MNM were playing.
Yeah.
They had a significant lack of vision control, and it actually caused them a lot of problems going up against Epiphany Bolt. So hopefully they've learned their lessons. They've had Jordan, their coach, sit down with them and kind of say, look guys, we did good this weekend, but we can do better.
In all honesty, I want them to have learned their lessons, but if it's obvious to me, Jordan will know it, because he's a much better coach and analyst than I am, and they're just not changing the way that they do things. It's been obvious for a good 3 or 4 months that it's their ward control that isn't working for them, and I feel perhaps there's something inherent in that team that just doesn't want to change the way they control.
I like how you're concerned that you knew that. I'm concerned that I knew that.
Well, there we are. Like if we know it,
yeah,
as probably the least experienced P/P color duo in terms of analytical knowledge, then Jordan will definitely know it. And I feel that he really needs to be pounding that into his team, telling it, look, guys, place a ward, get a pink, get a pink, get a pink. Because there's times you see 2 pinks on the map, or 1 pink on the map a couple of times in their semi-final. It was 1 pink on the map, it was Haddo who put it down, only Haddo had one in his inventory, and everyone else was just like, oh, why do I need wards? I'm building towards 6 items, guys, I need to like get all my items together.
Buy a
It
ward,
just doesn't work, guys.
buy a ward, save a life.
Well, yeah, or take a life, which is the more important thing.
You're a doctor.
Yeah,
you should be about saving lives, not taking them.
Sometimes, you know, teams just got to be put down for their own good.
Like Bulldog Esports last night, and Sensei. It was rough on them last night. Hopefully, when we're into the game, then we won't be actually having that problem. But we are, in fact, into the game. So it's going to be UK Legends going up against M&M Gaming here on our first series of the night, here on week 4 of UK Masters, and our second day. We can see none of this 5-man bot bush stacking like we've had in the past yesterday. Everyone's kind of fanning out, but the UK looks like you might run into Smiley here. I know who kind of wins that trade level 1.
Strangely enough, the AD carry with the increased range wins out that trade. I didn't actually see what mastery he took. I assume it's going to be Thunderlords because there's no Bond of Stone in his little icon boxes.
But it only pops up if he's near an ally to trigger it.
Oh, okay, well, we'll have a look. We'll have a look to see if he's triggered or not. Let's have a quick talk
I know I
about
am.
the early jungle pathing. It looks like both junglers are going to start at the top side of the map. I like this. I feel mid lane is the prime area of low mobility, which is going to be my new catchphrase in the map, because Karma Jhin is you can escape pretty easily. Caitlyn Alistar is always going to be safe if the Alistar plays it properly and you get good Caitlyn traps. And then mid lane, you've got a Kog'Maw who hasn't got cleanse and a Victor who hasn't got cleanse. Either of those getting caught out and having to burn an early flash means mid lane is going to be their priority gank path time and time again for these junglers.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to capitalize on, obviously, the strengths and weaknesses of the competition. I feel, though, as though Furion might be in a better position to capitalize on the mistakes of Victor purely because he has that hard CC. Whereas, you know, it's reliant on skill shots. But really early trading coming out here for the bot lanes of M&M and UK Legends. It appears as though M&M have kind of pulled way ahead with this. They have definitely got control of this wave now. And look at the damage going on to Sebula. The last final 4th shot with that crit, so potent at these early levels.
So Sebula came in trying to trade into that Jhin. Oh, already gets melted down as well. Tried to trade into the Jhin, but the Jhin had his 4th shot. You know, Whispers was primed and ready to go. And he's just like, okay, hit you with that. Sebula missed the Piltover Peacemaker onto Smiley, or Smiley dodged it, depending on how you put it. And now they're just forced back time and time again. Very lucky that Dancing Grenade didn't bounce onto him as well.
Yeah, and UK isn't running that Bond of Stone. It's already, they're in close range.
I'm pretty sure it's Thunderlords. That's, in my opinion, Thunderlords is the better pick here. Assume you can get a little bit of aggression down, but because they lost out that early trade, they're forced back underneath the tower already.
Yeah, and it's just enabled Haddo to go and get that Tribush warded to look out for that Nidalee presence in the bot lane. Because like you said, correctly identified, they started both top side, they're going to move around. Is that kind of telling you that they maybe want to pay a lot of attention to this bot lane early?
So I think League boring, in my opinion. Someone's going to cut that, and it's just going to be me saying League's boring, in my opinion, at some point. But he's actually gone for a slightly faster jungle path, so he skipped out on his wolves. And now we're actually going to see Furion going for a little bit of counter jungling. Took all 3 camps onto the top side and is going to look and force out League boring, in my opinion.
He has actually been spotted by a ward there. You can see it was pinged out, so they know now where Furion is, and he's going to be collapsed on, it looks like. Red Witness found him out there. Going to get the cocoon, going to repel himself to safely, still being chased down, but it looks as though he's got himself out nicely. That could have been really bad, because you saw UK came up as well. 3 versus 1 in the enemy jungle, especially this early, never going to be good.
The thing is there from Furion, that's a pretty safe invade, because what he expects is that the Nidalee is going to have 3 camped her top side, come back round, and then started up that red buff. He came in at the right time to spot the Nidalee as she would have been probably about 3/4 of the way through, or about half of the way through that red buff, and would have been able to take her down and then take the red buff away. Because he wasn't able to do that and Nidalee had skipped a camp, means that he wasn't able to get anything out of it. But with Repel, you know the Razor Beaks are going to be up, because that's not how you don't jungle through those Razor Beaks. So you can always get away to those, and you know that the Kog'Maw has pushed in Victor in that lane, has the Void Ooze to keep you a little bit safer as well. So even if it worst comes to worst, you're just looking at trying to turn onto that Victor as he rotates down.
Yeah, he goes Sebula as well. I think he's really starting to feel the hurt. He has got no pot. Alistar's chugging away through his potions. Only got the Triumphant Roar to try and sustain him, but it doesn't feel as though he's recovering, because that's where the only real CS deficit is coming through for UK Legends, is in that bot lane at the moment. The rest of it seems to be kind of absorbed up by the rest of the lane, which is quite equal in terms of where the gold is, and its gold remains equal across the map because of it.
You have to remember it's still quite early on as well. I feel that these lanes for M&M are probably going to keep like pressure and advantage as soon as they can. Larssen is waiting to get items on Kog'Maw. You really don't do much in the early game until you get towards that Morellonomicon and Rylai's, and you can actually start clearing out waves with just the Void Ooze. Look at that, Void Ooze is already clearing out half a wave by itself, so he's in an okay position, actually maxing that one out as well just for the wave clear. Red Winter will trade because Furion's coming in.
Yeah, he's popped the Ghost already, and I think that's just the presence of Furion. He had no mana, he didn't want to risk it. Flash obviously being the more valuable, just purely based off of cooldown time as well. Pop the Ghost, give yourself that extra mobility just to make sure you can dodge the Cocoon if that ever becomes the threat once you're in that range.
Well, we're talking about mid lane focus and picks and bans, and that's exactly what we've seen thus far. Now, I feel that we're just going to see consistent ganks there from Furion.
Sebla could be in trouble there. Forces the flash out. He had the choice there. Was he going to stick in there? But it doesn't matter. UK does have Thunder Lords as he knocks up Haddo. League Boring, in my opinion, is here as well. And that's first blood going over to the Nidalee.
Yeah, more overextension from Haddo than anything else. You know, good rotations there to pick him up now. League Boring, in my opinion.
Jumps in, gets the heal. There's the return. Deadly Flourish does miss as League Boring, in my opinion, starting to get some aggression in this bot lane now and had great impact. Takes the kill for himself, but it does give a little bit of time for Sebla and UK to gain control of this lane again.
So Larssen has got that tier. Let's start stacking up towards the Seraphs. It is expected. I know I missed it out in my discussion of his itemization part, and I apologize for that. All of you guys out there. Tier and then Morellonomicon will tier into just a little bit more damage. Here comes the Cocoon.
Yeah, it's landed perfectly. Flash is available. Drops down the Gravity Well as well. It looks like he will be able to get out of that one as he has got the assistance of League there in the red side jungle. But we talked about Kog'Maw obviously getting the tier. Red Winter's now picked up his Hex Core upgrade, so he has got that prime wave clear for Viktor. I mean, when you play Viktor in the mid lane, you're going to clear out the caster minions. I believe once you hit level 4, I believe, on the E, and with the upgrades, you can
so level 4 on the E. I thought you meant level 4 generally. It's,
no.
Yeah, level 7 all round is kind of your tipping point, assuming you have that Hex Core upgrade.
Oh, there's the damage we were talking about. Larssen able to get the Living Artillery onto Red Winter without that flash. He can actually choose the aggression himself and finishes them off quite nicely, picking up a solo kill in that mid lane.
It's not something you often see a Kog'Maw in the mid lane going that aggressive before he's actually started to get items, but first blood on the side of M&M. Of course, we did see bottom lane League Boring, in my opinion, getting first blood earlier on. Every time. League Boring, in my opinion, getting first blood on that Nidalee.
First solo kill of the game.
Yeah, first solo kill, and does equalize the gold ever so slightly. Let's have a look down these lanes, though. So overall, top lane is a little bit of a boring lane to watch, in all honesty. It's just going to be a bit of that, a bit of this. You know, no one's really shouldn't take a massive advantage there. Jungle is really where I want to focus, and you have to say Furion has consistently ganked that mid lane. He does get Larssen the kill eventually, just because they'd already burnt the flash, but I feel perhaps that Furion isn't quite doing as much as League Boring, in my opinion, across the map.
Yeah, that could definitely be argued. I mean, he did manage to get burned the Summoner Spell, which actually set up Larssen to make that solo kill play just by landing that Cocoon. But he hasn't really paid a visit to as many lanes as possible. You can see him now, he's hovering around mid lane yet again. Fortunately, it's just as Red Winter's gone onto the bottom side of the map just to get himself some vision control there. I wonder how long Furion's willing to wait around this lane as a pause does come out.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming out from the UK Legends, so I assume perhaps a frozen screen or something like that will be back into the game in just a couple of minutes time. Actually, looks like it's just a little bit of lag in top lane for Shikari. So no major issues. Once again, we see Furion setting up around the mid lane, looking to see what he can do there. And they are coming back to us. So let's hide all of the special things we get out on the desk when we're not on screen.
A lot of secrets in this desk.
A lot of secrets, man.
I mean,
the desk is Bay. I think we can understand.
I know.
So.
I don't think I quite understood it till I made it to the studio here. I saw a lot of gifs on Twitter, a lot of live footage of you just caressing the desk. It feels amazing.
It is. It's literally a godly desk. If I could pick any desk to be a mid laner for UK team, it would be this desk.
So you want the desk to?
Yeah.
You would pick this
Mate,
desk.
In all
to
honesty,
be a mid
I would
laner.
take this desk over Larssen.
It's a bold statement.
It is a bold statement.
It's a bold statement. I can see it though. I can genuinely see it. Thanks. But we're told this desk is very expensive and we're not to mess around with it too much.
You say it's just like...
As we're caressing it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, back to the game. So pretty even overall thus far. I think that M&M have, if you get Larssen ahead, it's a proven strategy for them to be able to win out lanes. Smiley is a little bit ahead in bottom lane as well, so he's got that Really, they're looking for a 15-20 minute spike, and then from then on, they'll just win the game. That's exactly what they're looking for, and they're playing around it perfectly. You know, let the bottom lane do its stuff. Smiley, just get yourself up towards that Yumu's, then let the Kog'Maw get towards a Rylai's, and you are absolutely golden.
So you think that's it? Game over second?
I don't think it's game over. I don't think it's game over yet. I feel like if MNM get to a position where they can say, even if it's even 20 to 25 minutes in, I see MNM winning.
Right.
If there's a 5,000 gold lead or 3,000, give 3,000 gold to UK Legends at that point. I think they still have a chance. My worry is always going to be what is their engage tool, and their engage tool is an Alistar flash combo. That's all they've really got.
Alistar flash combo.
Or just running at them, just like
or just sprint
towards
running
them.
straight at them. Well, they got the Jace acceleration gate.
Yeah.
I don't think that's enough.
Toaster showed us a good build yesterday on Caitlyn.
Talisman of Ascension.
Yeah, strong build.
Shout out to Toaster.
Shout out to Toaster, indeed.
I mean, there was some crazy other builds as well. Phage on Vladimir, mid lane.
Well, no, I think that it's a bad build, but I think it made sense in the game. A little bit of extra movement speed.
Good, because the game didn't make sense.
No, it didn't. District very dominant in that game yesterday. So,
looking back onto this, I know we were talking about a lot about the jungle's presence on there. You can still see as the pause come out, Furion sticking around that mid lane. So are you expecting that's what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game? You think this is going to be all about the mid lane for these junglers?
I totally think it. It's what we talked about earlier on as well. Low mobility champions. You burn a ghost, you burn a flash, you know you can come back. Red Winter does have his ghost back up now, so he's got that opportunity to perhaps dodge out a cocoon. But I really think you're just going to see a lot of focus on Fury in there. They know if they get Larson ahead, that's how they win games. We've seen that his Cassio and Ryze absolutely destroy in 1v5s before. He's the UK faker, boy.
I don't think anyone deserves that title.
No. Who would be the UK faker?
Nobody.
Wasn't there a female journalist who said she was from the UK, who ended like esports journalist, who ended up being a guy?
Oh,
I can't remember her name, but she would be the UK faker. It was a great faker.
Was it Erin Pragg?
Yes. No, Anna Pragg.
Anna Pragg, that's it. Anna Pragg.
Good on Anna Pragg. UK faker, guys. Anyway, I'm not even sure if she was from the UK.
I don't think she was, but I know she just basically trolled the entire esports journalism community.
Yeah. Well, that guy was really honest about it at the end, so you've got to give him some credit. There's tons of articles. You can go back and read about it. The UK community got catfished.
What would Anne Pragg say about UK Masters and UK teams and UK League of Legends in general?
I think actually, in my opinion, UK teams are in their best position they've ever been while I've been in the scene. I think there's perhaps slightly less diversity amongst the players, and we're not getting quite as many teams as I would like. But I feel the top echelons are pushing the boundary as to how good a UK team can be.
Yeah, and I think that's good and bad, because I think that's actually directly in relation to how many teams we're getting. Because if you get a congregation of talent in one place, it kind of is a little bit demotivating to some players with what I'd arguably say is the wrong mentality, but of course I'm not that player, to just kind of say, well, these teams are really strong, they're really good, they're going to beat us. What's the point in even trying?
I think the other argument is that a lot of these guys know each other. So you see a lot of teams of players who played in a bunch of different teams before, and like the old Choke lineup, the old Infuse lineup, they all end up, joining up forces and getting formed for these competitions, and it means that we don't see new talent coming in as often. So I've had a couple of people recently contact me and say, look, I'm a Masters UK player, but I just can't find a team because no one picks us up.
Wants me.
And I don't know, obviously I don't know the background, I don't have an influence in picking, but I think we've got enough players to form a couple more high diamond master level teams, and then after that, tons of players who could be like mid diamond to low diamond and make great teams from that as well. So I think you've got a lot of options actually if you wanted to have a bigger team base, and I think it would work. Like maybe you're not going to win the 20 grand or the 10 grand tournaments, but you're going to get 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Those are the positions that are in viability, and it means that you should be trying, you should be challenging yourself and pushing the boundaries. It's like when we both started off casting, like you didn't say, I didn't start off and say, okay, I'm going to cast ESL Prem or the UK Masters from day one. I started off doing Epic Lands, and I did the first cast I ever did. I did in a full tux and a bow tie because I was amazed that I got invited to a LAN. And I went to Epic LAN. I took my own computer, which I had to do everything with, and it was amazing. Now, we are going to get back into the game, and that was just a little bit of a life story for me, so I hope you guys enjoyed.
Well, like I said, you were doing your best Keenan impersonation. Shame it didn't go back to your high school.
No, but the problem was I actually related it to League of Legends.
Yes.
So that was the difficulty, the difference between he and I.
Fantastic. Well, anyway, we're back into the game now. And you can see Shikari in that top lane has gone back already. In fact, both top laners have gone back and invested. It looks as though Only Angel is going to start working towards that Frozen Mallet. And you've got the Serrated Dirk already coming out for Shikari. So I can imagine that he's probably going to work potentially towards a Youmuu's here. I doubt he sees the need for the Hex Drinker this early in the lane matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Hex Drinker isn't quite vital yet. What I really want to see is actually some bottom lane focus from League Boring, in my opinion. I think mid lane is kind of just a push lane now because they've hit those. You know, you've got Hexcore, you've got Larssen building up towards Morello's or wherever he wants to build. It actually looks like he might go up towards a Haunting, guys. He's got Amplifying Tome and a Ruby Crystal. Of course, that Ruby Crystal could just go up towards the Rylai's. We do see that quite a lot of the time as well, so might be prioritizing that Rylai's instead of the mana regeneration some people get from the Morello's.
Yeah, Furion having to use the Cocoon there just to make sure that he doesn't get collapsed on by UK. He's gone for a little bit of a roam into the blue side jungle. You can see that Haddo also followed up there, so good tracking by the support just to make sure that there's not really a numbers advantage or disadvantage running against them. They're looking to get a little bit aggressive onto this blue buff. I think they're just trying to get vision control and potentially contest it when Larssen does go for that buff.
It's definitely what you want to do. You want to try and deny as many blues away from a Kog'Maw as you can. He's a little bit like old Cassio, who was very mana reliant, or even Ryze, who was very mana reliant as well. Getting that tier early on will give him a bit of extra mana, will give him a bit of extra regeneration as well, so he won't be too worried. But you can see all he needs to do now is they both stand in lane, and he's got longer range than Red Winter, and he just says, okay, I'm just going to pop a Living Artillery now and again, spend 200 mana to do it, or 100 I think it is at rank 1, and just steal away your health bar bit by bit.
Yeah, and you can see
it's
that
40 mana at rank 1.
So League Boy, in my opinion, did go and take that blue buff. But Red Winter, look at the burst onto him. Cocoon does land for the artillery to clean up afterwards. And that's going to be the second kill for MNM going on to Larssen. This time with a little bit of help from his Spiderling friend.
Yeah, the Cocoon landing was huge, you know. And this is what you're talking about. You burn Summoner's mid lane. All you have to do is continually gank it. Fury in there at the right place at the right time. League Boring, in my opinion, really hasn't done much for the last couple of minutes after getting that, 5 minutes or so after getting that bottom lane gank. He has set Seblo and UK up in a position where they can, you know, trade effectively in this lane, but they're still behind on CS, and Seblo's still taking those inner flames to the face.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a problem with going up against Karma anyway. I don't think it matters how much Seblo is going to do this game. He will always get that inner flame to the face, as you mentioned. That's probably how much damage that does. Different story altogether. Seblo has kind of decreased the CS gap we saw in the beginning there, especially considering that Alistar's got Targons. I imagine he's actually ahead of CS right now, overall, if we're looking at Targon's procs against Smiley. Would you say?
Targons apply to your personal CS, as far as I remember.
I thought Targons applied to the support CS.
I'm pretty sure it applies both if it gets the shot. We'll watch, but I'm pretty sure that it goes on both the AD carry and the support.
I know it originally didn't.
I might be wrong. We'll have you pay attention to that, and I'll do both play-by-play and color.
That's fine. I'll just stay silent until we see Targons.
Just keep looking at Targons, boys. Now, Red Winter will take a lot of damage from Larssen in the mid lane. Gets forced back. Larssen is going up towards the Rylai's. Smiley stayed around for a long time here. Curtain call. Yeah, lockdown.
That's an easy first and second shot.
He misses.
Should have been a second shot as easy if Seblo didn't have the flash. Akari has appeared in the bot lane via a teleport as well.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So here comes. Yeah, it cross applies.
It applies for Blush. It didn't used to.
Well, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
Didn't used to. So he is actually down on CS. 6 CS down. But that gap has decreased from what it was in the early stages of this game. So the first point still stands.
Well done.
Was that Pat audible for the stream?
I hope so. Anyway, so a slight CS advantage in the mid lane. Actually, the first turret is the target here. Shikari, League Boring, in my opinion, Seblo and UK
Larssen
should be able to get
walking
first
down,
brick.
but I think they've decided to go ahead and leave that one as the tower did drop. I think quicker than MNM expected it to do so. So Larssen's just going to return to that mid lane. See pings coming out. I think Furin's going to head there as well. Potentially looking to get some control over Dragon. Good to use the Dragon Pit to actually escape.
Yeah, it makes sense. Now, what Seblo's done here is he's delayed his Runans. He's gone BF Sword, Zerka Greaves, and then the Zeal as well. So he's looking more at just pushing up that lane consistently. Smiley flashes.
Yeah, Exhaust has been dropped. Shikari is still there, but to be honest, Jace Alistar going up against Smiley, and he's got an Exhaust on him, won't live long, and basically just got dunked.
Yeah, and that's just Smiley being over-aggressive. Like, it doesn't seem aggressive to be positioned, you know, next to where your tower would be or near where your tower would be, but You know Shikari's on the bottom side of the map. Sebla.
Speaking of aggression, Only Angel goes in, does manage to get the nod, but not the second stun proc. Still trying to chase down. Heal being used by Sebla. League Boring, in my opinion, is here and will be the saving grace of Sebla. He picks up a second kill of the game.
MNM making some questionable decisions at best at the moment. Staying around in the bottom lane when you knew Shikari was around the side, going really aggressive when you don't know where the jungler is, you have no vision as you go forward. Like, I understand Only Angel going for the initial bit of damage, but as soon as he doesn't kill the Caitlyn, he should just be backing away from that. You don't know where the support is, you don't know where the jungler is, and you don't know where the damage is coming from.
We'll get the flash pounce there. League Boy, in my opinion, jumping the distance to pick up Hado in this top lane bush. And now you've got the top lane, you've got the support and the AD carry in the top lane. They're going to start pressuring this top outer now for their second turret.
Yeah, and this would be a huge advantage for them. They're not going to get mid lane anytime soon just because of the Kog'Maw that's there with a Rylai's and already stacking up that tier as well. He's sitting on about 300 stacks on that, so almost halfway. A very acceptable position to be in at the moment. And now this is where we start to see the spikes. The problem's going to be that they are behind in gold, about 2,000. 15 minutes in, you've already got Rylai's completed on your Kog'Maw, and you've got the Yumu's up on Smiley XD as well. So what I want to see coming out from MNM now is grouping around towers. Mid lane, it should be your prime focus, and bottom lane as well as the sort of secondary objective. It's easy to get a kill if Furion gets a good gank off, but the problem for them is, where is their vision control? They've got a little bit of vision down near the Drake, but their entire topside jungle and the entire topside river is just controlled by the other team.
Yeah, Furion has flashed out there, but it's not enough with Red Winter finally getting himself on the board with that nice E combo and a Chaos Storm to finish it off as well. So, I mean, Furion, I think, was trying to go and maybe get more of that vision control we already talked about on the top side of the map, try and maybe get in there and rectify that mistake, but he's done it at the wrong time.
Yeah, totally at the wrong time. And again, it's vision. It's vision control. Like, if you go deep like that, you have to be trying to place a couple of wards behind you. And just no wards coming out into that side of the jungle. Here goes Hado.
Aggressive flash from UK. Does pop him straight onto the trap. Great coordination from the bot lane of UK Legends. And the ace in the hole will seal the deal.
Beautiful stuff. Only Angel and Smiley looking for a bit of this action.
There we go. The Gnar knocks Sabler into the wall. And Smiley comes in there with a rat-a-tat-tap. And UK has popped the Triumphant Roar, not Triumphant Roar, sorry, Unbreakable Will. It's expired. Smiley's looking for it, but Larssen comes out of nowhere with the Living Artillery. Third kill of the game. He's going to be an absolute monster when it comes to late Sona.
Yeah, it's just, you had vision in the river, it kind of expired, and then you didn't expect Only Angel to come across. Smiley was there at the right time as well. Now, Shikari is still split pushing. I'd like to see how much damage he actually has done to this tower. It's about half HP. It's an okay position for it to be in. Furion and Hado are going to see if they can collapse on towards this Jace.
Slow does miss. Cocoon will not, though. That's going to be the beginning of the end, I imagine. Oh, Shikari turns it around onto Hado and Furion. Two low targets. Only Angel needs to clean up here before that shock blast comes up. But that must have caught them off guard. There's no way they could have predicted that.
Well, you've got no armor and no real tankiness coming out from your jungler. This is the problem with Furion, as we said. You know, he goes for these aggressive builds. It looks like he's building Rylai's as well next. He does do a lot of work, and when it works out for them, it's great. But here comes the curtain call on Red Winter.
There we go. Nish needs to get the slow once. Living Artillery can do the rest with that Rylai's to finish him off. Oh, he does sidestep. One more should do the trick. Oh, Red Winter with the fancy feet. Deadly Flourish comes out and does also miss as well. Red Winter, one more shot should do it. He just can't land it. Red Winter's with some nice footwork there. Does force the flash out of Larssen to miss that combo.
Here comes Sebla.
Yeah, there we go. Sebla comes in with the Piltover piece of but Smiley does blow him up with the help of Larssen. And Sebla did actually pick up the return kill onto Smiley as Only Angel begins to chip away at the bot outer.
Yeah, huge headshot crit at the end there from Sebla to take the kill. Absolutely shut down XD Smiley S6v2.
What a mouthful.
What a mouthful, man. What a mouthful indeed. Now, perfect hex score on towards Red Winter. He'll have all of those upgrades to his, or augments, I believe they're called, to his abilities now. So we'll be looking to see him trying to do a little bit more in team fights. He's still behind, but if he can get near the Jhin or near the Kog'Maw, he can actually burst one of them down pretty darn quickly. What's
the benefit of getting that level 3 Hextech upgrade early? Because typically what I've seen a lot of players build is they get the first upgrade so they can get the empowered laser, second upgrade so they can get the empowered Siphon Power, and then they move towards something like a Rylai's to help with that control mage role that Victor moves into, and then look for the upgrade afterwards. What's the benefit of just going straight for that upgrade?
So cost-effective wise, it's probably the best bang you get for your buck. Only Angel caught out.
Yeah, there's the combination coming in. Oh, it looks like they're going to flash over the wall. They really want this one, but League Boring picks it up before the ace in the hole can land. Shikari finds himself worse, but where as he finds the artillery draining down upon him as a return kill coming out for MNM.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 120 ability power out of it. You're getting mana as well. If you don't need mana regeneration, you can get it pretty early on. And here comes Larssen as well.
An aggressive dive in the mid lane. They're falling onto the gravity well. Larsen's got nowhere to go. Will get taken out by Sebla as that explosive carcass is running towards him. There's the flash in from Smiley. Going to use... Oh, it's the Deathfire Grasp that will find him. UK tanks 2. Won't tank anymore as he goes back in onto Furion. And there's the combination from Red Winter. Should pick him up an easy double if Furion does fall down. Will lose his life itself from that poison, I believe. As Smiley is left... Actually, Smiley picked up the kill, sorry. Onto Red Winter in that mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a dirty fight from both the teams there. Very in and out, very back and forth. It shouldn't really have been as close as it was, in my opinion. I feel that after you got a good engage on towards the Cogmore, Smiley using the curling call from long range and getting Seblo with the Deathfire Touch, not the Deathfire Grasp, rest him in peace. Getting it with the Deathfire Touch was slightly fortunate, but I feel that really UK Legends should have been able to close out that fight a little bit better. We are starting to see what this MNM lineup does. You know, their compositional team composition. Their compositional team composition is exactly the words I would use.
The exact terminology we would use here.
Yeah, the analytical composition of sort of their media aspects of the game. So yeah, they've got long range poke. You've got always going to have that curtain call as a risk factor, either to start off a fight or to finish off a fight. And Shikari he needs to be in a position where he can split push. He does do a lot of damage at the moment, but now he's got the Hex Drink and maybe he'll be able to work a little bit better to try and get this tower up towards the top side.
Yeah, we can see there that the wave clearance has been very easy for Larssen now. I think Voidooz is getting to that critical moment now where it can just clear the wave straight up by itself. Morello Nomicon, Rylai's still working towards that tier to get the Seraph, so I think that's going to be the next kind of big spike for Larssen when he gets that additional AP from his mana bonuses. Blue buff going to be taken away by UK Legends here by League Born. I don't think Larssen has got a single blue buff this game from his own jungle.
He won't mind too much now because he's got the Morello Nomicon. Getting 4 kills really helped him out, spiking a little bit quicker. And of course we saw Smiley picking up a couple of kills in that last fight as well, so he'll be in a strong position. Actually going Hex Drinker here. So looking to just keep himself a little bit more alive through the burst coming out. Yeah,
Cloud Drake also being picked up here for UK Legends. I believe that's their first Drake of the game. And having a little bit of mobility around the map might help them out here, I imagine.
Oh, definitely. I think having that out-of-combat mobility can do a huge amount of work. Now, my worry is actually, when you look at the side of UK Legends, they don't really have a tank apart from the Alistar. And he is just trying to run at the back line and not working out too well.
Not been too successful. Shikari is coming from the backside though. Here's the acceleration gate. Posture going in. Only Angel is on the brink of that Mega Nardo, so it might not be the best time to fight the UK Legends, but they have forced them away from the mid outer tower, which no doubt they would have wanted to take there.
Here comes the curtain call though.
Yeah, they're trying to protect the own tower of their own. Only Angel does go over the wall, gets knocked back by UK, doesn't have enough time to get that ultimate out. Oh, actually he does on the last second of the Gnar Rage Bar. Brings UK back into the fight, but not enough to capitalize. There is obviously the tankiest member of that UK Legends team.
Yeah, what I'd actually really like to see from Sebla here, he's taking a lot of free poke from the long range of the Larssen and XT Smiley. It's always going to happen. Get yourself a little bit of lifesteal, you know, even if it's just picking up a Vampiric Scepter, you could work pretty effectively. He's gone BF Sword Zeal, and I can't quite remember what that builds into, so we'll have to find out in just a second. It's a Rapid Fire Cannon, of course it is. Well, that was Zeal and the Dagger building it up into the Rapid Fire Cannon. So gone 2 attack speed items, a little bit of extra range, and then of course that BF Sword just for the damage sitting in the inventory. If he gets Infinity Edge soon, he's going to be a very powerful Caitlyn, and then I'd like to see him just get a little bit of lifesteal to equalize some of the damage coming down from Cogmore and Jhin.
Yeah, obviously they've got to try and find a way to sustain from this poke, because their only real initiation tool, as we've already said, is UK. So if UK is not in position, or there's not an opening there for them to take an advantageous fight, they are quite at the mercy of how much poke they take. So sustain must be important for these teams coming into it. It might be an option to look at as well for Shikari if he moves towards. Believe that Essence Reaver still gives some element of lifesteal, I believe. So it might be an option for him if he wanted to get some mana sustain as well. Jace itemization is a little bit weird though. People tend to go down different paths. I mean, what's the consistent one? We'll touch on that later though, as Red Winter might find himself going down as well.
Power.
Siphon power to keep himself alive, and also the footwork yet again from Red Winter.
He got movement speed from the Siphon power augment as well, so he Siphon powers onto one of the spiders, dodges backwards away from his tower to get rid of that living artillery proccing onto him. It was very, very nicely played.
Yeah, they're going to look to continue this siege onto mid-outer. League Boring, in my opinion, the only one there. You did see the acceleration shot blast gate combination come over the wall, but it's not enough. If there's 4 members of MNM there, they're going to take that tower with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they are. It's a pretty easy take for them. Now, 2 towers to 2, very even game, only about 2,000 gold the difference. And I said earlier on, I felt, oh, UK.
UK going in with the flash repel is there. Despite the mess up Pulverize, there was nowhere for Furion to go. So
actually, a misplay by Furion, because he didn't need to repel that bad Pulverize. It wasn't going to connect now. Teleport's coming in, they've started up the
look at the
Baron.
zone from Red Winter. There's the Rylai's doing work. Teleport does come out for Only Angel, but Larssen and Haddo are pretty much out of the fight. Actually, Haddo will go down. Curtain Call being used to disrupt this take. Only Angel being knocked back. He has got the Frozen Mallet. He could potentially chase down the Exhaust being used on Smiley. They don't want him catching up. But Only Angel going aggressive by himself will get blown up by Red Winter. Ace in the hole, going to find Larssen. And there we go. Another one goes round. MNM picking a very disadvantageous fight.
Yeah, it didn't work out well for them at all. Haddo got absolutely burst out by the Chaos Storm, as did Larssen. Melted away. I just want to say, like, I feel... I love the fight coming out from UK Legends. They kited it back really well. But if you're going to go for the Baron when the enemy jungle is dead, like, UK should have been the person keeping them around that Baron. Like, he went and tried to get rid of Only Angel on the Gnar. They stopped tanking it up. They lose the chance to get the Baron, and really, they don't actually get much out of this. They got 4 kills. Great, well done, you know, excellent work. Kills aren't going to win you games. Maybe go top lane now, get that top lane tower, start to push your vision line a little bit further forward. We've talked a few times about MNM's poor vision control, and then the engage from UK is all that really UK Legends have. They've got, because of the poor vision control from MNM, they actually just have a free flank engage a lot of the time as well. Yeah,
well then they've got some wards down a little bit late, mind you. 3,000 health left on that Baron Nashor. UK goes out the pit to disrupt Furion. Oh, he manages to get in with the repel. Furion with their smite steal. Misplay from UK Legends to move into that range. UK goes for the save, doesn't quite find it, will go back in for the initiation. Can UK Legends get something for this as Larssen does take him down? League Boring will drop to Smiley's. Only Angel seems to be the next focus. To the sky splashed out of. No one's getting onto Larssen at the moment as the laser comes through, but the Chaos Storm will find him.
Gonna get Sebla.
Yeah, here we go. Jumps in there for the triple kill. Beyond the grave, can he get this landing onto Red Winter? He knows roughly where he is. One more shot available. Will miss it as Only Angel jumps in there with the Gnar, follows up with the wallop, and Haddo comes in with some extra damage just to guarantee that kill. Ace comes out for MNM Gaming.
UK Legends, more like UK Throws, as that Baron call was just poor from them. UK, the Alistar needs to stop Furion being able to get in. If you stay in the pit. You stay in the pit, and as soon as Furion jumps down,
the problem was the positioning of Red Winter. He had nothing to repel to, as Baron was out of range. But Red Winter moved into the radius and gave him a target to land onto. That was his entrance into the pit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just a bad call. Dignitas have always been a UK org, and apparently they picked up a new team in UK Legends.
Well, Dignitas are legends of UK esports.
That they are. But we saw SKT do this in Worlds Finals as well. Every team can make a Baron throw. It does happen. Now they're going to give up their Ocean Drake as well, alongside that Baron. Baron's only sitting on Only Angel, XD Smiley, and Haddo, but Only Angel is really the one you don't want it to be on, because he can just start to try and split push into this Jace. He's got Frozen Mallet, he's got Randuin's now as well.
He's heavily invested into the armor. So he's designed perfectly to deal with that split push of Jace. If Jace wants to try and fight him as well. GA available with a little bit of MR. But with the Frozen Mallet, despite Jace having a little bit of more mobility built into his kit, I have a feeling Only Angel could stick to him quite easily if he gets that first boomerang toss into play.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, is League Boring, in my opinion, Jet?
No, because Jet plays for TCA.
Of course he does, yeah. Why? I don't know why I think he's Jet.
I don't know who it is. We'll have to Twitch chat will have to tell us, and we'll have to look in the break.
We'll get it open and we'll find out who it is. Anyway, so yes, this is what we were talking about. You know, as soon as MNM get a lead with this composition, because of the composition UK Legends have decided to run, they're not going to be able to close that gap quickly enough. The gap is always going to be ever widening between the Jhin and Kog'Maw.
Korea.
Just like Korea, boys. Between the Jhin and the Kog'Maw and the front line. So you've always got Only Angel standing there at the front. You've got Fury in as well. You've got the Karma for the disengage if you need it. And UK just has to try and find a godly Alistar flash combo to try and get anything out of it. But 9 times out of 10, that's just not going to work. And now the gold lead has actually swung in favor of MNM.
Yeah, only ever so slightly. Gold lead is still not a massive difference in this game. You're sitting at about, well, now we've just taken another tower. It has bumped up slightly there by about 2k for it. UK will sit on top of the second proc of that in Mantra Q in a flame, but Sebla gets locked up via Cocoon. UK tries to go in for the save, but there's already a curtain call in play for Smiley as he picks him up quite comfortably, and there we go. You're going to get Fury picking up one of his own. Slows coming out from Only Angel, so close to getting Mega Gnar. Will get that GA pop before he can do anything about it. Long range Cocoon for Furion, but there's too many bodies looking at him there. Flash out from Red Winter to dodge that living artillery as another tower will fall for UK Legends.
It's the problem with the Victor pick as well. He's very short range into a Kog'Maw and Jhin, who late game could just stand a mile away. So we saw there Red Winter and Shikari were trying to get onto that backline, and it looked like they had the opportunity because Gnar and Elise were nowhere to be found. But Hado just defended it, and then you've just got long range poke coming out from Larssen. A Voidoo slows them up in their path as well. It's too easy for MNM to disengage a fight if they want to.
Yeah, you can see that the Voidoo's has a built-in slow already into it, and you whack on the Rylo's proc as well. It's just so oppressive and gives you so much control. Like you said, mentioned for the disengage. Obviously, you've got the Mantra Inspire coming out for Hado as well on that Karma. Always going to give him that movement speed boost as well. Sebla trying to de-push that top wave there. I imagine that could be a prime target for MNM if they can remain some kind of wave control over that. I think Baron has expired on MNM now, I believe. So they're probably going to be looking to still follow on the same path, although it might not be as easy as it was a couple of seconds ago.
Well, no, they have got that bot lane inhibitor tower down, so they can quite easily just push for that now if they want to. Just set up 3-4 men down towards that bottom side and then allow your Gnar to split push somewhere else. I want to just bring attention as well to Red Winter's build. I feel the Void Staff, in my opinion, is not the right time for this item. You go Lichbane here because you're trying to burst down the Jhin and the Kog'Maw. And then, he's got Sheen now, so he is building up towards that Lichbane, but I think you get that first, and then later on you get the Void Staff.
We'll see what's going on here. They have actually sent Only Angel to the bot lane to work towards that inhibitor. Chikari being sent in response, and you can see a couple of members congregating around the top side of the map, mainly Hado and Smiley at the moment, with only League Boring to try and defend. Ghostblade coming in. Look at how much damage Smiley's one-taps are doing to this turret. There we go. Inner Flame being used on Sebla to try and zone him out from getting into the lane. But that top inner is already at half health, and the rest of them haven't grouped. You've left Larssen in the mid lane for the 1v1 potentially here. I think UK needs to be finding an opportunity here to try and go in for that 3v3. I think without Larssen, without Only Angel, I think potentially there's a winnable fight for them in that 3v3.
Larssen's coming across and saying, oh, I disagree with you, Trid. We're just going to siege this tower. And siege is exactly what MNM have in spades. You've got such long range. You've got the Cocoon threat always there. You've got the Gnar who can teleport in whenever he wants as well.
Well, he's nearly onto the inhibitor himself now, so something needs to happen because he will win out against Shikari, barring some massive misplay. They're doing their best to clear the waves. Smiley's been sat in the bush. I think the nice trap line by Caitlyn is really inhibiting their ability to take this tower because of the range that Smiley has with his auto attacks. His Only Angel goes in for the wallop. There's the Mega Gnar. Doesn't get the collision onto the tower stump. They're still looking to pursue this a little bit further. Acceleration Gate is there. Throws the Penguin in an Ice Cube. It's got him down to half health respectively. Shikari's moving away. That leaves some free time for the inhibitor as UK decides he's going to go in there. It doesn't matter. Larssen gets the off-screen kill onto Red Winter.
Sebla.
Smiley's going to find the second one. Sebla needs to be very careful here. League Boring might be the target. Oh, he's left him for death. One more shot. Who will he choose? He chooses no one as Sebla will get taken down by Larssen instead. Shikari's come back for Only Angel. Will get the Mega Gnar at the wrong time. What comes down onto Shikari, but there's the surrender vote coming out for UK Legends as MNM Gaming take the series 1-0.
It was just too easy. It was just too easy for MNM. All they had to do was get to that point where they could siege effectively. And as you drop your water bottle down on the ground, that's great. They could siege effectively with the Kog'Maw, with the Jhin, and all it takes is one living artillery to connect, and that is a dead target. You saw it on Red Winter. Just took one living artillery, and it's like, well, now you just have no escape. Red Winter did really well mid-game, dodging it out with the Siphon Power, but you can only channel your inner faker so many times?
So there's no inner faker to channel there.
No.
I don't think we have an inner faker anywhere in the UK scene.
You never know. Maybe he vacations there.
Maybe
The one place he wouldn't get recognized because all the top level players here are just staring into the mirror, admiring how gorgeous they look.
I imagine. Can you imagine if a high level player, someone like doesn't even have to be Faker,
Yeah.
just specifically played in a UK tournament? So obviously, just
So is that not what Smiley XD is?
Well,
I just assumed he was like. I can't think of any good AD carries. Pinoy.
Pinoy.
No, Pinoy isn't the best anymore. Uzi, Deft. There we go.
Uzi I.
Uzi I.
Correct pronunciation.
Is that actually?
Yeah, Uzi I.
Why?
There was just the way the language is pronounced.
Okay, well, anyway, the way that game was pronounced was 1-0 to MNM. It's a best of 2, though, so there's always the options for the UK Legends to try and get back into it. I feel perhaps changing up the draft slightly would benefit them to an enormous degree.
Yeah, I think you need to take away that. Potentially look at taking away that Cogmore, I think. We've seen Larssen now, in both games he's played it in competitive in the UK. He's done very well on it.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the champions we're going to need to take away, especially while it's in this state of being a little bit overtuned.
I'm not sure
that
if
option away.
I agree that perhaps you need to take it away in the fact that Larssen's very good at it, but I think the problem is if you focus Larssen with your bans when you're playing against MNM, you're going to end up banning Cassio Rise and Cogmore or Syndra or Vladimir or like he's got a massive pool. Even Victor, he can play Victor pretty well as well. So I feel if you want to beat them out, you can either decide to focus mid lane as your jungler. So like I would have liked to see a little bit more from League Boring, in my opinion, towards that middle lane rather than bot. Or you can decide we're just going to let the other lanes win and we'll play something really safe. So I disagree with the Victor pick. I don't think it works into the Cogmore. I think you pick something a little bit safer, maybe even a Vladimir, and just sustain up through the lane and then have more of an impact late game.
Okay then. Well, we'll find out as we're going to jump into game 2 after a short break. We'll bring you the second match of MNM Gaming versus UK Legends. Hello and welcome back to UK Masters. My name is Trin and joining me, of course, is Sona. We've got 3 more games for you tonight. We're going to bring you that second of our series between UK Legends and MNM, and then on to our second best of 2 series of the evening. TCA versus, this is where I forget, TCA versus, do you want to help me out here, Sona?
No, good. You forced me
TCA
last
versus Perilous Void. There
Did
we
they
go.
say it in your ear?
They didn't actually,
Oh,
no.
I thought they
Production
cheated.
didn't help me out with that one. They wanted to watch me suffer as well.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, we just saw M&M Gaming go 1-0 up in a series against UK Legends. And we're going to be bringing you game 2 of that shortly. But Sona, let's have a quick chat about that game before we move into pick bands.
Yeah, I think it was just M&M's team composition coming online about 20 minutes in or so, 25. They have this composition where they run the Cogmore Jhin with the Karma for disengage. It works really well for them. I like the adaptation they made this time by putting the Gnar in front as well. I can't actually remember what top laner they used last time. It was Jace, yeah. So Jace isn't that that tanky front line that we'd like to see. Last time Yopper was able to whip through them with a great Yasuo play. No, they must have run Gnar last time as well, because it would have been Yasuo into Gnar, which is why it was a good pick.
Yasuo into Gnar?
Yeah.
Which game?
Yeah, Yopper would have TCA versus MNM.
I can't remember what.
It must have been Gnar, because we would have said it was Yasuo into Gnar, and that's a great matchup because Yasuo beats Gnar. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We are into picks and bans once again, as you said, Trid.
Yeah,
take it away.
absolutely. Caitlyn and Nidalee, first choice for both of these teams here for their bans.
All right, so Caitlyn taken away from Sebla. He actually had a really good performance on that, especially in lane. Nidalee being banned away from Furion. This is just because, like last time we saw MNM letting it through, they didn't mind the Nidalee first pick, but really UK Legends do not want Furion to get that Nidalee. So they say, we can't deal with it, we're just going to ban it away.
Yeah, and a Karma ban coming out there for MNM. So why the Karma ban now? Why is Karma suddenly a priority based off of what happened last match? Or what are they trying to potentially move towards here by removing that, as well as the Rise? We may as well throw that in there before we dive into the conversation.
So Rise ban is typical against Larssen. That's fine. It's an understandable ban. I think their next option is Cassio after that as well. We talked about it a few times. But the Karma ban kind of says that we don't want you to be able to have free disengage against us. So it puts you into the mentality they'll probably go for something like a Jhin or Jhin Zyra as a bottom lane. Or you can run Jhin Nami as well if you really want to. I don't think Jhin Nami is quite as synergistic as Jhin Karma, so I wouldn't actually be surprised if we see MNM going for a Jhin pick early on. It's a Syndra ban against them as well, so there's the Jhin getting locked in straight away.
Yeah, first pick Jhin coming out for MNM Gaming. And just to round off the bans as well, seeing as we're touching on Jace and Syndra as well as the last bans for both teams. So a lot of picks that were in the last game just being banned out now, especially on the side of MNM Gaming. They've removed 3 picks that were actually played. And UK Legends, they've still stuck to those powerful mid lane picks, obviously still conscious of Larsen's ability.
Yeah, I think banning out the Jace kind of makes sense because you say Shikari had a great game on it. We almost saw him 3v1 at one point. You take that off the cards, you're not really pressured into any other bans. You don't need to take the other things off. I can't exactly remember their bans, should have written them down somewhere. But now you look at the side of UK Legends and they're saying, do we pick a jungler up early? There's still Elise available. Do we take the Olaf, which is pretty good into the Elise because it can pressure out of jungle? Or do we say, well, look, we'll take the Poppy. She's safe. We know we can lane with her. And then what we'll probably see coming out is Poppy Olaf. So the options really are, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early support pick. So the Zyra, you want to really pick your top lane as well. Probably a Gnar into the Poppy because you've got that range advantage. Kennen works really well as well, and Only Angel does play that pretty well. What I really like about the Kennen actually is it gives you quite a nice flank potential. So you curtain call, Kennen comes in from the side, pops that slicing maelstrom, and it sets up a team fight for you really well.
Literally a shooting gallery for Smiley once that already happens. I mean, first one to get slow onto someone, there's the threat there. But if you time it correctly, you've got 4 locked up, how many ever locked up targets there just for Smiley to pick and choose of who he's going to burst down. Probably won't get a kill because of the reactions that come next, and depending on how late into the game it is. But like you said, still a potent combination available to them. So Poppy, Olaf being locked in. You've already said that Olaf could potentially force out the Elise here. That is locked in for MNM Gaming. We're looking at potential options. Larsen, Cassiopeia wasn't banned by them, so there you go. That's Larsen's mid laner, and Furion gets one of his favorites, Lee Sin, as well.
Sitting back onto the Lee Sin, very safe early jungler, can put a lot of aggression down if he wants to. The Olaf really can't do much against the Lee because he clears pretty effectively. He's a slightly quicker clear than the Elise, and so he can gank a little bit faster, which means the Olaf doesn't have the time to get into the enemy jungle. Cassio, this is Larsen. We talked a little bit about MCM, about the aggressive and sort of arrogant pick ban phase from MNM some of the time. This is just Larsen saying, look, I know I can beat Red Winter. Give me my Cassio. very happy to play it into any matchup you want. We know that you've got the Olaf as well, so I'm not dreading the flash cocoons out of the jungle. You shouldn't be able to pick me off as long as I take Ghost. Orianna, Ezreal's are pretty strong here. Orianna works okay into Cassio, especially early on. You just pop the Command Protect to level 1, you can do a pretty good work. And then actually they might decide to take the Zyra away from the Jhin matchup, which in my opinion is a really smart move.
Yeah, but what are they going to combo it with here? You can see Red Winter's hovering over that Ezreal. Let's not do a Lucchesi here and lock that in for mid lane. So
No,
do you think we're going to see Sebla on that Ezreal in the mid lane with Zyra? Not in the mid lane,
no,
the bot
in
lane.
the bot lane, yeah.
Bot lane.
I don't think you take Ezreal mid lane. I really don't think it works anywhere near as
How long do you think we're going to be beating that dead horse of
long
Lucchesi AP mid?
About as long as the analytical media meet, in all honesty. So Ezreal Zyra is an okay lane. Like, you've got the Zyra for a little bit of harassment. The Ezreal isn't really looking at pushing the wave too much, so into a Jhin it's alright. But if Hado knows MF, in all honesty, this could be a really strong matchup for the bot lane of M&M. MF, very strong into Zyra.
I would like to see the MF support finally in the UK League of Legends match. I don't think we've had it yet come out,
I don't think we have.
Whether Hado has the confidence with that to play it. I mean, it's usually not really comboed with Jhin. It's usually the staple you see is the Ashe MF bot lane.
So what I like about the reason you do Ashe MF is you lock someone down with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and then you just bullet time over their face and it's like free. What I like about it anyway, it hasn't been locked in, but we'll just talk about it quickly, is you curtain call and then you bullet time in the same area. As long as they're close enough to you, you get a bunch of armor penetration, a bunch of shred with the Last Whisper build that we see coming out, and you can do a lot of work. It is actually going to be Trundle locked in here for the top lane and the Nami support, so that's what we were talking about. You know, it was either Nami or Zyra. They've gone for the Nami instead because the Zyra was locked away from them. Trundle in the top lane to Poppy is a very strong matchup for the Trundle. You subjugate, you can sustain yourself up with the Chomp, which is always an issue when you're playing into Poppy, and late game you can actually win out 1v1 trades as well.
And I'm a little bit annoyed at myself as well, because when Poppy was locked in and we were talking about potential matchups, you went for the Gnar. I was thinking, I should probably mention Trundle here might be a good pick to happen in matches.
No, man,
no one's going to believe me though. No one's going to believe me though.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But Trundle Nami being locked in to round out M&M's composition there. So only really the mid lane is left to be picked, and it's a Kayle in the mid lane.
I don't think it
Proxy
is.
pick!
I get the feeling it's a Victor, so...
Why don't you own all the champions? Come on, guys. You've been playing the game for a couple of years now. Come on.
Yeah, I always get surprised when people don't own all the champions. But anyway, it's going to be a Victor pick, and we'll get back in just a couple of seconds' time. Victor into Cassio is it's an all-right matchup. Like, it's not great, especially when you're playing into Larssen, because all that's going to happen, he's going to Noxious Blast you, and then he's just going to Twin Fangs you for days, and it's going to be very difficult for you to get away from that. Yes, Twin Fangs. It's like the rabbit from Monty Python.
Oh, just dives.
Coming at me, yeah.
Just dives at the neck.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm fine.
We'll have to use the Holy Hand Grenade to take you down.
Holy Hand Grenade might be an option. I think yeah, definitely not going to have any problem with that rabbit. I mean, you might, though. You've got quite a nice...
I've got delicious neck.
A little bit of neck envy going on.
Yeah, but I have a little bit of everything envy when I talk to you, so...
So you envious of me?
Everything, yeah. Apart from the height. Height and the neck.
Yeah, the height and lack of neck is obviously going to be the biggest downside.
Anyway, so we're just waiting on support to get in here for UK Legends, and then we will be good to go. I can't remember the competitions that well off the top of my head.
I'll give it a try.
Go on then.
Give it a try. So we had Trundle in top lane for Only Angel. Furion on Lee Sin. Cassiopeia for Larssen. We had the Jhin for Smiley and the Nami for Hado.
Okay. So you've got... Lee Sin early ganker, obviously. You're not really going to want to gank top lane. It's Trundle into Poppy. It doesn't really matter that much, in all honesty. Maybe if you want to try and get a push so you don't have to burn your teleport, which is always vital when you're playing into a Poppy as well, because Poppy's teleports can be very impactful post-6 with the Keeper's Verdict and Heroic Charge. Bottom lane is probably going to be pretty safe because you're playing into Ezreal Zyra, if I recall correctly.
Ezreal Zyra in the bottom.
Yeah, Jhin, Nami into Ezreal Zyra. It's kind of an even lane. In all honesty, I expect M&M to win it just because I think their players are ever so slightly better. The issue always is when you play into Jhin that he can push the lane pretty quickly if he's got a Karma or a Zyra support. Nami doesn't facilitate that quite as much. She also doesn't quite facilitate the Deadly Flourish combo into a more CC. If you land a Deadly Flourish and it gets a stun into an Aqua Prism, someone's dead. But otherwise, you don't really get that.
It's obviously going to be the sustain advantage, though. That's just direct sustain you get from the ebb and flow.
Yeah,
I can remember ability names.
You do have a sustain advantage. It does. Okay, I just want to say I just seen a message in Twitch chat that just says Sona just reads Twitch chat and then says it on stream and makes it sound smart. If I were going to make that sound smart, I'm not sure how I would make that sound smart. Well, sometimes you just have to assimilate analytical media and
Yes.
work out how you can properly. view-
Eventually, you become the analytical
I am
media.
the analytical media. Yeah, that's true.
But no, picks and bans are happening right now. They're just going to filter through exactly as they went. Obviously, we're going to have the Victor being picked up for Red Winter again. Not as bad of a performance as I thought we'd see him on it. He had some nice mechanical movement, obviously, to dodge Larson at times. But coming into the late game, it's just not much you can do. What are you chuckling at now?
It's just the entire thing's just become Sona just reads Twitch chat. So it's probably true in all honesty. I want to know why Frozen Dawn thinks that Victor's a hard Cassio counter. I obviously I preface this entire thing. I'm not a color caster. I'm a play-by-play. I'm just filling the role, and I'm trying to do my best work, obviously, because I want you guys to enjoy the experience, and I hope that I provide perhaps some level of information, but I apologize if I'm totally wrong about things sometimes.
So,
'cause
yeah,
it's gonna
guys,
happen.
help Sona out here.
Yeah,
Put the
Frozen
reasons
Dawn.
why
Frozen Dawn,
Victor
like,
is
tweet at me, why does Victor hard counter Cassio? And I'll try and think it through. See, like, just looking basically at skills, like, you clear the way pretty quickly when you hit level 6. Cassio takes a little bit longer to clear it out. Miasma doesn't really do much in the matchup because you don't need to lock anyone down, you don't need to ground them. I guess you can stop them flashing away when you get the Lee Sin ganks. Noxious Blast, Twin Fangs, you can harass pretty effectively, but I guess the argument could be made that if you get Siphon Power and then use your Augment on it, you could try and get away with that a little bit quicker because you get the extra movement speed, but Frozen Dawn's just gone quiet in Twitch chat now, so...
He's been called out, so...
Yeah, man.
But no, that's what's interesting you touched on Lee
Calls
Sin.
himself a...
Because Lee Sin, I imagine, would have the early advantage onto Olaf in that jungle matchup,
Yeah.
being able to go in there, and obviously he's going to be looking to take Olaf out in his jungle, especially if you've got an aggressive jungle like Furion. What are you chuckling at now? You keep not looking at me.
I need to pay more attention to the actual game. I agree. I think Lee Sin's, he clears a little bit quicker than the Elise, which is why we don't see the Olaf just running straight into the Elise. Like, the Olaf can run straight into the Elise's jungle and win out trades a lot of the time, especially post 6, because you just Ragnarok as soon as she tries to cocoon you. Lee Sin is a little bit quicker on the clear, can get those ganks off a little bit quicker, and slightly more mobile than Elise as well. And, you've got Safeguard, you've got Sonic Wave. In my opinion, Lee Sin is slightly better focused at the early game pressure, and that's why he wins out against Olafs, because most Olafs will just farm up to level 6 unless they can really work out a good counter gank.
Yeah, so basically it just elaborated on what I wanted to say. Fantastic. So you're doing a good job at color
Thanks, man.
casting. I know it's difficult, like you said, because you're doing an off-roll, but
Sometimes you've got to off-roll.
you're doing a good job.
I was laughing earlier on because Scoundrel said, oh, Sona, tiniest violin. It's like, mate, the amount of times he complains about having to play-by-play something.
I don't know, he play-by-played Overwatch at the
Yeah,
weekend. He had a great time doing that.
He had a great time. No one watching. Jokes. Scoundrel's a great guy. He's a
Yeah.
cool guy. He's a cool guy, guys.
Cool guy.
Anyway, we should be getting into the game in about a minute and a half as we just wait for the spectator delay to go through. And next up, we have TCA versus the other team that we both know and love.
Perilous Void.
That's the
I'll
one.
cover you this time.
I knew it.
Yeah, you
I was
did.
just testing
You
you.
did.
Sometimes you've got to test your co-casters. You've got to work out if actually they know what they're talking about. And you realise I don't. So it's good. Good times. I think that's going to be a good matchup. I think Perilous Void, there's a few times when it feels like they could really step up to the plate, and they haven't quite done it. TCA will be riding high off a very good semi-finals performance at MCM, and I feel that Perilous Void will really want to try and win something out.
Yeah, and like I said, I was a little bit surprised at how not one-sided that M&M game was early. I think there was times, obviously, when UK Legends came ahead. I wasn't expecting that if I'm going to put the cards on the table.
Yeah.
TCA, Perilous Void, I am definitely looking forward to, because I feel that's going to be so much closer than this match is. Because I want to be full disclosure to everyone here. I still think M&M are going to win this out.
I think they're going to win it out as well. I think the early game in the last game was actually pretty close. UK Legends is around M&M that first game.
Yes.
Up until about 20 minutes or so, it's even on gold. In fact, actually, UK Legends
Actually
had
ahead.
3,000 gold lead. But M&M just waited for their competition to come online and then utilised it perfectly.
Absolutely. So, just taking away on that. So let's look around. Which lane do you think is probably going to be the most important here for these two teams?
I think whenever Larsen's on a team, you have to say mid lane's going to be quite important. I feel that Furion will be looking for ganks on towards Red Winter. He did a very good job of scripting with some of his dodges in the last game, but I do have to focus on that mid lane and say if Larsen can get ahead, even though Red Winter is obviously a very good... Too many W's and V's. Even though Red Winter is obviously a very good Victor player, he won't actually be able to beat out the Cassio.
Right, and then
or Larsen's Cassio in specific.
And we also know how much Furion likes to spend time around that mid lane.
He loves mid lane.
And I think you kind of picked up on it from what they need to work on from last match, was that we saw League Boring, in my opinion, actually spending a little bit more time in the bot lane than in that mid lane, especially in that Kog'Maw Victor matchup. Is it still warranted going into game 2?
I think he should still be mid, in all honesty. The issue was he kind of had a good first gank, and then I didn't really see what he was doing for the rest of the game. And like that partly is me not being able to follow his pathing and understand exactly where he wants to go at certain times, but also partly him just not showing up in lanes. Like it was very rare that they got one good blue jungle invade off, and that worked out for them. But apart from that, it felt a couple of times like League Boring, in my opinion, just didn't have the same jungle pressure as Furion.
And top lag, everyone. So we're back onto a pause straight away, as you can see beautifully behind us now. Let's
break it down, man. So what area of the screen do you think is the most vital area of the screen during a pause?
During a pause? Well, what do you mean in terms of what I read as a caster? Or?
Yeah, what's your most vital area?
It's always this right here, the minimap.
Yeah.
It's always the minimap.
I think itemization is quite important as
well. As a color caster, for things play-by-play, being able to actually go ahead and know what's coming in advance, get a little bit of a heads up.
A little bit of heads up. That's all that's on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, your massive head.
I can lean forward slightly so it doesn't look quite as bad, but I was trying to get back to Trid's height. In all honesty, I try and focus on this bit because I quite like. Sometimes you don't get a break to look at what skills people are leveling and what sort of direction they're leveling it in. So actually knowing that Trundle already has his passive is really important to me.
Yeah, it is information target frame. I think we're talking about the most important part, and I'm just going to say it's minimap. Minimap straight out.
Anything mini does seem important to you.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm the mini-me of.
Yeah, that's true actually. I don't know who you would be the mini-me of. I think there's a few options in the UK scene.
UK scene?
Yeah, Dom Sacco.
I'm already a mini-me of Dom Sacco.
Yeah, he could be.
I don't know who's more offended by that.
Bald.
Yeah, but I've got a much larger head than Dom Sacco.
Yes, but babies do have large heads.
Am I a baby though?
Yeah, that's the question. I
mean, I do look quite old. Comparatively.
Let's see what Twitch chat says. Let's see what they say. 404 dad not found.
Yeah. UK gets the wildcard slot. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, no, that's actually a good point. What happens when we trigger Article 50? Do UK get considered a wildcard team instead of a European team? Could we get a wildcard slot off the UK?
I think we get a slot in the wildcard qualifiers, but I mean, it doesn't actually apply. Like European LCS doesn't have to be for only teams in the European Union. We're still in Europe geographically.
Yes, of course.
It's a geographical distinction.
But I think we'd have more of a chance of getting through on a wildcard slot than we would do. Also, actually, the only person who gave us a serious answer, shout out to Brixton Ham. He's saying that a mini-me of Alan Carr?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
You wouldn't. You'd be the mini-me, man.
I'd be the mini-me, but there's always got to be a physical comparison. But we are actually onto the Rift now for Game 2 of our first series of the night. M&M Gaming versus UK Legends. And M&M Gaming are going to be on the blue side as Sebla and UK are going aggressive early. There's the ebb and flow onto Hado just to negate that damage that comes out from UK. And it's a favorable trade for M&M to kick things off.
Yes, it's the sustained matchup you were talking about. Like, it's too easy just to ebb and flow, sustain yourself up. Even use it for harassment potential. There we are again, second one. And they will just back away ever so slightly. Both junglers going to start on the top side of the map once again. Look for that mid to bottom lane gank whenever they can. Hado takes a mystic shot.
Sleeping on the job, Hado. I mean, he has picked Nami, which is like E-Girl's paradise at the moment.
No, it's Janna, man.
Janna's E-Girl's paradise? I thought it was transitioning to Nami. I knew Janna used to be.
Nah, Janna is always like free E-Girl-o.
Free E-Girlo.
Yeah, if you want a bit of free
do you know what I find really interesting? These polls are just like, what is more attractive to an E? What role is more attractive to an E-Girl? And support never comes up because you can only have 4 options on Twitter polls anyway. So it's always the top jungle mid AE carry. Sona, if you were an E-Girl, which role would you find is the most attractive?
I think we all know I'd just go for whoever has the highest elo and can boost me. It's pretty easy peasy.
Pretty easy peasy. XD Smiley, Season 6 V2. Going to sidestep, get himself an ebb and flow there to heal up that damage from UK. Trying to get those plants down and really gain control of this lane early, but I still have a feeling just Hado and Smiley are going to be the ones very much in the driver's seat of bottom lane, unless we can get some intervention from these junglers.
Yeah, do definitely need that intervention. And Larssen will hit level 2 first. Looking for the Noxious Blast, won't connect.
Land it. There's that fancy script coming out from Red Winter.
He's like such easy scripts when you use them correctly. Almost too easy, perhaps. We'll have to have a look at his files later on, see if he's edited the log files. You can tell how much I know about scripting by just, yeah, look at the log files. That would definitely tell us.
Get in contact with Rito, I'm sure they'll oblige. They don't like scripters. Only one thing can be scripted, right? That's their competitive leagues, A. Lamau.
A Lamau indeed. Saw where that joke was coming, still amused me, Trid, well done. Slight lead here for Larssen. He's going to push up this wave towards Red Winter. Doesn't have quite the wave play he'd like yet without having upgraded that Hex score and hit that level 7 spike. Aqua Prism onto UK though.
There's the Deadly Flourish to follow up. Summoner spell being burned. The flash comes out, but League is in the bot lane. Doesn't matter because First Blood is already going down to UK. Looking for the second onto Hado. Undertow to the back of the head. Will find that for League boring.
Yeah,
Just 2-0 up.
2-0 up indeed. It skips the blue buff, goes straight for the gank, and it works out incredibly well for them. They knew they were going to get pushed back by the Nami and the Jhin. They said, look, just come down at 3 minutes. And it's the 3-minute timing you get warned about as a support time and time again. You know, that's when the junglers have done one buff and started their rotation towards the lane. Just place a ward. No wards come out, and Smiley XD and Hado are hurting already in this lane.
Yeah, but throw it over to the top lane. 8 CS difference already, about 3.5 minutes into this matchup, in the favor of Only Angel on this Trundle. And as Shikari gets a little bit tankier, things are only going to get worse. And you can see it right there. That only took a couple of wall attacks and a chomp just to really bring the pain to Shikari.
Yeah, Shikari will struggle in this lane a little bit. You know, Trundle is a very good matchup into the Poppy, just because you can use that chomp. You get King's Tribute as well, which is the passive. Whenever a minion dies, you get a bit of health back. Does make it quite hard to actually lane into a Trundle as any sort of tanky bruiser.
Furion cosplaying as Lee Sin there, throwing out a Q.
Blind Q, man.
Yeah, clearly Q. Clearly blinded if he thought he was going to land that one. But yeah, you can already see he's putting in the pressure into mid lane. That's got to be a little bit of concern for Red Winter. He's kind of like, all right, Furion's already in my lane. He's probably going to be back here a couple more times. As he's gone back into the red side, I can't imagine the situation where Furion doesn't look to gank now that he's cleared that out. Potentially looking at this bot lane, but I feel the safer bet and the more ideal would be to go back to the mid lane and try again on Red Winter.
Now, there's always the risk running into a Zyra composition, a Zyra bot lane. Actually, Furion's looking towards mid.
Yeah, he does actually connect the Sonic Wave this time, follows up with the Resonating Strike. Larssen too far away on that one, though. I think he was maybe zoned out initially by Red Winter's damage. Couldn't quite follow up with Furion, as Ghost was also burned for Red Winter.
So they do get the Ghost down, and that's all right. You know, Larssen didn't have to burn anything to get that. We will see Red Winter back away, get himself an early Negatron Cloak just to keep himself a little bit healthier in that lane, maybe build up towards an Abyssal. He's going to be a little bit closer to his enemies in this game, so we're going to see him being able to get on towards that backline and actually burst people down a bit quicker. It's not like playing into a Kog'Maw. Victor does struggle a little bit into Jhin, just because it's very hard to get near a Jhin if he's playing properly.
Yeah, because the ranges, I believe, on the auto attacks are very similar kind of damage range. I mean, obviously Victor can throw that laser out a little bit longer, increase his range. But to actually set up the laser, he needs to be in a proximity at which Jhin could just start to attack him and wear him down.
It looks like League Boring, in my opinion, might actually steal away this blue buff as well. It's a good steal for him. Keeps that away from Larssen. We've seen him doing that a lot in the last game as well. They have that priority.
Oh, lots of damage going on to Hado. Deadly Flourish is there to stop UK in his tracks as Sebla comes around again. Aqua Prison just falls short as the bot lane for Eminem has got incredibly low. Only Angel drops the Ice Pillar. Gets a couple of auto attacks. He's in that position now. He does have the Subjugate. So the all-in happens. Speaking of all-in, Sebla goes hard onto Smiley. Finds himself exhausted, and Smiley's going to limp away on that Jhin.
I'm not quite sure what Smiley's doing there, though, because you've got the sustained advantage. You talked about the ebb and flow. It looks like Olaf's coming down as well. Yeah,
Deadly Flourish is being used already. He's popped the Ghost. He's in hot pursuit. Throws the Undertow. Only finds Hado looking for the reset. Looks like he's just going to accept it as he throws down the Vicious Strikes. Furion misses a Q onto Sebla, but is there to kind of get them to back away from the tower slightly. But I don't think there's much he can do. I think they can turn this around in a 3v1 onto Furion quite easily if he steps out of place. Smiley's still playing a very dangerous game here, staying there. A couple more Undertows could sign his death warrant, especially if Sebla wants to go in with the Arcane Shift and Mystic Shot combo.
And you have to give credit as well to this Olaf. A couple of early ganks before even hitting level 6 really shut down this bottom lane. He's focused it very well. And it means that Smiley XD is even on CS, but already a tier on Sebla, and that Zyra's doing a great job of just catching out the Jhin as often as she can. I feel it's a little bit mispositioning as well from Smiley. You know, here comes Furion though.
Yeah, he ward hops over the wall. He does have that Dragon's Rage available, looking for the right time. Does flash early, throws the kick out. There's an easy Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combination and the Crippling Strike to boot.
Yeah, 10% into Crippling Strike is just enough to take down the kill there. Furion finally working out a way that you can get a gank off. Did have to burn his flash for it, but takes out UK as he was trying to back away. And it means it's just going to delay ever so slightly this bot lane getting back. However, they have got the Sightstone now. They'll be able to spot out any more Lee Sin ganks to be in an okay position. Subjugate used in the top lane.
Yeah, going into Shikari, after the Ice Pillar is used, there's no real CC other than the brief slow you get on Chomp. Still a very long lane, a lot of maneuverability for Shikari to get out as well. So Subjugate being used, not sure there was value there. I mean, I don't think he's looking to back this early as well. He's got plenty of sustain in the lane, so he can get a little bit more CS before going back. I mean, what's the kind of... Was he looking for the all-in there? Nah. I mean, I don't think there was the kill potential even there to be had at this stage of the game.
I don't think you're really ever looking for the all-in into a Poppy as a Trundle. Like, you're just trying to trade as effectively as you can. Subjugate's on a short enough cooldown. It doesn't really matter that you're using it early on. Zebla's going to get caught out here by Smiley.
Deadly Flourish does land. Aqua Prison onto UK. Obviously, he's got 4 shots still available, so the huge damage doesn't come out quite at the right time. But they're still taking him to quite low health here. About to hit 6, I believe, on Smiley and Haddo, so they can get that combination off. I imagine the tidal wave will cause a lot of disruption here for their escape if they're going to go for the Curtain Call and get a burst down. And there is Curtain Call being used. Finds one to UK, forces out the flash. Sebla actually arcane shifts to try and get out of the radius, potentially block the shot for UK, assuming he didn't have the flash there, but flash down on UK, and the mana pool and health is starting to wear thin for this UK Legends bot lane.
Yeah, it's always the problem with an Ezreal. You know, you get that tier, you get Sheen as well. Like, a good bit of damage comes out with the True Shot Barrage as well. And here comes Olaf.
Yeah, he's popped that Ghost yet again. Such a low cooldown, but it's going to be Sebla who picks up the kill. Resonating Strike is available to use. Haddo will get picked up by the Undertow. Flash comes in from Shikari to get that heroic charge into the wall. Kicks back into UK. Follows up with the Sonic Wave to get the resolution kill in the bot lane, as the bot outer will surely fall here.
Yeah, this is going to be first pick, and you have to give credit. Good rotations coming out from UK Legends. They had Shikari teleporting in at the right time as well. Larson's looking to trade onto Red Winter, but won't be able to get much out of it. And like, Furion did the best he could out of a bad situation, managed to pick himself up a kill, but it's not the best at the end of the day, as actually they'll trade towers with only Angel in the top side as well.
Absolutely, but look at this, League Boring in the mid lane. Ghost being popped by Larson just to make sure he can get out of there. It's very careful. He has to do this very carefully to get through that gap. He was trying to there. Haddo coming up into the mid lane to assist here. We don't want Larson being forced out lane this early as well. But Ghost being down for him, a little bit of a blow, as he's still got that flash available. But League Boring, in my opinion, if we look at him from game 1 and game 2, totally different sides of the coin here.
Total change indeed. He's had such a strong early game here. He's really shown us exactly where he wants to be on the map. A lot of focus in that bot lane, of course, but it's worked out perfectly for them. Haddo going to get melted out by Shikari.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bad move from Haddo there to get himself locked up, but he does drop the Aqua Prison enough. UK being focused out by Fury and Stranglethorn are available. One more auto attack, but he decides to go for the Dragon's Rage just to secure the kill. As Shikari looking for a 2v1 here. You can see Olaf is off to the sides on your mini-map. Remember, most important tool of a caster, have that available. Most important tool of a player, actually. Minimap, especially at lower elos, criminally underused.
Oh, definitely. Now that they know that Furion's off towards that top side as well, they can take this Mountain Drake. This is really big for them. They've got okay poke, you know, you've got the Ezreal, you've got Victor there as well to try and clear out waves, but really they need something to help them take down towers. They need something so that all the damage they do is multiplied on towards those towers and objectives. And because of how strong, you know, the Cassio and the Jhin can be in actually counter-clearing, every bit of damage they do, they really want to hit home. And so getting this dragon early helps them do that.
Yeah, looking like that's going to be over. There's no contest coming out for M&M Gaming for this. UK Legends picking up the first Drake of the game. Going to be that Mountain Drake. And like you said, that's going to be extremely valuable here with the wave clear that is possible for M&M Gaming. Smiley gets locked up, will force the flash out of him as he drops the Curtain Call. There is Furion, and you also have Haddo inbound to this fight. Furion goes into UK, will let him lock down as the as the Deadly Flourish will fall. Sebla looking to take down Furion. Doesn't quite get it as the Ebb and Flow will save him. One more auto attack should do the trick. Exhaust being the saving grace as Furion will get out with his life. One more minion auto attack will actually take him down before Haddo's Ebb and Flow does manage to land.
Yep, great play there. You know, you get the curling call down in time. Smiley did have to flash away. He's been caught in a lot of grasping boots that really he shouldn't have positioned for, but here comes the Petrifying Gaze onto Red Winter as well.
Yeah, he sat down on that negation. The Ice Pillar, beautiful to lock him back into the miasma. Chaos Storm kind of just whiffed at this point, doesn't have the sustain there, kind of like panicked, I believe, just off the surprise factor, but that's a kill finally on the board for Larssen. Also, Only Angel picking up his first assist of the game.
Yep, great for him, you know, being able to get something out of this. It's been a very slow roll in that top side. Now we're going to start to see MNM get back into the game. They've still got bottom lane tower if they want it. They did switch their Jhin and Nami up towards top side when Sebla and UK took that bottom lane tower, but like they probably could have just kept them down on the bottom side, taking the turret, and then looked towards maybe pushing up towards mid as well.
As soon as we just saw League boring, in my opinion, clear ward out, I mean, looking at the vision across the map, yet again, it's all favored top side. I mean, you have got that pink ward that has been placed down. Only Angel, I believe, was the one who placed that in that bot lane bush while he's pushing onto the bottom outer. But still, it appears as though there might be a little few more wards on the map for UK Legends yet again. So looking from game 1 to game 2, we did point out that the vision control was a slight problem here, as the hammer has been used to clear it out. Only Angel looking for Shikari. But between game 1 and game 2, vision doesn't seem to have improved so far for MNM Gaming.
No, it's what we talked about so many times with picks and bans, and I'm sure they've been coached about it as well. Their vision just isn't the best. Here comes Haddo.
Oh, you're not going to stop a Ragnarok's Olaf running in. Undertow, look at that. 2 undertows onto Haddo, who's just taking so much of his health off. The tidal wave was used to stop the reinforcement. Same logic as the strangle forwards, but come out. Look at the burst from UK as he absolutely dismantles Haddo. And the jungler AD carry will do the rest as the bot lane for MNM does fall, and the top outer will follow suit.
They give up mid lane tower for this, and they need to continue this push and perhaps have Poppy coming across to try and help Red Winter stop this. They can get 2 turrets out of it, and if they do, it's an advantageous trade. But otherwise, they actually just give up a bunch.
Yeah, but you've still got the AD carry and jungle and support looking to move through into this mid lane. They can't keep playing that far up because they're contesting in the blue side. Sonic Wave does miss.
They know they're there.
Yeah, they're sitting on a wall. They don't know what to do. Furion's gone in. Oh, Sebla flashes over the wall to keep himself safe. League Boy, in my opinion, is isolated. Deadly Flourish locks him up. Aqua Prison doesn't need to land because he's already dead. Bring a red Twinkit next time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is why I hate death bushes, because basically you're saying we hope the enemy team hasn't warded here. Even if you sweep it out, you're saying we hope the enemy team just makes a mistake and miss positions. And you shouldn't be playing your macro play around the enemy team making mistakes. You should be able to outplay them by making them have to focus other places when you want them to be in that position. So you force them onto certain areas of the map, as opposed to just hoping that they make a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think the best plan is to plan for your enemies to make mistakes. Because what happens if you have a really good day and you show up and you just don't make those, and your game plan is completely defeated. Chaos Storm onto Larssen at the moment. There's the curtain call to slow him down, but UK has interrupted it with some grasping roots and damage coming out. Ignite ticking away onto Smiley.
They've got 2-shot barrage if Sebla wants to try for this.
He is going to try for it indeed. Here it comes.
It's not connecting there. It's miles away, mate. Miles away. Sorry, here it comes! No, miles away, mate.
It's already gone, mate. It's already gone.
Already gone. He did try for it, didn't obviously have any vision in the jungle, so wasn't able to do much. There is a pink ward, actually. One solitary MNM pink ward sitting right at the back, near the red bush of the red side team, and then another one over here. And then, okay, so they've got 3 pink wards. They've got 2 aggressive pink wards, which I quite like. Don't have total vision control over that red side jungle, but it's more than they usually have. It's more than they usually have, so I'll give them a little bonus for that today.
Oh, Larssen getting caught up by the grasping roots. Is low on mana. Petrifying Gaze to the backside of the bot lane. Tidal Wave coming in for the save, but it's not enough as the plants of UK will pick up Larssen. Furion, what's he going to do? Flash, Dragon's Rage, Sonic Wave connects. That's one dead Ezreal.
Yep, indeed it is. And actually, if you look down towards the bottom side, League, Boring, in my opinion, is going to see if he can get
some more jungler on AD carry action potentially here. He has popped the Ghost. Undertow does miss. Nice sidestep. Flash available is needed. Second undertow, misses. He's just going to walk away with his
Call
tail
yourself a
beneath-
Viking, man.
his tail between his legs, unfortunately. But that gives a perfect opportunity for Eminem to look towards this Rift Herald.
That it does. 9 kills to 9. They're going to get the Rift Herald as well. Put that on Only Angel means he can trade much more efficiently into Shaqiri. Shaqiri will spot it out. Shikari, sorry. Will spot it out. Not going to be able to do much about it. We'll get caught in the Aqua Prism, though.
Yeah, sorry, you're not a winner today as Furion is going to get knocked away. Actually, well played by Shikari. He wasn't expecting the hammer to come out. Now Haddo gets bursted by Red Winter, but he's kind of walked in there to only die, as Only Angel will be the Angel of Death today, looking to bring more. Can he get onto Shikari? Just needs to get that Frozen Domain up, and that's when Chomp is available. Larssen isolates with the miasma. Only Angel seems to pick up the kill, and Larssen gets one as well. So, Rift Herald taken down for Eminem, and a poorly timed collapse by UK Legends just means even more has gone over to the blue side on this game.
Yeah, Eminem just taking advantage all over the map, and this is one of the reasons as well you can't give Fury and Lee Sin, and you can't give Larssen Cassio. Like, even though apparently Victor's a good matchup into the Cassio, which I
Still haven't heard the reason.
I think you over. I'm trying to think about it. You outrange her slightly with Death Ray, and you outrange her slightly with Gravity Field. So if she tries to go for the chase, you just chuck down the Gravity Field and stop her in her tracks. That's my main logic for why you think that. I feel that Larssen is good enough at Cassio to dodge around those and understand what's going on, but I can see why you would say that Victor is actually slightly better. Larssen's going to catch out UK.
Yeah, there's a nice burst combination coming out there. Petrifying Gaze and the Twin Fangs will just seal the deal. In the meantime, though, you see Eminem Gaming pick up the Mountain Drake for them. So first Drake for them levels the playing field in terms of this Drake advantage. Tidal Wave being used. Curtain Call follow up. The Aqua Prism will lock Shikari in place. Sonic Wave does miss. Yeah, he's dropped down the Ice Pillar to try and break up the fight. Subjugate onto Shikari straight away. Heroic Charge drops him. Chaos Storm's going to try and force these squishier targets back. True Shot Barrage does miss. Deadly Flourish as well. Seems to be a DC there for UK, and a pause comes out to save the day.
Yeah. Right, he's 3 and 7 at the moment. This is always the issue with Zyra. You do a lot of work, but even when you're doing it, you can tend to fall down and get taken out by any strong member on the enemy team, especially those mid laners who burst through your health like it's nobody's business.
Wow. On to the pause. Second pause. Third pause of the series. Second pause of the game.
You know what we should get? We should get a
What?
Scoundrel back on Skype. Just have him up here.
Production, while we're doing it? No, because he's busy off.
No, you say that. He's been in Twitch chat like
Has
9
he?
times out of 10, even though he's busy on doing things.
Speaking of Twitch chat, let's see what these guys
I just
are
want
up
to say, like, this is why I don't listen to Twitch chat for my my analytical media, because literally, like, it goes from, oh yeah, you know, Victor's a great matchup into Cassio, it works really well, to what are you talking about? Victor is awful into Cassio. It's just like, what am I meant to know, man? I don't know much. I don't know much should just be my new handle.
I don't know much. Well, wasn't the handle we were going to use tonight for UK Masters?
Scoundrel is in chat.
Yeah, Excoundrel is in chat. Excoundrel, can you get on Skype? Excoundrel, get on Skype.
Yeah, Scoundrel, get on Skype. Anyway, we should be back into the game in just a couple of minutes, guys. We'll be enjoying more UK League of Legends actions. We do have TCA versus... Stop looking at Twitch chat, man. We do have
You're going to complain
TCA
at me
versus
for looking
Perilous
at
Void
Twitch
as well.
chat.
Yeah, I am.
Mate.
UK meme
Pot,
chat.
kettle, black. What's that about?
What's it about, man?
What's
you mean?
you about?
What do you mean pot, kettle, black? I don't know what you're talking about.
Blaming me for looking at Twitch chat when it's your cardinal sin today.
It's today, yeah, I'll give you that, actually.
Yeah.
I've been bad at it. It's just because I'm trying to make sure this cast is as good as it possibly can be.
Okay.
And to do that, I need both jokes, memes, and any analysis I can get from Twitch
You
chat.
have to steal it all from Twitch
Yeah.
chat.
Well, you know, it's been a tough couple of days. Off rolling, not feeling great.
Yeah, you've been a bit ill, a little bit sick.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's fine. We deal with it, man.
Yeah.
Consummate professionals.
Gonna soldier on through it.
I'm a happy little trooper. What can I say?
Happy little trooper. Well,
Let's talk a bit about this game.
yes.
Eminem, 2,500 gold ahead. They're in a strong position. Cassio started to get online. You've got the Trundle being able to trade into the Poppy pretty effectively. Furion has had a superb early game on this Lee Sin as well. I don't really see the comeback mechanics. The only lane that's really lost out for Eminem is that bottom lane, and that's because of the focus that Olaf has had on it.
Yes.
But as soon as you start trying to just run the Olaf onto the back line, now all that's going to happen is you get a Tidal Wave to the face, you get a Petrifying Gaze to the face, and although the Olaf might get there, none of the rest of your team will.
Yeah, it's like I said, people talk about the matchup, why you pick Zyra into Olaf. There are other champions that do that as well with the zone control, and that's how you beat an Olaf. You just you can't CC him, you CC the rest of the team. And it's going to leave him isolated. I think we already saw that in top lane engage as well. When Olaf was coming down with that ghost, they just threw the tidal wave out. What are you going to do? You're by yourself now. You've got no chase potential here.
Definitely.
Once we're underneath the tower, UK has fortunately reconnected now. So
The
we're gonna be back
entirety of
into
the
game.
UK.
The entirety of the UK.
It's like Brexit all over again. Just you wait. One day, people are going to be like, what would it be? What would like remain in the in Europe be? Is become part of Europe again?
What do you think is actually going to be written in the history books about about Brexit?
The UK just decided to meme on one fateful day, and people were idiots, basically. Anyway, back into the game, back into the action.
Back into the game as well. We're going to be bringing you that game 2 of our first series of the night, M&M versus UK Legends. As Sona has already said, M&M have a bit of a lead at the moment, and it only looks to get worse for UK Legends unless they can start bringing back the comeback. Can you bring back the comeback?
Like if you'd originally had a comeback
Yes.
and then it had failed and then you wanted to bring it back, you could. I don't think they've had the beginnings of a comeback yet to be able to bring back a comeback. I'm trying to think of what
Maybe a
band would be.
comeback.
Here we are. Smiley might get caught out a little bit. UK going to flash
Yeah,
in.
grasping roots and strangle thorns. It's an easy kill. Furion trying to hold up the fight as Only Angel teleports in. One chomp, one kill coming out for the top laner as he's now having to run away. Haddo, Ebb and Flow will keep him alive, but Sebla is there with the damage to make sure a kill is at least found for UK Legends.
Yeah, Smiley getting caught out once again. It's been a trope of AD carries recently. Is just getting caught out. Like Toaster did it. Like he'd flash in, get caught out.
No. Toaster's trope is to just flash no matter what.
Yeah, and then he gets caught out.
Aggressively flash into an immediate exhaust.
Yeah, there you go, Toaster.
It's
Have
called
fun
doing
with
it's
that,
called doing a toaster.
Is it? Okay, I'll remember that for next time.
You just toasted everywhere.
Smiley's not having a good game on this Jhin. He's just out of position a lot of the time, not respecting the enemy team, and it's ward control again. You know, if you don't have the ward control, you can't see that the Olaf's about to run onto you.
They're actually maintaining better ward control than UK Legends are this game, but
I think
even so, that's still not great.
I think the thing is, like, oh, Larsen's going to get caught out here. I'll make my point in a second.
And heroic charge into the laser will be an easy pickup for Red Winter. Yet again, no one's around there. Larsen out of position by himself. Did have vision of the area though.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. I think M&M are so used to not having any vision that they
When
just
they have it, they're
don't
not
look at the
looking for
minimap.
it.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, I just don't expect to have vision around this corner, so I'm just going to continue with my fight, you know?
There you go, they're looking for fire. Aqua Prism
stopped the
does
tower.
miss. Furion does go in. Yeah, that's the real victory here for M&M, keeping that tower alive. Curtain Call being used. Shikari trying to get the disengage with the hammer. Doesn't get rid of them all. Furion will get a nice little speed boost, but Shikari being the good guy tank for the top lane there, blocking all of those shots from the Curtain Call.
Yeah, I do love Shikari. He's one of the good guys in the UK scene, able to block out those curtain calls. Of course, League Boring, in my opinion, can do that as well. 5 and a 1.
Do you know the music of Enter Shikari?
I do.
You
Yeah,
must have.
everyone knows the music.
Yeah,
of
but
Shikari.
I'm surprised you haven't dropped many puns in relation to
Oh
that.
mate, I'm not very good at remembering lyrics.
I tried to there. It didn't work because it's out of tune with what I was trying to do.
Okay, well you drop all the puns
I'll
right,
try
from
and
now
do
on,
that.
and I'll be the super serial caster.
That doesn't work though. I mean, that was the plan going
Yeah,
into
but
day
then we
one,
did
and then it went
we
to
did the Spooky Masters. I don't think you can ever expect us both to be serious on Spooky Masters.
either of us to be serious for Spooky
Yeah,
Masters.
no, we're never going to be that.
Yeah, Furion is sitting on a ward in that mid lane. Grasping Roots goes out. The Mystic Shot will land. Oh, there's going to be follow-up from Sebla. Kicks him back over the wall into UK. A nice combination, but it might not be enough. Furion so low, but it's going to be only Angel who picks up the kill. And one more onto UK. Now's the time to get out of there because you do not want to be being tracked down by Red Winter and League Boring. Haddo drops the exhaust onto League Winter, trying to do some of that damage. Larsen going to be utilizing that. They're stood on top of the Miasma. The Aqua Prism locked him in place. Here comes the chase down for M&M, and Shikari goes back in with the heroic charge. Dead either way.
Dead either way.
But the effort was nice. The
Yes,
gesture.
He tried, man. He
Yeah.
tried his hard out. Now, it looks like they're going to go to Baron here. Furion is obviously back with his team. League Boring, in my opinion, could go for the steal. Like, Baron is going to get started up, and it's all up to whether or not UK Legends feel they need to steal.
He's got Ragnarok. He's got Ghost.
They just turn straight away.
They'll turn straight away, yeah, but I mean, he can maybe disrupt it if he's willing to just pull the
he's gotta
trigger and
go
go in. I mean, he's
Literally
not got
gotta
any
go
time. He's got no time now because he held on it too long. Curtain Call's coming out. Miasma has been dropped. So is the Tidal Wave. UK just sitting in a pool of his own demise. Sebla goes aggressive for the 1v1 on Smiley. Picks up the kill. Teleport coming in for Shikari. Ghost being popped. Larsen seems to be the focus. One more hit should do it. Double kill for Sebla. He's being the saving grace for UK Legends at this point in time. Furion kicks back. League Boring still on the hunt. What is he doing? Just trying to proc the walls there.
No, sometimes you got to get the wolves.
You got to get the walls.
Someone, you never know. Someone might be backing there. Some
Yeah.
people do like sneak around the corner, and taking them away does give you vision in the enemy jungle as well. So that's always an important ability to have. Now, the thing is, that was it's great play by them to like capitalize on the fact that everyone was low from the Baron, but you gave the Baron up in the first chance, and you didn't really play that well around the dragon fight that entered you into that position. So. You got one tower out of it, you got a couple of kills. There's still Barons sitting on only Angel, Furion, and Haddo, I believe. So they're still in really good spots to actually win out this game. And Infernal Drake's about to come up on the cards as well.
30 seconds for Infernal Drake. Teleport is available for Only Angel as he begins that split push. I believe he's one of the lucky recipients of the Baron Nashor Award. And while he's up in that top lane, he's going to be drawing Shikari, who just used teleport. So they are going to have that advantage if they can recall at the right time. UK does dodge the deadly flourish there for Lee Sin not to have the follow-up. 9 seconds until Infernal Drake spawn. I think MNM are definitely going to fight for this, knowing they have that TP advantage. But the fight has already begun in top lane. Only Angel using the Ice Pillar. Heroic Charge used to disengage it or try and get away. Now he's just going to clear this wave. He's going to sit comfortably on it. And surely he's going to have to try and position himself for a potential TP to make sure they have that man advantage if the fight was to erupt. And look at this, he's just posturing around Infernal Drake.
Larsen's not even there. Like, Larsen might get caught out by Sebla.
Yeah, oh, there's the True Shot Barrage. Burst combination. Oh, he cannot turn it around. Sebla being the Heart Seeker himself on that Ezreal. But guess what? Furion gets the red buff. He goes straight into the Strangleforms. Nice placement from UK to try and deny that. Turning around for a return kill. Will get it. Ignite ticking away. But it's going to be UK who gets the return kill. Only Angel didn't even bother with the teleport. They got the Infernal Drake, but hasn't made any progress on that turret.
No, so actually Only Angel started up on the red buff, and then Shikari just keep his verdicts away. It was quite funny to watch. But yeah, great play by Sebla. Once again, he's doing a very, very strong job of catching out enemy carries. He took out Smiley XD in the Baron fight, and he took out Larsen. There, he takes out Larsen, dodges around the Petrifying Gaze, and if this Ezreal can get on board, he's almost got Blade of the Ruin King now. He could be in a prime position to actually help UK Legends win out this game.
Yeah, Trinity Force, Miramana working towards that Blade of the Ruin King. Throw a little bit of Armor Pen in there, and he's good to go.
That he is would definitely be strong for him. I think Armor Pen comes after the Blade of the Ruin King, as you said.
Yep.
Probably goes towards the Last Whisper. Lord Dominic might be sending his regards in this game.
Lord Dominic Sacco.
Oh yeah.
We'd hope.
That'd be a bold regard. Of course, could go for the Mortal Reminder as well into a Trundle. They can work, and into an army, but I expect it to be Lord Dominic's more than anything else. Now, my big question when we get to team fights now is how much impact UK can have before dying. He's almost got his Vialize. He's gone Ruby Sightstone, which is really good for gaining extra vision. But the problem is, as soon as he gets caught out by any of the tank members of the enemy team, or by that...
Oh, that's a Manaless Sebla who has been locked into that CC combination. It's going to have to be League Boring who stands in the way. Who is Smiley going to go for? UK will find that shot. It's going extremely low. Only Angel has been CC'd, but will find the kill for Smiley. Petrifying Gaze has been used, immediately knocked back by that hammer. But Smiley still trying to pressure onto Shikari. Chaos Storm just kind of wisping around in the background there. They're trying to clear this wave and begin to pressure mid-inner with that slight advantage they have with UK being down.
Exactly what we were saying about UK, though. If he gets caught out by anyone, he just dies. Like, you just get absolutely melted. You have to be so safe as a Zyra late game, and it's very difficult to do that when you're playing into a Lee Sin and a Cassio. Now, they're going to go down towards bottom lane because they've got a slightly bigger wave here, and they should be able to get bottom lane tier 2. It's still a long way away from where they'd like to be, but they are starting to close this game out.
Yeah, wave being cleared by Undertow there. It was a very thin one to begin with. They're going to have to try and walk in this next one. Yeah, nice little vision of the bush. Furion throwing out a Q. Ghost has been popped by League, so he's going to go straight in there onto Smiley, and Shikari seems to be the follow-up there. Strangleform's being used to isolate the fight, but it's Red Winter who picks up Larsen, and now they're in hot pursuit with the slows available to them. Shikari doesn't quite get the connection on the wall, but it's still present there. Haddo just being such a squishy target. Furion knocks back Red Winter, but Shikari is still in hot pursuit. Aqua Prison try and slows him down. I don't think they can follow this on much further, but what are UK Legends going to take if not these Krugs?
Mate, you got to get the Krugs. Sometimes, stuck.
They don't even get the Krugs.
Yeah, but Fury and Burn Smites at 100% worth. Anyway, they should be able to get bottom lane tier 2 tower out of this. Now, that's MNM just being a little bit over greedy, because Smiley just, got ran on. He just got straight up run on by League Boring, in my opinion, and by Shikari. Shouldn't have happened, but it did. But it does. It does.
Teleport actually coming out for
in.
Only Angel. Has been slowed immediately. Where's the rest of his team at the moment? He's trying to run away. He drops the Ice Pillar.
Here comes
He took
Olaf.
so much damage coming out. Olaf from the side. Undertow's going to slow him down. Only Angel will just basically use teleport to die there. Fury and Hado trying to get some work onto Shikari, but look at this. Sebla finally picks up on the kill onto Only Angel. Furion was incredibly low. That's a double kill for Sebla. Lockdown boring on the Miasma. Poison will tick away at him. What was that? That didn't seem coherent by either side at this point. I think
it's a lot more coherent from UK Masters than it is from MNM, in all honesty. Like MNM, the reigning champions, basically, of Europe at the moment, and they're just not playing anywhere near that.
Of Europe?
Of Europe. Yeah, well, yeah, mate. Basically, the UK is Europe now because Brexit.
It's the exact opposite.
we are all that matters. But yeah, reigning champions of the UK, and they're just not playing like it. They're very miscoordinated in fights. They don't really understand what they're doing, and almost anti-synergistic in the way that they're engaging a lot of the time.
Looking towards kind of the predicted finalists overall of UK Masters, I think people are very content with it being MNM and District. If this is the MNM that's going to show up towards District,
if this is the MNM, it's XL and District.
It's XL District.
It's XL District. XL are the team one step below, in my opinion. I mean, UK Masters have put up a good showing here, so I think
Legends.
you can make an
Legends.
Yeah, well, they might be the Masters. We'll see. We'll see who the UK Masters are in only 4 weeks' time.
4 weeks' time, Insomnia 59.
I think it might be about 40 days.
I believe you can book your tickets now, I believe.
Can you?
I believe you can book your tickets.
Probably,
if it's not sold out already, because I know that happens quite quickly.
insomnia59.com. It's not
Definitely not the website.
UKmasters.gg, I know, is a website.
We'll have a link, I imagine, to the Insomnia page for you to go and buy
If
your
only our
tickets.
production crew could tell me in my ear what the website was. So I could,
or they could put up a nice banner somewhere on the screen. That'd be quite
or,
nice.
Put it in Twitch chat. I doubt any of these things will happen. I believe it might be InsomniaGamingFestival.com and UKMasters.gg, which is anyone keep his verdict from Shikari.
Also believe that we've had the curtain call being used there. Ghost being popped by Larson. He's looking for UK. Will kill him with the Petrifies Gaze to the backside. Obviously, you don't get the CC there, but still does the damage.
But you take out UK's kills, UK's deaths, and it is 10 kills to 21. This is the problem with Zyra support. Like, if at any point you get caught out, you are just dead. And your whole job is to try and put Strangle Thorns down before you die. Teleport's going to come in behind this Baron.
Yeah, they got to go for this. It's burning down so fast. The True Shot Barrage is used, but Furion
Teleport was cancelled.
Smite. Yeah, I think they realized they weren't going to get that one. And here we go, MNM looking for more. Ice Pillar being used. Aqua Prison misses. Going towards the mid lane, but Sebla goes in onto Hado. Exhaust being used. Furion goes in. Deadly Flourish will land onto the wrong target as he kicks Shikari back into the team fight. But Sebla still doing the work. He needs to. Looking for more as he already takes down for the double kill. Jungle, support. Will he find more? No, that's a Petrifying Gaze to shut him down as Only Angel bobs away Shikari. MNM, though, looking very dire against Sebla as, oh my god, UK has taken out Smiley with that full burst combo. Red Winter comes in from the side. Ice Pillar's not enough to slow him down. I don't think they can chase down Only Angel, but Sebla, he's got that armor pen now. That's what it is, mate. Armor pen.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That's all that it was.
Say what you want. Sebla is playing absolutely incredible here for UK Legends.
Yeah, I think the jump over the wall was a little bit brave, in my opinion. It worked out for them. He didn't quite take down Larson, but did burn his Seraphs. Wasn't quite able to get enough damage to take him out. Sebla is the carrying force now for the UK Legends. He is the one who is going to win in these games. Red Winter's doing a good job as well, but I also want to give credit to Shikari because he stopped Furion being able to get away by chucking down the Steadfast Presence at exactly the perfect time. So good work by him as well. The problem is UK Legends keep winning out fights and just not getting anything out of it.
We're talking about, mate. Just got a mountain
single mountain drake. Where are the towers?
Well, that's now double gold. No, well, he can now
gold.
Convert
How?
that double mountain
They're
drake.
never on the front foot. Like, I totally agree with you that it's good to get the mountain, but every time we see these fights, it's always, you know, off a Baron being taken by MNM, off a pick that MNM have got. You never see UK Legends being the ones to say, okay, we'll be proactive, we'll set up something, we'll get vision around a certain area, and then be able to fight around it. You never see that.
Well, they're converging on the top side of the map. Do have numbers advantage at the moment. If you're MNM and you've got Baron on Only Angel, I believe is the only person who's the recipient. Only Angel, only Baron. Still going to keep pressuring that top lane. Do you converge with Only Angel, or do you allow for the split push?
Sometimes I think you just meme, man.
Just meme?
Yeah, just meme it from here. Sebla is playing like he wants that jacket, but Whether or not he'll get it, that is a solo queue thing. UK's going to catch out Hado.
Yeah, Tidal Wave being used. Not much is going to follow up on there. Hado still going extremely low, but Tidal Wave being down.
Yeah.
Nothing else burned really from the side of UK Legends. Assuming League Boring, in my opinion, wants to pop the Ragnarok, pop that Ghost, and run it onto the backline. There's a huge disengage tool being used as Curtain Call goes onto Red Winter, Chaos Storm onto Larssen, Deadly Flourish will pick up the kill. Shikari is locked in a tight place now. Will use that hammer to knock away as mid-inner gets taken down by Smiley. Grasping Reach onto him, Stranglethorns as well. The plants will get the bonus Death Fire Touch. Won't find UK, but guess what happens? It's going to be Sebla going down as well. Ragnarok being used defensively by League to get him underneath that tower. We could see them start knocking on the base now.
Well, this is definitely coming back for a comeback here for MNM. They
coming back for a comeback.
Started to fall back behind ever so slightly, but I have to wonder why Red Winter was just left alone to defend the turret versus 3 members. Everyone else went up towards top lane. Then you're not going to kill a Trundle. Don't go for it. Don't do it indeed. UK's going to get caught out once again.
Yeah, he had Shikari knocked into him. Like a wrecking ball will destroy him, and Lee gets dropped down as well. I think MNM could just end the game here.
They definitely can. Only 17 seconds left on Sebla. Red Winter's going to come back up. They're looking for the push, and this will be a great comeback for MNM. However, not quite their top-tier performance that we've seen from them consistently recently.
Definitely not. Definitely not. They're still going to get the victory, I believe, here based off where the game is at the moment. Resistance being put out by UK Legends is quite strong, but that's both Nexus turrets down. True Shot Barrage does come out. Shikari has fallen. Miasma being used to isolate, and they just need to get Smiley on that Nexus and start tapping away. As Sebla trying to find only Angel. As you're looking for more, MNM might have to back off away from this, but with both Nexus turrets down, you've basically begun the slow bleed of this game. I don't see UK Legends coming back from that wound.
There's a couple of wards in that base. I want to see if they sweep them out, because otherwise only Angel does have teleport. I mean, Shikari has teleport as well, but it would just be memes, man. Go back here, pick up double BF sword, Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge, and then just go for it, man.
Well, I mean, he's got that Hydra, he's got the Iceborne Gauntlet, with the Frozen Domain as well for the attack speed.
They found him. They found him. No sneak attacks, no coming in from behind.
Super sad, boys. But basically, next lost team fight for UK Legends is the end of the game.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying as well. Like, you look at it, MNM win a fight, and when I say win a fight, literally, they took out Red Winter. That's all they did. And, like, they'd already burned Tidal Wave as well. All they did was manage to get a Curtain Call combo. And straight from that, they get 4 towers and an inhibitor. And that's just because the rest of UK Legends were like, oh, you know what we'll do? We'll go up towards top side. That's the best place. That's the best part of the map to be on. And it just very proactive shot calling from MNM. They took exactly what they needed and they're able to win it out. Sebla got melted away as well with Petrifying Gaze. Don't understand why he doesn't have a Quicksilver Sash yet.
Imagine that's what he's working towards, but he's gone for the damage component first.
Doesn't need more damage, man. He needs to survive. He needs to survive. Get your QSS or get him a Kyle's on Zyra as well. You know, she's not doing enough damage to actually have a big impact because she's dead before it happens. So get him a Kyle's and just keep your AD carry alive.
You can see going towards the bot lane, try and de-push that wave. What are MNM trying to set up now? That's the real question, because they've got obviously that open exposed gate in the mid lane. And now they're trying to put pressure onto the bot side and try and distract obviously away from the mid lane so that we can allow the waves to just naturally push in and have someone answer and have a numbers advantage around the map. Trundle, Only Angel, still has that teleport available as well, so we can join in the fight. So I imagine they're just going to try and keep pressure on the bot lane, keep UK Legends out of the mid lane, and carry on trying to just push these advantages wherever they can. But Stranglethorn's being used. We'll find Smiley and Hado. Smiley has to flash out, but there's the Ragnarok Ghost being used. In the meantime, guess who? UK's died yet again. It's going to be Larssen picking up the kill this time, though. Dragon's Rage will lock League across the wall. Curtain's Call being used by Smiley. Where are these bullets going? Directed camera, please. One more onto Red Winter. Should find it.
Power.
He went for the wave instead. Fury won't get the kill. Oh my god, Red Winter gets out alive. Teleport coming in from Shikari. There's 3 low health targets. Sebla with the burst. There we go. One Mystic Shot will take out Smiley as the rest of UK Legends is here. And guess what? You can see Only Angel running towards that mid lane now. Probably trying to get... No, I think he's realized that he can't do this at the moment.
In all honesty, right, I want to know what scripts Red Winter's using, because I want to get Diamond before the end of the season. And it seems to be working out pretty well for him. Those Siphon Power is perfectly timed to get himself out alive.
Absolutely, and look at this. They're back onto the bot in a tower. They haven't got enough time, though, because UK Legends are running out. They are going to allow the minions to take that turret. still, they've got something that they want, but now Baron Nashor is live again. And guess what? Drake's going to be live as well.
Yeah, and Elder Drake's actually quite important here because you've got Double Mountain on the side of UK Legends going into Inferno Mountain. I think you take that much more if you're Inferno Mountain, but really here for UK Legends, you need to garner some vision control. You need to be aggressive with it because you've had 2 Barons stolen away from you, and that's not what you want to do, and they're just going to start it up.
And look at this, a proactive call for UK Legends as they're going to go and take this Baron. Tidal Wave comes in. Very low HP. Furion goes for the flash, doesn't find the range. That's going to be Baron Nashor for UK Legends as Furion goes back into the fight. Larssen gets absolutely deleted by Chaos Storm. Sebla will also follow suit there with the curtain call, but it's going to be a double kill for Smiley, looking for more potentially here as Only Angel is on the back line. Furion incredibly low, does have the GA available if he wants to make the bro suicidal play as Smiley picks up an unofficial triple. Only Angel gonna get the 4th kill of the game, and the truth be told, that's it. That's gonna be GG for UK Legends here, Sona.
Yeah, as soon as that curtain call was able to come down and snipe out Sebla, you had lost that fight. It's disgusting how far away XD Smiley could be. He was standing as sort of the curved bush near where, near the little entry to the blue side jungle. That was absolutely miles away from the fight. Worked out very well for them. They do get the win here. MNM, they came back swinging at the end, but it was not a beautiful performance from them, in all honesty.
No, absolutely not. And that's going to be Inhibitor retaken as well. You see Smiley just going to int to the suicide platform.
Here comes UK.
So there you go, UK.
This is
what
his defining moment.
Can he actually save the day?
No.
As Strangleforms is being used. Furion's still going to heal up. There we go. It's going to be Only Angel taking him down. And the Nexus turret, the Nexus itself will fall as well. That's a 2-0 victory in our first series of the night, going over to MNM Gaming.
Yeah, nowhere near as convincing as it should have been, in my opinion. If the MNM had played last week had shown up, it would have been a very different story. But it worked out, and eventually they managed to take it 2-0. Now, next game's up, our TCA versus Perilous Void. I look at the lobby, and it looks pretty quick, actually, for us to be able to get into this game. So hopefully only a couple of minutes between this one and the next one.
Well, absolutely. But in the meantime, what we'll do is we will take a break. But when we come back, hopefully, as Sona said, very quickly, we'll bring that second series of the night. TCA versus Perilous Void. Gross. Hello everyone and welcome back to UK Masters. We're here to bring you our second series of the evening. Perilous Void going up against TCA. My name's Trid and joining me of course is Sona. And it looks like we're already ready to jump into picks and bans.
Yeah, already getting into the action as quickly as possible. No 25-minute delays here, guys. This is not MCM. Hopefully we'll be into it as soon as possible. Already some bans coming out between these two teams as well.
Yep, Zyra and Anivia straight off the board.
Yeah, Anivia against Krogsen, one of his main played mid laners. In all honesty, I don't think he plays it well enough for it to be banned out against him, but that's against the higher level teams. Here, Perilous Void have just said, look, guys, we don't want to play against someone solo queue. We don't want to play it against, the one-trick ponies, so we will get rid of that Anivia. Zyra and Ryze, two very strong power picks at the moment. Ryze very good, of course, if you can get ahead on him. Syndra as well being banned out here. It's typical bans. It's what we expect to see when you see these two teams matching up. It means we'll probably have a couple of OPs left over. So I'm looking at Jace and Karma specifically, and Jhin.
Olaf?
Olaf as well. He's not OP in my opinion. I think he's very strong, but I don't think he's sort of S-tier ban worthy.
Okay. Well, we're already back into the lobby again. I believe that something has happened there. Disconnection from one of the players, possibly.
I jinxed it.
Jinxed it already.
I jinxed it when I said that we weren't going to have any problems. Client crashed for one of the TCA members.
Was it for Jet? No,
it's for Kroggy Boy, Krogsen.
Krogsen, I think he just got upset that he had his Anivia banned.
Yeah, probably, in all honesty. It's kind of the old school Froggen. He needs to learn, if he learns Lux, we can call him the UK Froggen.
Did he need to learn Lux for you?
Yeah, he basically mained Lux for an entire season when he was on EG. Oh, actually, it was COG EU. Evo Geniuses.
Ah, EG. I was wondering there because I was thinking, no, he played for EF, Echo Fox.
Played for EG, Alliance, Elements. Then he played for Echo Fox.
God, do you remember that god-awful press release from Elements?
Oh, he is our rock.
He is our rock and here's Reckless, the fire or something like that. It's just, get over yourselves, guys.
Yeah, please. And then by our powers combined, we make Captain Loser. I'm just going to lose
Captain
games.
7th.
Captain 7th.
God, that guy was paid too many mouse mats.
That's Dignitas, mate. It's Dignitas that pays you mouse mats.
Come on, it can't be only Dignitas that paid their, like some of their freelance writers with mouse mats.
They did.
Can't be the only org that did.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. If you're going to pay people with mouse mats, you want the big long ones. I recently bought one of those ones that gets your keyboard and your mouse on it.
Yeah, that's one of the weird things. It's just a subtle annoyance, isn't it? Where you've got the mouse pad that's big enough for the mouse area, but your keyboard's really long, and then one half is raised and the other one's not. And it doesn't seem like a difference, but you just feel it at times.
It makes me feel a lot like I'm in the UK scene because I'd be tilted.
That's true. Did you also spill salt all over your new mouse pad as well?
I've made enough jokes about salt. Like a couple of casts ago, I had a water bottle in my hand, and they switched us to picture-in-picture in picks and bans, and I had to put the water bottle out, and I was just like, look, I'm not going to dilute you guys. So I know there's saltiness out there in the UK scene. But anyway, we are back into picks and bans.
So straight away, got back to where we were. Nidalee is in fact the last ban we're going to see here on the ban phase. So what's left open? What are these OPs that are left open here, Sona?
I think Karma is the first pick you're going to see. I do like the Karma lock-in. I think she's very strong. Good disengage, good engage. If you want it as well, you can team that up with an Olaf. Jhin is still available. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early Jhin lock. And actually, I don't think... Oh, only Angle, please. Why do we have only Angle in this game? It's just going to get me so confused.
Only Angle. We'll tolerate it. We'll deal with it. What did he used to be called, though?
I think he was level 99 Yordle?
No, because that was because he went to go be level 99 Bulldog.
Oh, so he did. He was Bulldog.
Yeah, that's what he transferred.
I can't even remember who Perilous Void's top laner was, but it's now only Angle.
Now only Angle.
So they pick the Narb up early on. They get the Olaf as well. I think Poppy is the sort of the main pick you want into that Gnar. I think that's an all right matchup. The Olaf, you can probably you can take Jhin or Caitlyn. In all honesty, either of them is okay AD carries. So as a jungler, you're probably looking up towards that Elise or that Lee Sin. For Jet here, he plays them both pretty well. His Lee Sin is actually probably one of his better champs at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you could talk about Jet's champion pool in the jungle, obviously. I've had a lot of experience with casting Jets to come from Newell, one of the success stories, shall we say, in terms of players that have come from their transition quite nicely into the UK standard of play that we do see. Obviously, Nidalee was his kind of like, I'm going to ruin you champion in the Newell.
It's everyone's I'm going to ruin you champion.
Yeah, but especially so, well, it's one of Jet's, one of the priority picks that we always saw coming out for Jet, more so than other UK junglers, purely because of Nidalee's strength. But he's actually opted to go here for the Hecarim, and then we're also going to see a Jhin for Deadly as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Hecarim pick. Not really meta at the moment. I mean, if you can play him well, then I guess I understand that you're always going to get onto that backline. You can lock people out, but I feel the Elise or the Lee Sin perhaps is slightly better for you here. Now, Schoolboy P is going to take the Ezreal off the cards into a Jhin and Karma bot lane. That's all right. You pair it up with something like Zyber. Actually going to be the Bard. So Bard provides quite a little bit of wave clear anyway with the Cosmic Bindings and with its passive. You can just clear out that wave and then gives you a bit of healing as well.
Yeah, so Bard, Ezreal, bot lane. We already know the bot lane for TCA as well. It's going to be that Jhin Karma. I can't imagine we're going to see Kroxen whacking that up in the mid lane. So it's still the mid.
Oh, it's
and the
Artorias,
top lane.
of course it is.
The mid and the top lane still low. Artorias is only angle.
Only angle, yes. Only
Brilliant.
Artorias.
Brilliant. So we're going to be seeing this. Aren't Prosphere and Artorias brothers, I believe, or something like that?
Mate, you make up whatever you want. In all honesty, no one's going to fact check. It's fine.
Right, Siamese twins, then. We'll call it
Siamese
that.
twins, yeah.
Siamese
Actually,
twins.
playing one of them controls the mouse for the top laner, and one of them controls the keyboard for the top laner,
And vice
then the other
versa.
one controls. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a mix and match combination there. Now, mid laners are really your pick here, mid and top. You're probably going to take the Poppy for top for Maddie Triceps. And then the Orianna mid, it's actually going to be Trundle into the Gnar. So I haven't done that well on the pick ban phase here. I feel like
Not a problem.
I knew the Jhin was going to be locked and I knew the Karma was going to be
Yep.
locked, but apart from that, I've kind of just fallen by the wayside. Mid lane is your final pick. You have got the Cassia. I expect probably that Brad Tech will take, it's C9 Brad, of course, he will take the Victor. Did he
Good
actually
one.
lock that in? I wasn't
He
looking
did
at the screen.
he did lock in Victor.
But did he lock it in as I was saying it, or did I
Literally
actually...
locked it in as you said it.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that as a win. I'm going to take that as me getting it right.
Take it as whatever you would like. But there you go. Composition's fully locked in for TCA and Perilous Void. Running it down from top lane to support. We're going to have Trundle in the top lane, Hecarim in the jungle, Orianna in the mid lane, Jhin as AD carry, and we're going to have that Karma in the support as well. Throw it over to Perilous Void. You've got the Gnar, the Olaf, the Victor, the Ezreal, and of course one of my personal favorites, the Bard.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure with the Bard pick. Like, you can catch out the Karma and the Jhin, so of course when Jhin pops the Curtain Call, you ult on top of him, get the Temper Fate down, and then allow your Olaf and Gnar to try and chase onto that backline. And that makes sense, because it's kind of the same thing you do with Nami. With the Tidal Wave, you just pop it as soon as he pops the Curtain Call, and you're only going to get 2 shots out of it. But I feel just Bard generally isn't in a superior position at the moment as a meta support. I feel the Zyber perhaps would have been slightly better.
One thing to point out here, Matty Triceps.
Yeah, you used to play for Aston
Aunties,
yeah.
Aston Aunties top lane. Is that a substitute in for Yopper today, I believe?
It is, yeah. Maddie Triceps deciding he wants to come into the team. Yopper being subbed out, although Yopper was one of their standout performances at NCM, so I have to assume he's just not available.
An availability issue here. Matty Triceps is a very competent top laner, though. You know, obviously a Newell winning team, and also second place in the University Masters as well for Europe. So very competent top laner coming out there. I would say probably not to the standard of Yopper in terms of his top lane ability. Definitely up there with top lane ability in the UK.
I still think he's in a really good position as a top laner. I've watched a couple of his Aston Aunties games, and wasn't it only who did they lose to? Was it the Portuguese team?
Portuguese team.
Yeah,
yes.
the Portuguese team are pretty OP. In all honesty, the University of Lisbon.
Yes.
I cast them in the Riot University Invitational at the middle of last year, and they won that as well. So they are a very, very strong team. Almost sort of sub-challenger level, sort of MCM XL level. So I'm not surprised that Aston Aunties lost that one out. There is a bit of hidden synergy as well there, of course, because Jet played for the Aston Aunties, so you've got the top lane jungler synergy. That
probably why he has been brought in there. It's probably recommendation of Jet saying, who can you play with? Well, Matt Triceps played with him, obviously, on the
Apparently, Yopper's moved to a Spanish team, according to Twitch chat, which I'm never quite sure how much I believe Twitch chat, but we're going to...
I know you said you were done joking about Salt, but this needs a grain of salt.
Yeah, let's take a...
different iteration of Salt. But I can see that kind of happening. Maybe Yopper has moved on to a Spanish team, maybe slightly higher aspirations than TCA in their current lineup. So you had very good showing. We've said that multiple times on the broadcast, but it's still not quite the highest tier of team we can provide here. Maybe Yopper wanted a little bit more. Matty Triceps, though, I mean, out of the available talent in top lane you could get, that's not a bad replacement comparatively.
No, not at all. I don't know his champion pool that well. I like the Trundle pick. I feel he does play. Yeah, everyone plays Gnar.
But the joke with Matty Triceps was that when he was in the Newell, he was playing champions that were from 3 patches ago. So you'd always pay like 3 patches behind, but still they were so dominant, and he was so competent on those champions that he was able to keep up with the more slightly meta top laners. But onto the Trundle. It has something he has played multiple times and had great success on in the top lane as well. I think that we might see Jet maybe babysit him in a little bit of a honeymoon period.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jet is in that top lane a lot,
Yeah.
especially with the Hecarim. You know, you can rampage back that Gnar when he's trying to jump away, so that getting a Trundle ahead of a Gnar actually allows him to win out that matchup a little bit more. My main focus is going to be how Sankus decides to play the early game on this Olaf. The big question is whether or not he wants to be aggressive or whether he wants to just farm up to level 6, which is also, again, what you kind of expect Jet to be doing. Now, good junglers will understand when they can counter gank in the early game on these later game junglers, and bad junglers will not be able to do that, and they'll just farm up the jungle. So that's really going to be the distinguishing factor for me, how strong these junglers are before they hit that level 6 spike.
And we'll let's see as we jump onto the loading screen. So not far now from our beginning of our second series of the night. Perilous Void versus TCA, or as I've been told to call them, what was I told to call them? Ceramic.
The Ceramic Militia.
Ceramic Militia.
Yeah, I think it's quite a nice little...
It's got a nice ring to it.
Sometimes
so
you've got to deviate from the norm, man.
CM, not TCA.
TCM. I was obviously deliberately why I did that.
Let's not definitely bring that in here. I think we've got enough of that.
TCM chants, please, guys, in chat. And make it truly a meme cast. It's not going to happen.
I feel we've definitely had to tone it down a little bit from yesterday. You can only do Spooky Masters once a year.
Spooky Masters once a year. I wonder if we end up casting over the Christmas period. I want to do some sort of Christmas themed.
Well, Masters obviously season's going to conclude at the beginning of December.
Yeah,
I imagine with the December and the winter kind of insomnias we did, people generally go quite festive. You got the Christmas lights, people wearing Christmas hats, even though it's like still 2-3 weeks away.
That's true.
But there's nothing wrong with a little bit of festivity at a LAN event, I think. But anyway, less about the festivities, more into the bloodbath that's about to ensue. We're jumping onto the rift for our second series of the night. TCA versus Perilous Void. It's going to be TCA on the blue side and Perilous Void on the red. So we're bringing up the game feed for you now. And we can see that Sankus and his bot lane are heading towards, well, the bot lane indeed. So
yeah,
this trying to get a position.
This can actually be pretty strong when you've got a Bard, of course, because you've got the Cosmic Binding. It is only going to be Raisins checking it out, and I expect him just to chuck in a flame in. We'll just spot them as they walk forward. Won't have to burn anything to get out of that one. And Perilous Voids not able to get their first gank off.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can see that they know where the presence is on the bot lane. I think that gives them the option if they want to necessarily try and get an early ward in the red side, try and get a little bit of tracking down. But to be honest, I think the expiration on the ward will expire before it gets any value for them.
Yeah, it's only a minute.
Yeah, exactly. By the time Olaf gets up there, it would have expired. But you can see that there's quite a forward position from Krogson here. He is sitting in the bushes on the back of the red buff. You can spot that on your mini-map. But it looks like Jet and Matty Triceps going to start that Gromp. And we could see Jet paying a visit to the bot lane quite early then.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I think he'll probably look towards coming down there around level 3. Now, what I find quite interesting is Sankus is actually just going to solo blue to start off with, which to me implies that he's going to look down towards this bottom lane pretty early on. Maybe even just hit level 2 and then go straight down here. He could just go for a clear off that blue because you need blue to spam out your undertows. But if you land a good Cosmic Binding, you could definitely set up a bot lane gank.
Yeah, but that's what we're going to try and hope for. I mean, I was expecting Sankus to maybe expect the Jet gank in top lane. Like you said, I think we kind of assessed that was fairly predictable that might happen early. But going bot lane first definitely isn't the worst of moves against such a dominant lane such as Jhin Karma in terms of how much they could oppress the lane.
It doesn't look like he's doing that now. He went just over to the Gromp, so he looks like he's just going to go for a jungle clear. Taking blue first does, of course, get you a little bit lower, and taking it solo, so it means he's able to clear his jungle slightly quicker. You can see he's actually not even using his refillable potions here. He's just allowing the farm, allowing the passive to get himself up a little bit more.
Sitting about a third of his HP at the moment. He's sustaining up quite nicely as he's clearing through those camps. Krogson on this Orianna going up against Bradtech on Victor. I mean, the Orianna-Victor matchup, both kind of control magey. They're not the kind of ones that are going to go all in on this unless there's been a misstep by the opposite number. I
think the main issue for Victor always is as soon as you go for a death ray or you try and get a Siphon Power down, you just command protect wins it out. So we see a lot of Oriannas actually taking 2 points in their E early on in the Victor matchup just to keep themselves sustained. And Orianna should win that matchup out, in my opinion. You know, you're going to struggle as a Victor actually to get any meaningful damage down onto your lane opponent.
Looking at the CS above the board though, Matty Triceps is losing out to only Angle in terms of CS, but he has got that wave on his side of the lane at the moment, so he might be able to catch up that deficit a little bit. As you can see, the bot lane of TCA helping Jet out. go get that Skull Crab control in the bottom side of the river. And he's just going to return back and farm at the moment. But look at the position of Sankas in the top lane. Binding does land onto Deadly and Raisins. No real follow-up there. In the mid lane as well, Bradtech and Krogson getting a little bit aggressive with each other. And here we go. Tevin might land onto Prosphere as the Dancing Grenade does. Looking to follow up with the Deadly Flourish. This could be Prosphere having to burn that heal and that flash to get out alive. So Summoner advantage going over the TCA bot lane.
Yeah, heal flash, meaning that Prosphere is able to get himself out. But this is the problem. You get caught up in a tether, you get caught up in the Deadly Flourish straight away afterwards. It's very difficult for you to escape. Even once again, Schoolboy P has to jump away, but Deadly Flourish is always the option for them to try and get that long-range snipe. Deadly's going to flash!
He flash backs in and throws the Deadly Grenade and gets himself that first blood kill. I was going to point out as well while that was going on, Sankas paid a visit to the mid lane and managed to get the ghost off of Krogson, forced him out of lane, gave Bradtech a free little momentary brief respite in that mid lane to get some CS under his belt. Still at a slight deficit to Krogson as well. It seems that TCA is pulling ahead slightly here, but look at that damage coming on. Thunderlord's proc onto Bradtech is going low, but they would need to burn a little bit more and invest too much maybe to follow up on that.
It's the problem with the Victor matchup into the Orianna flash.
There we go, goes for the flash. Ghost being used by Bradtech. He hasn't got flash available as well. Both summoners down for both mid laners as Jet appears in the top lane. Oh, the pillar interrupts only Angle. He is about to hit Megan Arndo, so don't imagine he will go down. But oh wait, Matty Triceps picks up a kill as he doesn't proc that Mega Form. There's the magical journey coming through the Prosphere to help out Bradtech in the mid lane. Ignite being used as well. Siphon Power, get the second proc, get yourself a kill. Prosphere going to be picking it up himself though.
Just want to see this, because only Angel flashes. Oh yeah, he just flashes over it and then gets caught out anyway. I was wondering when he tried to flash, because I didn't actually see it happen. But yeah, it's just a good gank. You know, that pillar was perfectly placed by Matty Triceps. It's one of the reasons that you can work into the Nile, especially if you've got that Hecarim coming in with a Rampage as well, just knocking people back. It's exactly what he wants to be doing. Sorry, it's the Devastating Charge Rampage, is the Q. But yeah, it's exactly what he wants to be doing. So this is already TCA taking advantages across the board, and it might not look like much thus far, but Schoolboy P once again gets caught out. Deadly is a standout performer for me on TCA. Consistently good in his lane. He's starting to adopt that mentality that he can flash in for kills, which is a risky one to have, but seems to work out for a lot of UK AD carriers.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the success stories of TCA is definitely going to be over to Deadly. I think I completely agree with you here that Deadly appears to be one of the standout stars of Terracotta Army. And it seems that a lot of this comes from the support around the team. Raisin's going a little bit low at the moment to Schoolboy P, getting his auto attack damage in. But back onto the point about where the carry lies in TCA. Krogson, he can blow up, but it's not as often as we see Deadly doing it. So I have to kind of say that a lot of TCA's focus is around to making sure Deadly gets healthy, has a nice laning phase, and shows up late as Raisin takes a binding to the face.
Yeah, Krogson isn't a... He's not a mid laner I expect to see on Cassio or Ryze. He's very much a utility mid laner. He'll help out his team. It's great. It's really good from him because he knows exactly his role, but you can never expect him to carry. And because mid lane carry is quite important at the moment with Cassio and Ryze being such big picks, it makes it quite difficult for TCA sometimes to win out games when their mid laner isn't ahead or the enemy mid laners manage to pick up a couple of kills.
You can see there a little bit of skirmish for division control over the Infernal Drake. Hotly contested, pun not intended, as Deadly gets that inspired to get a little bit of a speed boost and try and contest, but it looks like he's going to be turned around here for Perilous Void. They want to try and land the binding, but the tether is enough to deter the Bard. And you can see here Jet's hanging around that blue buff, looking to clear out that pink ward while he's distracted. Ghost has been popped by Sankas and Jet. They're in hot pursuit. Bradtech trying to find some CC. Ragnarok also being used with that level advantage coming into play. W might not be enough to keep him alive. Sankas low on mana, trying to get in there. One auto attack, gets to the command protect. As Krogson goes in, actually uses the shockwave there to pull Sankas in, but he's got the support of his team to keep him alive. Chaos Storm onto Krogson. Stop the pursuit. And meanwhile, it's going to be the bot lane for TCA that does clear out that vision they had on Infernal.
Yeah, Deadly and Raisin's just like, okay guys, look, we'll finish the job, we'll get rid of this pink ward. We can all stop fighting now, please. And that's just Jet not quite having level 6. If he had level 6, he could just Onslaught of Shadows his way out and would have been fine. Prosphere's always going to rotate ever so slightly quicker because he can pick up chimes, get a movement speed from that. He can put the healing shrine down for himself as well.
Flashing onto only Angle, hasn't got the pillar available, and a nice little hop, skip, and jump. make sure that Gnar gets out alive.
Literally what you have to say as a play-by-play caster if a Gnar jumps away.
Yeah.
So you have to say it's a hop, skip, and jump. But Jet's going to be able to steal away a red buff here. Actually, it looks like Sankas hasn't noticed
He's going
it's
quite
happening.
low. I don't think Sankas like I said, I don't think Sankas knows that's happening, but that could have been very bad for Jet. They just had a little bit of an idea he was there. Might interrupt the recall if he goes in. Oh, he gets it in time. Sankas now going to be on the charge. He's going to run straight into Manny Triceps, though. And, of course, he's going to get that movement speed buff from Izzy. Get himself out nice and healthy.
Devastating charge your way out. Could, of course, use Unsoul Shadows as well. I think he had enough mana for it. But this allows Sankas the opportunity to try and be a little bit more aggressive and look to see if he can perhaps push into that blue side jungle.
Yeah, well, he's going in there now. I think Jet has stuck around. He is in the bush. He has pinged it out. I don't think Sankas has actually checked that bush
Oh,
yet. No, he puts the
Sankas!
ward outside the bush. He doesn't know Jet is there at the moment. He might just go in for the smite. There you go, chuses him into the wall. Sankas does actually pick that up with the smite, but Manny Triceps is here. It's Prosphere and Bradtech a little bit out of the loop. The pillar wedged in between the walls. You can't Ragnarok a pillar to break through terrain, my friend, as Manny Triceps picks up his second kill of the game.
That he does. We did see, actually, Kroxen getting taken off towards the side. Didn't have flash up. Jet's going to have to try and get away from Prosphere. Should be able to do that.
Now it's a 2v1.
Yeah,
in
you
the
don't
top
dive at Trundle.
lane.
You don't dive at Trundle.
But it leaves the mid lane exposed for Bradtech to start chipping away at it. And if you look in the bot lane as well, Schoolboy P isolated by himself because they know that Prosphere is up in the top side. So let's turn up the pressure a little bit. Let's get that wave pushed in and start gaining control of it. Or potentially look to just zone Schoolboy P off of it altogether and just deny him as much as possible.
Yeah, you look at it. Because Prosphere has left, that's a 30 CS disadvantage. He had to go for Cull first as well, then getting the Tear of the Goddess. So it's taking him a long, long time to actually get anywhere near viable in this game, and it's only going to take longer from now on in. You know, he's sitting on 300 gold. He's got 70 stacks on his tier. He's not even a tenth of the way there. It's a long way behind. Deadly's going to look for this. Just needs to land that auto into Deadly Flourish, and that's a dead Ezreal.
But he got that crit off onto Schoolboy P and he felt the hurt. And he's just being healed up there by some nice shrines from Bard. I usually refer to them as hot cocoa or hot chocolate because I usually use that winter skin. So it throws it off trying to remember its healing
here
shrine.
comes Prosphere.
Magical Journey and a teleport coming out. Has to flash that binding. Prosphere going very low. Turnaround might be available if it wasn't for the 4-man advantage coming out in that bot lane as both mid laner and top laner paid off visits.
Yeah, Manny Triceps did start to channel his teleport behind them as well, decided to cancel it out at the end, so he will be fine continuing to push that top lane. He's a little bit behind on CS, which you expect in the melee into range matchup, but should be able to equalize that pretty soon. Got a couple of kills under his belt and may even be looking at first turret.
Essentially here, he is chipping away at Jet. Is definitely taking a lot more damage than Sankas is. Oh, he actually moves in at the wrong time for the binding. True Stop Barrage and Schoolboy P picks up a kill. That was just unfortunate timing all around as the Mantra Inspire is used to dodge out the Tempered Fate.
Yeah,
The
Raisins, flash.
He's isolated. Look how many pink wards are in that bush as Prosphere is the recipient of that, well, gifted kill.
Prosphere is just unfair on this Bard. As Curtain Call's going to come down in the bottom lane as well. Doesn't connect.
Only angle looking up in the top lane to get that free stack hyper passive. Schoolboy P, no mana, has got that red buff, is looking pretty low.
And this is the thing that a Bard can do. You know, you set up ganks pretty well with the Magical Journey. You're able to get the rest of the team around. Good Tempered Fate can actually split up the AD carry support, which is exactly what happened there. And it's good play. It's good play here from Perilous Void. They're catching out teams when they can. They're taking advantages where they can, even if they're behind in the lanes. And at the moment, you have to say TCA are not looking the strong team that they looked over the weekend.
Yeah, but what I want to also point out, the only real tangible difference there in that lineup is the Yopper Manny Triceps trade. But Manny Triceps is the one that's probably most ahead in this lineup. So I don't think it's down to necessarily the player difference. I think it's just something else that TCA are missing. I can't place my finger on it.
Maybe they just don't have the mental attitude because it's not on LAN. You know, you don't have to big yourself up for these games quite as much. Of course, they are important, but it's a league, it's a season. You can have aberrations in your performance and still be able to get up towards those top spots. Now, I want to bring attention to the Hecarim pick as well. The problem with Hecarim is it takes you a long time to get towards any items. You know, you build Trinity Force first a lot of the time, and you need to power farm or you need to get yourself a few early kills. He's got Sheen at the moment, hasn't completed a jungle item, got Swiftness boots as well to try and get around the map, but he's really not impacting the game in the same way that an Olaf with Ragnarok would be in his position.
Absolutely. Trundle deciding to go in on that, even though Mega Gnar has been popped. Ultimate available for Only Angle. Hasn't used the Subjugate just yet, but look how much he's able to hurt Only Angle despite that fact, when Only Angle should be at his strongest in this lane. Wallop being used as well. A couple more auto attacks. Does get the hyper proc. There we go. There's the Subjugate. He's going to jump himself away using those minions to get that extra distance just to isolate himself.
So Mini Gnar beats out Trundle, but Mega Gnar actually loses to him, just because he can just like run up to you and chomp you, and he actually wins just through sustain through the trades, assuming you can dodge out the Wallop and you know, just don't take a building to your face. But in Mini Gnar, this tends to be the matchup into a lot of melees. You know, they beat out the melee when they're in the mini because they've got the ranged advantage and they get the 3-hit passive. Raisins.
Oh, checks the wrong bush, gets the tether down, but it's not enough. Schoolboy P picking up another kill off of some sneaky strats from Perilous Void.
Yeah, it was sneaky, but a little bit over-eager as well from Raisins. You can't see where 3 of the enemy team are on the map. You shouldn't really be walking blindly through a river, and especially with Infernal up, you know they're going to try and fight around that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no real contest coming out there. That's going to be first Drake of the game going over to Perilous Void. Picking up that Infernal Drake, going to spit some fire onto TCA, but no flame here.
Reminds me of your mixtape. Anyway, first turret will go down to TCA, so they'll get themselves
Second
ahead.
turret.
Second turret, where's first?
First turret was bottom lane. Deadly took out the bottom lane.
Well, first turret in the top side.
There we go. Nice command. Shockwave forces him in and gets the flash to boot. TCA Crogs him with the command attack. Going to make sure that kill's picked up before that greedy Deadly get that second shot in.
Obviously, I meant first turret on the top side of the map.
Of course, mate. Yeah, of course, mate.
Anyway, they are looking towards this mid lane now because they've got that first turret in the bottom side. Deadly and Raisins will come across. Raisins not having the best standout performance of his game, but they scale pretty well. You've got that Tundra who's got the that Trundle, not Tundra, who has the...
Shout out to Tundra.
Yeah, shout out to Tundra, Epiphany bot manager. Falco, yeah.
Coach, isn't he? He's not manager.
Oh, is he coach? So yes.
Coach,
yeah, he's got Titanic Hydra in the top lane. He should be able to trade pretty effectively into this Gnar now, and you're getting to a point really where, assuming Deadly does his work...
Crossfair. Yeah. Lucky he had that magical journey. Was his saving grace there, as you can see that Deadly starting to switch on a little bit. Only on that Youmuu's and those Swifty boots.
That's all you need, man. Get yourself a pair of Swifties. People will be falling over in front of you.
Man, I wonder if they cost as much as what's Kanye West's line of shoes?
Yeezys.
Yeezys. With those Yeezys.
It's not often that I know something more about popular culture than someone else, but there we go, guys. The Yeezys are the target for that Jhin. He's got his Serrated Dirk next as well, so he's in a prime position to start outputting a lot of DPS onto the enemy team. Now, if you are TCA here, you have to be thinking, what do we want to do next? You've got 2,000 gold ahead. We really need Jet to start impacting the game. He's got enough gold in his back pocket to pick up a Trinity Force. I think he actually might be a couple of hundred short. It's about 2,000 at the moment, but as soon as he gets his Trinity Force, he can really start impacting these lanes a little bit more. Now, bottom lane doesn't really matter that much because it's just a push. You know, push it into the Ezreal, he's going to stay safe, gone Iceborne Gauntlet, but you really want to be looking at mid lane and trying to put a little bit more pressure down for Krogsen so he can take out this Victor.
Yeah, he's going to pick up a blue buff for himself. Here we go, there's a combination there, hoping to get Gravity Field being used quite nicely the zone of Jet, and he's got some footwork again. The second fancy footwork Victor we've had today. Dodging all those shots coming out from Deadly, but mid lane Alta won't actually go down because Tempered Fate has lined up the shot onto the Gravity Well. Command Shockwaves being used on Sankus, but he's got Ragnarok in the meantime. Bradtek's going to go ahead and pop off Jet. Doesn't have quite the takeoff he was looking for. No. Mid lane tower still standing though, fraction of a HP. Next push, they can easily take that.
Well, yeah, but Jet just stalled, you know, stalled on the runway there, wasn't able to connect with Bradtek. Because those curtain calls weren't hitting as well, you really weren't able to get anything out of it. If a curtain call hit, you'd probably see some sort of shadows in to see if you could take out the Victor, but Sankus being around the corner as well meant that TCA just weren't able to capitalize on their kills. Now Prosper's coming up towards the top side. This is brave.
Yeah, there's no mana coming out from Matty Triceps. He's going incredibly low with the Ignite as well. Nice 2v1 here from Perilous Void, sending that Bard up top to make sure they got a kill, but I don't think they can capitalize much off of that at the moment.
They might get bot lane tower. Sankus and Schoolboy P are here. Deadly's around the corner, but will struggle to defend that without the curtain call, and it looks like he might have to give that one up. Only Angle's pushing in the top side as well, so this is a really good play here by Perilous Void just to pick off a couple of targets and then be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going in for Krogsen here.
Shockwave.
Turn damage, Shockwave brings him in as Krogsen turns it around. Jet is going to be knocked into the wall by that Gnar. Does pop Ghost at the moment. Not really sold in his Jet pick. Only Angel flying over the top.
Get memed, son.
Yeah, pretty much played with his food there before taking a massive chomp. I'm not impressed with Jet's Hecarim at the moment.
No, am I? Strangely enough.
Yeah.
He's gone Skirmish to Saber as well, which does give you a little bit more damage in those trades, but didn't use the Smite, so didn't actually get anything down onto any Angel. Goxen might be able to get away from Sankas if the Deadly Flourish connects.
Well, Ragnarok is available. Can Deadly burst him before he gets a kill? And yes, he can. Deadly 2-0-1 at the moment as that AD carry for TCA.
Yeah, it's in a really good spot, you know. Jhin is an AD carry that every strong AD carry needs to know well at the moment, and Deadly's showing us that he knows it. You know, he played a really good game in MCM Game 1 as well when we watched him on that Jhin. And if you give him Jhin, you do need to be very cautious as to how
Production
you position.
really need to be pressing D at the moment.
Oh, are we just looking at the side of the screen?
Yeah, we're just looking at the side of the screen at the moment.
I'll go and tell him.
Go and tell him.
Obviously, they're not listening to us.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get my cable to extend far enough across.
You do that.
Tell me if they do it.
Oh, they've done it. They've done it. They're back.
Have they done it? Okay.
While that was going on, TCA have moved towards the Rift Herald.
Okay, well, I'm back as well, guys. We are back in the action. Rift Herald will be taken there, given across towards someone I didn't actually see.
I don't know who.
Assume it's Matty T.
Yeah,
Matty T's got it. Matty T, good on Matty T.
Matty T, working them triceps hard, boys. Working them triceps hard.
Got to carry a team with triceps, you know.
You don't really carry with your triceps, though.
Do you not?
Triceps are obviously the rear of your bicep.
Okay, no.
Triceps are here.
Well, but they're not the rear of your bicep. They're an entirely different muscle.
Yeah, but they're to the rear of your biceps.
But no, because if you say to the rear of your biceps, you're looking at brachioradialis, which is actually in front of the humerus.
I don't even know
Whereas
why
behind
I don't even know why I tried to do this against a medical professional.
Behind the
former
humerus.
medical professional.
You have the triceps, and they work for the extension. You know, Crossbow's going to go for this.
Yeah, he's using the medical journey to get up there. Raisins might be able to get off the Rylai's coming into play. Well, it wasn't actually the Rylai,
Yeah,
it was the slow.
Yeah.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Iceborne Gauntlet,
Another
yeah.
freezing item available at your local store. As speaking of freezing items, Frozen Mallet picked up for only Angle. That's going to be a huge problem for Matty Triceps as the chase down begins. But Mountain Drake being started for Perilous Void here, looking to pick up their second one. Mountain and Infernal starting to actually get some decent stats behind them off of these dragons.
Oh, definitely. And Cogson's going to get called out by the Tempered Fate.
Yeah, Tempered Fate into Gravity Field. Does force the flash out, but the binding's
What was that
already hit.
binding?
That's Bard. He's real. Brad Tech nearly gets taken out. It's going to be only Angle that picks up the kill. They're in hot pursuit of Raisins. Undertow does miss. Zanka still in hot pursuit. Schoolboy P flashing in. Not really necessary, but double kill coming up for only Angle.
They're going to go for Baron here.
Well, 21-minute Baron. They've got a man
It
advantage
won't be
on the
anywhere near
field.
as tanky as it could be. They've got, I mean, they could have gone for Baron, in all honesty. It looks like they're probably just going to go up towards top lane, get the tower instead, but Baron was definitely on the cards for them there.
I think you had to respect who was available, though. Matty Triceps could probably sustain a while in that matchup. And then you could also be seeing what Deadly, or what Jins can do in general around the Baron. So I think there's a risk there if they went in. You've got a Jin that's just going to fire some shots at you, isolate the squishy targets, and you've got a Matty Triceps who can jump in there for a little bit of fun as well. I think there could have been a solid resistance put up by TCA.
I think they could. I feel like the Baron call is always a good one, man. So you just got to go for it. This is the UK scene.
YOLO Baron.
Yeah, Duskblade finished on Deadly. That's pretty big for him. However, only Angle, in fact.
Only Angle.
Mate, these names, they mean me so much. He's got Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet. He's in a very strong spot to trade into.
4-1-0 as
Yeah.
well. Let's have a look at that goal difference in the top lane as well.
It's only about 600 or so.
600.
You know?
I expected more looking at the items.
You have to remember it's only 2 kills, and
Yeah.
Titanic Hydra is pretty expensive as an item, so it's not the biggest difference in the world. But now this is when we're going to start seeing that melee Gnar, that ranged Gnar doing a huge amount of work into Matty Triceps. Just slow him down with that Frozen Mallet, get the 3-hit passives off, get the Black Cleaver melting through that armor as well. It makes it incredibly difficult for a Trundle to keep himself alive. He looks like he's going up towards Randuin's, or Deadman's is the choice instead.
Yeah, Cole also completed now on Ezreal, so he's hit that 100 CS mark. He has got that injection of gold into his economy. Gonna go ahead and sell that and possibly invest into another item. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet, Lucidity Boots, and the Mana Moon. What's next on the cards for him? I imagine Blade of the Rune King?
Blade of the Moon King, 10 times out of 10. After that, he's probably going to be looking up towards a little bit of magic. I mean, you could go Mercurial here because you can cleanse off the Petrify coming out. But yeah, there's a Vampiric Scepter for part of the Blade of the Ruined King.
He's actually holding on to the cull still.
Yeah, you do. Until you have to sell it, you just hold on to it.
Okay.
Because you don't get anything from selling
So
it.
it's like Doran's Blade stats.
Yeah,
it's
you just keep it. You keep every item until you have to get rid of it. Now, you could argue sell the cull, buy a pink ward, but you know who needs vision?
UK Vision, boys.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, it's actually okay on the red side of the map. They have got a load of defensive wards in their red side jungle, just to kind of spot out the entrances. But beyond that, not super impressive. I still think that Vision is lacking in the UK game at the moment.
Oh, definitely. People just don't understand that wards are important. You look at teams like M&M, just not enough wards. Now, Matty Triceps does pop the Subjugate. What only Angle here will want to do, wait for that Subjugate to start to time out, go into melee, and then just be going for these 3 hits. He's just...
Oh my god, look at that shred onto Matty Triceps. Misses the boomerang. So what's going in pursuit? Oh, he's going for the 1v1. Trapped in there. Jumps over the head. There we go. Free hit Piper. It's just going to win out the trade every time. Only Angle decimating Matty Triceps.
He won so hard that on my screen, his portrait disappeared. I've never seen that spectator bug before. On the scoreboard, literally, there's no longer a NAR. It's just an empty box. I've never seen
he's
that.
ascended to the heavens of the UK.
Even if I move him around, it's just empty. And his portrait here is just black as well. What is going on? Anyway, yeah, teleport going in.
Yeah, speaking of emptiness, you just saw a Onslaught Shadow straight into a True Shot Barrage. Guess who wins in that collision? It's going to be the True Shot Barrage as Prosphere picks out his opposite number. Deadly having a flash over the wall. Hasn't got Ghostblade available for the movement speed boost. In the meantime, Prosphere still looking for more here. Trying to see if we can find out Krogson. He hasn't got a tower to hide behind there. Slow coming out, but it's given away where Prosphere is. He's got the magical journey. It's a bard. He can travel through walls, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just ignore that. Deadly also going to lose out to Only Angle here, as it looks like Prosphere might get the finisher. Can Krogson get his ball in position? He's going to move away here.
Delaying tactics. In all honesty, it's just delaying tactics.
I think Prosphere might go in for the kill here.
Oh, Cosmic Binding.
Out the Q.
Cosmic Binding from long range. That skill is so broken. His hitbox is crazy.
Yeah, the angles and the geometry involved in that skill are confusing to say the least.
Yeah. So actually, they get mid lane tower. They don't really get a huge amount more out of that. They do force themselves about 3,500 gold ahead. Baron on the cards, Dragon up in a minute as well, and that will be a very strong Infernal Drake coming out for them as well. So that'll be their second Infernal if they take it down. Still no Dragons coming out from the side of TCA, and I have to feel this Hecarim pick just has not paid dividends for them at all.
Definitely a fizzle, not a bang here today, Sona. It took a while to get that Trinity Force under his belt. I mean, it looks like he's going for the Cinderhulk option on that red smite. But other than that, Jet just seems to have not had any kind of impact on the play.
Yeah.
I hate to diss my boy, but I think he's just been a walking bag of gold this game.
Well, no, he did okay top lane. Like, he got one gank off with Matty Triceps helping him out, but after that, just really didn't do much, as you say. And it's a lot of the game at the moment is on the jungler's shoulders. You know, you can win or lose a game as a jungler, and at the moment, Jet is just not being able to win the game for his team.
You see here, they definitely can see the Perilous Void are able to push up this line of attrition a lot more now. Got a couple of towers under their belt. They've broken the inner ring. Tempered Fate being used. Which Krogson going to have to dodge out all these skill shots, as does Jet. No real hard to see. Mantra Inspire coming on here to speed up Jet. Matty Triceps has actually joined the fray as well with the Ice Pillar. But they're still locked over, and they're looking to get in position for this Infernal Drake. It's definitely going to be hotly contested by either teams. Keep saying hotly contested, don't mean to. I know it's
all right, man. Sometimes you get stuck in the word. Only Angel, about to go Mega. Angle, in fact.
Only
it's
Angle.
Such an obtuse name. It just gets me.
I think you're being really acute about that, though.
Man, thanks, man.
Do you know anything beyond?
Yeah, it's a good scaling comp coming out here from Perilous Void. They're going to get jumped on with the curtain call.
Yeah, Onslaught Shadows only finds Schoolboy P. In the meantime, Raisin's going to actually be the one picking up that dragon. So mission accomplished for TCA there. They might not have got the kills, but they definitely got what they wanted. Oh, Command Shockwave finds 2. Not necessarily the 2 you want, as Matty Triceps going in for the front line. The rest of his team kind of isolated behind it. True Shot only finds Jet. Only Angle using the slow from the frozen Malhit, trying to keep the fight going as long as possible. About to hit Mega Knight. He flashes for the auto onto Krogson. Will find the kill. Stuns Deadly. One auto attack away from death. Sorry, cough there. Mega Knight him onto the gravity field as Bradtech looks to clean up with the help of Schoolboy P.
It's an ace, and TCA should be counting their lucky stars. They at least got an Infernal out of that, because actually Sanka's got knocked back with the Onslaught of Shadows and could have smited it. It was that close. It was so close, but yeah, great fight there. Schoolboy P staying alive, Sanka staying alive, Bradtech staying alive. They just were able to bait out the fight, and only Angle survived for such a long time, was in the midst of 4 members of TCA, kept himself alive, managed to snipe off Kroxen with a flash auto attack, and then still kept Deadly locked up in that gravity field, only right at the last moment succumbing to death.
Absolutely. That's Baron Nashor also being picked up here for Perilous Void. So, I mean, looking at the kill advantage, Gold got a 5k gold lead, 2 dragons under their belt to TCA's 1. They've got the advantage in their favor, and I can't imagine a situation where this is easy for TCA to start coming back.
I don't think it's easy at all for them. This actually might be the first time we ever see Perilous Void win a game. They are 0-3 in the UK Masters at the moment, and I would not have said TCA would be the first team to lose a game to them.
Yes, I mean, TCA was looking one of the higher teams in the seedings and also the leaderboard. You expect a team possibly like UK Legends, possibly even Sensei to be the one that drops to Perilous Void. But this is a different TCA to what we saw at the weekend, not only because of that actual player difference, but also in terms of play, especially from Jet. And I hate to keep hammering that point in, but I feel like it needs to be talked about. Jet is not having the impact we usually see him. I think next game, don't pick the Hecarim, get him a stronger carry jungler.
I totally agree. Well, I mean, Hecarim can carry as a jungler. He takes a long time to get towards it. Much stronger ones for Jet. Elise was still on the cards here. Elise Sim was still on the cards here. I don't understand this pick, but they're going to look for the inhibitor. First inhibitor turret has fallen, and at the moment, TCA just trying to work out how they defend this.
Yeah, trying to clear through these Baron-empowered minions. They've got the inhibitor turret. That's a massive win in the favor of Perilous Void, because that inhibitor is an easy target off the back of a one-team fight. You can already see the only angle. He's drawing Matty Triceps to that top lane. Hasn't done any work on the turret yet, but his presence there alone is enough to drag a huge tank presence. In fact, the only tank presence at the moment, barring Jet from that mid lane.
Yeah, Schoolboy P just trying to harass this down quickly, but not going to be able to get close enough for it. They are feared of that Onslaught of Shadows into Shockwave combo. It can come out at any point from TCA, and if they get a good combo off, they will be able to win out this fight. Now, only Angle will trade effectively into Matty Triceps when he's in that melee form, but the Titanic Hydra does give Matty Triceps a little bit of inherent sustain. So it is a slightly more difficult matchup for him when he's just trying to push underneath the turret.
There we go, Sankas still being the person leading the charge for Perilous Void. They're trying to crack open this inhibitor. But, you know, slowly but surely they have been doing it with these Baron-empowered waves. I can't see Perilous Void giving up the opportunity to take this inhibitor now. So I think they're going to stick around. They may even try and force a fight if it means they'll get this turret. Jet going top lane from Matty Triceps, going to go for the 2v1. That's Perilous Void's cue to take that mid lane inhibitor, dodge the CC, but Matty Triceps and Jet working on only Angle. He has locked him up with the Mega Gnar. Going to wallop them both. Beautiful combination from only Angle, looking to find Jet. Throws the boulder, does miss it. The devastating charge does come back in, and Matty Triceps will pick up that kill onto only Angle.
They do get the mid lane inhibitor, of course, because of Jet rotating up. Had to pop the Ghost as well to get himself out of there. So it's a good trade, in all honesty, for Perilous Void. They'll take that 9 times out of 10. It was very close, actually, for only Angle not to die in that fight. But you know, in the end, you kind of expect to get taken out in a 2v1 versus the enemy jungler and top laner, and that's exactly what happened. He's now got his GA, which makes it a lot more difficult to take him down. And they've got mid lane inhibitor down as well. There's another Drake spawning in about 3 minutes or so.
Another Infernal.
It's another Infernal, and Perilous Void should be able to get this one. All they need to do is garner a little bit of vision around that Dragon Pit and let those super minions do their work.
Here we go, and they're trying to get hold of that Scuttle Crab quite early on. He has been spotted out. I think Perilous Void know Jet is here. They got a 3v1 potentially to force him away, but Scuttle Crab was secured by TCA, so they will have that slight guaranteed vision of the area. Sanka's taking a lot of damage from Raisins and Kroxen, I believe.
So interestingly, actually, Schoolboy P got his Blade of the Wind King, then decided to go for Mortal Reminder as opposed to Lord Dominik's. I mean, against a Trundle, it makes a little bit of sense. Against a Hecarim as well with the Spirit of Dread, his W, he does get a lot of health back. So I can understand the logic behind it. I always feel that Lord Dominik's Regards is just a superior item most of the time. He does do a lot of damage to Jet at the moment. Can't really complain too much, but I just feel Lord Dominik's 9 times out of 10 is going to just give you a little bit more than stopping the healing, because Jet, he isn't really healing that much through Spirit of Dread at the moment. It's more about him trying to get in and out of a fight than anything else.
Yeah, he's looking for that damage, obviously, if he's going to diving onto the back line. I mean, they are trying to reduce his opportunity to back there. He did manage to do it, but Dragon is now live, and it's Perilous Voids to take, as Jet is trying to get back there as quickly as he can. Top laners are off to the side, easily gone down. Third Drake of the game for Perilous Void. They're sitting on 2 Infernals and 1 Mountain at the moment. So if you think they had the damage, we just saw what Schoolboy P could do to Jet. Straight up, as they catch Deadly with a Tempered Fate. Prospect trying to line up the Cosmic Binding. True Shot Barrage does come through as many Triceps and Only Angle going again. Jet is going to appear, misses the pillar, but does knock him out of the air as he transfers into Mega Gnar. Double wallop. Where's the Gnar to knock him into the wall? Only finds Jet. He's definitely on the disengage as he jumps over the wall. Command Shockwave finds Schoolboy P and Bradtech as the mid and AD carry are suffering at the moment. There's the charge of Cosmic Storm to take out Krogsson, though. Doesn't quite land as Sandcox Ragnaroks himself through the Magical Journey straight out away from Valhalla.
Only Angle did get away as well. It didn't even get his GA popped, so they are able to escape. Now, you have to say Schoolboy P stepped into a shockwave there. Kroxen positioned it perfectly, was able to take out the kill. But still, 4v4 will be the battle for the next 35 seconds or so. And that goes in favor of the team that's ahead. And at the moment, the team that's ahead is definitely Perilous Void.
Yeah, missing Schoolboy P is obviously a loss. I feel as though missing Krogsson isn't as much of a loss to TCA.
I feel it is at this point, in all honesty. You know, you've got a Rabadon's Void Star from Nomicon Orianna. She's going to have more of an impact than a Jhin in a fight, assuming that, you know, the Jhin isn't just standing at the back doing Curse and Call.
I'm saying about the relative loss to the team.
Yeah, I agree. Schoolboy P is a big loss, but you've still got a big Gnar, and you've still got a big Victor, and you've still got a big Bard, which is the most important thing, as we all know. He's actually sold his item, his support item, and now is going towards a Nomad's Medallion, because that's what you do, because you're a memer. No, Talisman of Ascension is actually really good on Bard late game, which is exactly what he wants it for.
I used to run a very mid-elo build on Bard. You do go for as much movement speed as possible, much of the burst potential, so you land that Tempered Fate, get your team in position. So it used to be Righteous Glory Talisman. Righteous Glory Talisman. Righteous Glory before it was nerfed. And you just bring your entire team into the fight. As Only Angle does get locked a little bit. Command Shockwave as well, looking to go all in on this as Tempered Fate finds Krogsson. Bit of miscommunication as he misses the True Shot Barrage with that invulnerable state. Gravity Field will lock Manic Triceps into the center as they're trying to get him, but Subjugate is active as Jet is on the hunt for Only Angle. Gets sidestepped. Oh, the flash as well. And that's going to be Only Angle helping Schoolboy P to secure that kill onto Jet.
It's the story of Jet's game. Just like, he hasn't played well on this Hecarim at all. It's going to be a Baron as well, started up here by Perilous Void. They'll be looking to take this one down very quickly. Schoolboy P is there. You can teleport in with a Gnar as well. It's down to 7,000 HP already, and TCA are just looking to see if there's anything they can do about this at all.
Yeah, we're going to see it being used, but that's an easy smite for Sandcox. Manic Triceps gets locked up in the center. Krogsson has had a building to the back of the head, will slow him down as 3 members are looking to take him out.
Oh,
Command Shockwave!
Perfect.
Oh, the Gnar knocks him into the wall and moves the Command Shockwave away from the risk as the rest of Perilous Void is cleaning house. They have Baron Nashor, they have a Mountain Drake under their belt, and they're looking to move into the base and move this wave to a close victory.
Yeah, it's only Jet left alive to try and defend it, so he should go down as well. Shouldn't be any way of them keeping this one alive. And we will be getting into the next game in just a minute now. They are going to go for those Nexus turrets. It will be taken down very quickly. And you have to give credit away to Perilous Void.
Yeah, absolutely. Jet get locked up by the Tempered Fate, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Both Nexus turrets are dropped, and the Nexus follows up as well as Perilous Void go 1-up in this series against TCA.
Yeah, big win there for Perilous Void, you know. I can't quite remember if they've ever won a game, but I know they haven't won a series. Oh no, because it's based off
games. Yeah. So this is their first victory in UK Masters.
Oh no, there's draws as well. So they've never had a draw, so they've just lost all 3. First victory in UK Masters, guys. Perilous Void, very well played. TCA, maybe a slight mistake in the drafting phase, but you have to give credit to Perilous Void. They did what they needed to do, and they do go 1-0 up.
Absolutely, first victory's got to feel good and got to have a nice injection of confidence for Perilous Void going into this next game. And you got to think this is Manic Triceps' first game with TCA as well. Have a loss like that, got to think about the mentality of these players.
Like, he's had 1 day to prepare.
Yeah.
He's had 1 day, and it's not really going to be a much time for him to practice and prepare for it all. So you can't really judge too much off that TCA roster at the moment.
We've got to say, it's not going to, obviously, they come in and they win.
It's not the best start, but like you can't really judge it, in my opinion.
Okay. That's fair enough. What we'll do is we will cut to a short break, but when we come back, we will have the second game of our last series of the night, and of course, week 4. This could be game 2 of Perilous Void going up against TCA. So don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to UK Masters, the home of analytical media. My name is Trid and joining me of course is Sona. We're about to bring you our last game of the night, which is going to be TCA going up against Perilous Void, who against Priya Fort.
Okay.
So
what was that word? Priya Fort?
Against
I love a good bit of Priya Fort, mate.
Against Priya Fort. Actually managed to secure a victory there and getting their first victory in UK Masters. Question is, can they turn that draw into a win?
Possibly. I think TCA might buck up their ideas a little bit this game and have Jet play a jungler that works. I think that would definitely
Have Jet
work
not
out.
int.
Yeah, basically, if Jet doesn't int, they've got the game sewn up. But I think there's always there's always a possibility Perilous Void will actually they've had something click and they know what they're doing. It didn't feel 100% like that in the last game. It felt a little bit more like there was them playing well and TCA playing badly, and it's sort of all by their powers combined. Perilous Void won a game, but
Powers combined. Going back to that elements.
Yeah,
back to
man.
the Captain Planet reference.
gotta get all the elements of victory in the UK scene. Element 1,
Salt.
yes, salt.
Sodium.
Element 2, chloride, obviously.
Chloride, of course.
Element 3, probably. I'm trying to think what other elements you have. Oh, e-girls.
E-girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Element 4, overinflated ego.
Yeah.
And element 5, offers from CS teams.
Say offers from CSC. I feel as though a sixth element,
What's this? Yeah.
analytical media.
Oh, analytical media. I forgot about the analytical media, guys. I'm sorry.
You could have just gone straight down. You could have gone. It's just fire, just flame.
Yeah, pure flame, mate.
Flame's pretty much.
Well,
a
you need the
prominent
Bunsen
element.
burner underneath, don't you, to light up the fire? And it all actually melt them all
Bunsen
down.
burner, mate. That's Twitch chat.
Yeah, Bunsen burner is Twitch chat, the true home of chemical reactions. Anyway, we should be able to get into the game in just a second. I'm waiting for one of our admins to actually get out so that we can.
Go on, Hench. Get out of
keep
here.
going.
Chris Henshaw, everybody.
Go
The
on, Henchy
Hench.
boy.
The Hench, popular admin.
I thought you were the hench.
Well, people have said that, you're the caster that's not Hench. So
No, I
does
think
that
they were saying
imply
who is the
that
hench caster, and that everyone knows who I am. So that's what I was talking about. Bit of ego, mate. Bit of ego.
bit of ego?
Right there.
Of course. I ain't got any ego. Can't, mate. Can't afford to have ego
Yeah.
with my stature.
About as much ego as you have neck.
Exactly.
It's a good thing.
Thing is, though, the advantage of that is when people say wind your neck in, can't do it.
I've never heard anyone use that expression.
What, wind your neck in?
No.
How posh are you? I mean, I thought I was bad in terms of my upbringing, but you've never heard anyone say wind your neck in.
I don't even know what it means. what would it mean? Wind your neck in. It makes no sense. It's not on like a spring.
It's not. It doesn't have to be anatomically correct when you go in there with wind your neck in.
Yeah, if you're getting things wrong, you can't blame you for getting things wrong.
I'm sorry, I don't have a medical degree.
You should be.
Right, because you're making such good use of that.
Hey, I worked out the anatomy of the landscape.
Yeah.
And this is the better place for me to
The
be right now.
anatomy of the landscape.
Topographical landscaping.
Of
It's part
what?
of the medical degree of esports, man.
Of esports.
Yeah,
You word
UK
that
scene,
is
best place to be topographically. It is the nerve center of esports.
You said it with a straight face. No, I don't think you
No,
could.
it's the esports bit that's the important bit. It's capital S. It's the nerve center of the capital
Yeah,
S.
it's E dash
Sports.
capital S.
Oh, no hyphens, mate. Don't get me involved with hyphens.
So, what is the correct spelling of esports for you?
Either you can go at the start of a sentence or using it as a noun, capital E, and then lowercase everything else,
Okay.
or everything is just lowercase.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think people who are still using capital S.
It's like, well, I don't need to emphasize the fact it's a sport.
The argument for it is they're actually using Apple as the argument because they go with iPad.
Yeah, we're not a brand. I'm not
Esports isn't a brand,
I'm not
it's
a
culture.
product. Yeah, we're just
Well,
part of culture.
we don't go iSona, do we? We don't go DR. Well, we don't go D-Sona, do we?
No. Well, some people would like to, but you can't do that at the moment, guys. That's a taken man. Taken man. Anyway, we're on to picks and bans, Trid.
Yep, Anivia and Rise being banned out again. So they definitely don't want Krogson picking up a comfort pick.
No, they don't. It makes sense. Get rid of the Anivia. It's Nidalee ban as well against Jet. You're going to see probably the same amount of bans here. And I have to feel that if you're on Perilous Void, perhaps you prioritize the Jhin this time. I think that was their only real issue. Although you could say Schoolboy people played a really good Ezreal, so you keep him on that. I don't really think there's anything here that really... I look at either team and say they have to have this. They have to pick this, apart from saying Jet needs a good jungler.
A better jungler than Hecarim.
A good jungler.
Well, a jungler he can play better
A
than
jungler.
Hecarim. A jungler. Any jungler.
Just don't take Hecarim.
Well, speaking of junglers, Nidalee being banned out, so we know it's not going to be that. Cassiopeia being removed as well, so moving down the tier list of mid laners. I mean, Syndra, if they don't remove it, Syndra is available here. I don't know if C9 Brad can actually play that.
I've only really seen Brad play the Victor that much. As you say, Syndra is on the card, so it is going to be instant lock. Now, the question is, does Krogsen go for the Orianna, or does he go towards that Vlad? Vlad is a very good pick into the Syndra, in my opinion, but Krogsen isn't really the aggressive Vlad that he would need to be to win out that matchup. So when you see a good Vlad, the reason that he's so strong is that he can just burst out the Syndra before she actually does anything. You know, Protobelt in, use your Rylai's, get a bunch of extra damage down, but Here, I wouldn't be surprised actually if we see a focus down towards the bottom lane, maybe a Karma Jhin pickup, or
Potentially even
Zyra Jhin.
look at getting a strong jungler for Jet.
But any jungler is strong for Jet, like apart from the Hecarim. You could pick a Lee or Lee Sin, and I think either of those work really well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to prioritize sort of power picks over getting a strong jungler early on.
There you go.
Well,
Jhin at least.
I got the Jhin bit, and I said he could pick Elise as well, so I'm taking that as a win.
Take it as a big W. I'll take a slight victory saying jungle pickup as
Good
well.
job, man.
Everyone's
Good job.
happy.
So I think here, if you are Perilous Void, you probably go for the Olaf pick, and then
Ivan.
not Ivan. No.
Do they do it though? Do they kind of go, right, we got our win. We got the win we wanted. Let's go for the Ivan. Let's follow
God,
Vega
Elo.
Squadron for IEM Challenger.
Please
Whack
do
in
not
that
do
Ivan
this to
jungle.
me. Please, God. If you do it, I'm just quitting. I'm quitting esports.
Do it.
Oh, dear God.
Do it.
I think you pick the Olaf and Karma, or Olaf and Zyra, or Olaf and Ezreal. I don't think... or you could pick top, I guess. You could go Olaf and Gnar. But I really don't think you pick Ivan. And they're down to 15 seconds.
No, switch out.
So Gnar
So-
Karma.
Gnar Karma here. So you got
Yes,
your Gnar
that's-
top
thank
lane. You got
God.
your Karma support.
Thank God.
The Ghost Smite coming out here for Sankas tells me we might be looking at the Olaf being
No,
picked up
it's
down
just
the
because
line.
he had it last time.
Mate, he could
He could have just not changed it, or
Could've
he could be the Olaf pick. And I think Olaf works okay into Elise, so I wouldn't be surprised if you do go.
Olaf's
for
banned.
that. Well, that's probably why they got. Thanks for noticing, man. Thanks for noticing. This is your job as a play-by-play, is to tell me what I'm doing wrong.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. In pick and ban, you get so, like, as color casters get so wrapped up in their own thoughts as to what's good into what and what works where, you have to be like, mate, Olaf's banned. I do this with Kiernan all the time, Scoundrel. So he'll be like, I think Jhin would be really big. I mean, he would be really good, but he's banned.
Yeah, I'm used to casting with good color casters.
Yeah, that's not me.
So
That is not me. In
So
a
I've never
nutshell.
had that problem before.
I'm pretty sure Contact Zero actually in Twitch chat here is telling me you can pick Olaf. Why is he not picking Olaf? That's a little bit foolish, Contact Zero. He's banned, man. You should have a look at the pick
Mate.
ban screen before you meme in chat, please. Flame is
Terrible.
lame.
Terrible. Can pick Olaf. What's wrong with you?
Anyway, it's the Arya lock-in alongside the Nami. So Jhin Nami pretty okay bottom lane. I'm surprised that we didn't see a Zyra coming out. I prefer Jhin Zyra in all honesty. And Caitlyn is on the cards here. You've got the Ezreal as well, but I think Caitlyn works a little bit better with a siege composition. And then jungle-wise, you're probably going to err on the side of Lee Sin in all honesty for Sankas.
Yeah, so there is always an option there to get out as that jungle pick. I mean, he's hovering the Vayne at the moment. No
Yeah,
way
it's not
we're
really
going to
Vayne.
see that. Jungle Vayne coming out. This isn't some kind of Season 2 Snoopy A to Z of junglers.
Malzahar,
No. Malzahar
which actually
jungle.
spawned a pick in LCS.
Frightening.
It was
Absolutely
frightening.
terrifying.
It was.
But running down the clock, I'm not going to be surprised if we see the Caitlyn locked in, definitely. Jungle pickup. I'm going to go with Lee Sin. Maybe switch over to the Flash.
That's Lee Sin. Yeah, so Lee Sin
Yeah,
Ezreal.
colour, it's easy.
Lee Sin Ezreal, man. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ezreal, Skillwhip, he is a known Ezreal player. He's got tons and tons of games on it, at least 1,000 or so in my opinion. It's his second most played
Behind
AD
Lucian,
carry.
who's obviously fallen out a little bit.
Pardon?
Behind Lucian.
Oh
who's
yeah,
obviously
Lucian is
falling
just
out a little
weak
bit.
these days. But the final pick here, you're looking at top lane, you're looking into a Gnar. In all honesty, Matty Triceps had a pretty good Trundle game.
Do you give him Trundle again at the risk of only Angle getting to the position where he was last time? We saw how he just began to manhandle Manny Triceps. Do you try and throw in there a curveball, go for something else?
The other option is a Poppy. I think Poppy is okay into the matchup into Gnar. You know, you just sustain yourself. You're never gonna win it out. You have to be very safe early game, but you can late game trade into him in a 1v1. I feel though, Matty Triceps is just gonna want to have something he's comfortable on, and if he's comfortable on the Trundle, Cannon as well actually. Cannon's a bit more aggressive. You do need to be a bit cautious into the Gnar because of the 3-hit passive, but if you work it out well, you can definitely get some good flanks off when teamfights start to start.
Yeah, so that's going to be the Cannon being locked in for Matty Triceps. I don't see where the tankiness or the resistances are coming from TCA's lineup here. I mean, obviously you can go down that route where you build at least slightly tankier on the form of Jet, but it's worrying to see that you haven't got anything here to be the lineup. It's basically blow them up or lose.
Yeah, And that's exactly what it is. I think you've got Curtain Call and Tidal Wave as your engage, and then you have basically the Kennen trying to flank and the Elise trying to get on towards that backline.
And then Ari just dashing somewhere in between.
Yeah,
just
they
try and
will.
get those
They will
picks.
die quickly if anyone gets on top of them.
Yes.
But they can burst the enemy team down before that happens. The problem's always going to be playing into a Karma and an Ezreal, because Ezreal just jumps away. Karma has Mantra Inspire. You have the Gnar as the front line, and Furion has shown that he's actually quite good at kicking people. Sankus has shown he's actually quite good at kicking people away when he needs to. So I would not be surprised if Perilous Void win this game at all.
Perilous Void could hit the young 2-0, get their first
Mate, they could do
big
it.
win.
They could do it. They could do it
First
indeed.
big win here at the UK Masters.
I'm going to just see where... Oh, we opened up some Reddit pages in the break. Here we are. If they win, they actually equalise with Bulldog, because Bulldog lost 2-0 yesterday. So they will be in tied last place.
If Perilous win, they get up their first win, which is 3 points. So they've actually jumped just below TCA.
Oh, dearie
They're actually
me.
tied with TCA.
Would they not go ahead of TCA because it would be on goal difference?
Because they both got 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, but they're on matchup because they'll have beaten TCA.
Oh, so they might actually jump ahead of
They should
TCA.
go ahead.
So
that's
they actually
how
go from
League of Legends works, guys. If you have a matchup against two teams, look at TSM RNG. They should go ahead.
So that actually placed them into 5th place.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat.
That's
So
all it
there's
takes, just takes
all
a
to
win.
gain here for Perilous Void.
Yeah, this isn't actually updated with yesterday's scores either. So District should be on 12, Monster Masterminds 10, UK Legends on 6 still, XL on 6 still, because they lost a Dist. Oh no, Sensei lost.
Yeah, Sensei,
XL beat
Sensei lost to District, XL lost to M&M.
Eminem. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's fine. We got it right. We got it right, boys. It's fine. Anyway, we should be getting into the game in a couple of minutes' time. While we do that, let's quickly shout out to InsomniaGamingFestival.com, where you can buy tickets for I-59, where the UK Masters is concluding. Alongside that, of course, AOC Monitors, one of our great sponsors here, providing all of our monitor action.
Yeah, and with the Insomnia Gaming Festival, obviously you're going to be there here with the
be there.
Masters crew. I'm going to be there casting the Overwatch BYOC tournament as well.
The
so
Bouet
Bouet tournament.
yeah.
Going to be there casting some other games as well. Loads of other UK casters as well who have helped either on camera or behind the scenes for this one as well. I know Deschu's going to be there as well, who's been observing
I
previous
believe
weeks here.
Scoundrel may be there.
Maybe
It
there.
kind of sucks, but he's probably going to be there. So.
Well, worst comes to worst, I'm going to be there. I can jump in.
That's true. Well, yeah, this has gone so well today. But yeah, it'd be great for you to
But
jump
to
in.
be honest, did it go better than yesterday? Worse
Oh,
than
much better than yesterday, but that's because yesterday, for about half the cast, I was talking about the spider ring I had on. So,
and analytical loads.
spider ring. Anyway, yes. So, competitionally, Scoundrel, blaming me in Twitch chat, man. This is not and it's not a place for analytical media, Scoundrel. Please.
You're nothing without me,
Please.
mate. And I quote, "You're nothing without me, mate."
Deary me, Scoundrel with the BM. That's just rude. That's just rude, dude.
All I need now is Deschu to come in the chat and
thought
say
we were
the
a
exact same to
partnership.
me.
I thought we were a partnership, but obviously not. And now you've gone back to the wrong camera, so I'm just going to drink this water because it's delicious. Hello, guys.
No brand there.
We could
by
try
the
and do the ventriloquist dummy thing if we wanted to. I'd like drink water and you would like
way.
to.
It won't work.
Yeah.
Won't work.
Oh yes. At least I remember the tournament that we're casting at Scoundrel. Get in and the brand plugs. I didn't say anything else about any other tournaments. Get
Other-
memed, son. Get memed.
Other tournaments do exist. If we do
Oh,
the
no,
B-
we
if
don't have
if
to do that
If
in
we
this
do, if we
tournament.
do the radio one, it's other tournaments do exist,
But you don't do that on this.
don't you? You just
No,
say
because-
straight.
Yeah, well, you don't on BBC Radio 1. You don't advertise like Hearts.
Yeah, but you say other.
You
So-
wouldn't.
so-
You wouldn't say other radio stations do exist.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Not when you're advertising on BBC Radio.
Yeah, you do.
No, it's like saying Channel 4 should say, "Oh yes, if you want to go over and watch other things, go to ITV."
No, but you don't say it. It's when you have a slip of the tongue and you say you're about to talk about something that's relevant. So you might be saying, "Oh, right." So, say for example, if they wanted to talk about a segment that happened.
You mean
on
like
Heart.
Maltesers? If they wanted to talk about Maltesers and then they had to say, "Oh, Maltesers. Oh wait, other confectionery does exist."
Right, no, but you could go for the same because they do things like this where they
Such a bad conversation to be having
when
on
they
stream.
do innuendo bingo,
Okay.
and they have segments from other radio stations where they come out there.
I don't know what innuendo bingo is.
Mate, it's quality.
Anyway,
Quality bit
but
of
my
Scotland's
point is,
promo.
if you're if you're on a show that's about that show, so that we're
Mm-hmm.
on UK Masters, we don't have to then tell people that other tournaments where they can play League of Legends exist.
We don't have to, but sometimes for the flow of the conversation, you need to.
Well, you
and the
don't.
flow of the conversation is telling me we are going to go onto the Rift for our last game of the evening. Perilous Void
Thank
versus
God.
TCA, with Perilous Void being 1-0 up, as you can see on your screens.
Yeah, 1-0 up for TCA, or sorry, Perilous Void already. I was so used to saying that. I'm really interested to see how this matchups go, because once again, you know, you've got the Ezreal. Schoolboy P had a superb standout performance on that last game. Sanka's very strong on the jungler as well, and Jet really didn't perform. So I really want to see if Jet can step up to the plate here, or whether it's just going to be him and Matty Triceps trying to get some early kills and then not really doing much with it as the game progresses.
Shout out to Matty Triceps using one of the worst palette swap skins in the game.
It's like green.
Green Kennen.
Good old Yoda Kennen.
Definitely not Yoda Kennen.
Well, Krogsen's using Arcade Ari, so we have to be happy.
Straight fire. Slay me, Crocs and Mammy.
Straight weeaboo.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not weeb.
Is that not weeb?
I wouldn't say that Arcade Ari is
I think
weeb.
everything about Ari is weeb, in my opinion.
I think that's the least weeb skin you can get for
Really?
Yeah.
No, Pop Starry, mate. That's the least weeb.
No, that is the biggest weeb.
Pop Starry is the best.
What do you think is the
skin.
most weeb skin in general?
Star Guardian Lux.
Yeah, that's pretty weeb. Any of the Star Guardian skins,
Yeah.
I think.
But I think Lux specifically, just because she's quite weeb inherently. Anyway, Schoolboy P lands the Mystic Shot onto Deadly. Good job by him. Did try and get some early aggression off, but weren't really able to capitalize on anything there as Deadly positioned up towards the top side of the minion wave. And we'll just push this wave up with that bouncing grenade.
Yeah, Krogsen just being escorted out of the red side jungle there by the mid lane of Bradtech and the jungler of Sankus. Now, going back to clearing, junglers are on opposite side of the maps at the moment, purely because just where they started, both started red side. So they're just going to mirror each other's movements, I believe, unless we might see some early aggression. Someone might pull the trigger on a particular lane. If they were to do that, Sona, I mean, where are we looking to get the early advantage here for these junglers?
I still think it's mid. I say it time and time again, but mid is such an easy lane here for them to gank. Low mobility on both of those mid laners until they get to that level 6. Even then, you know, Bradtech's relying on hitting a good scatter the weak, and Krogsen is relying on Spirit rushing his way away, and Jet's already here.
Yeah, he's in position as well. They know where Lee Sin is. They know he's at Raptors. Oh, beautiful cleanse coming out from Bradtech immediately for that Charm and Cocoon combination. Schoolboy P in the meantime finds himself in the bubble. There's the Deadly Flourish coming out as well. No support to help him out there, and some nice damage coming out on Schoolboy P.
Yeah, it did get caught out with the Aqua Prism into Deadly Flourish. They probably could have chased a little bit further, but they didn't know where Sankus was or where Prospero was, so they didn't want to go any further in. Blue buffs are going to be exchanged between the junglers as well. And it's Cleanse Burnt already on towards Bradtech alongside that Flash as well. It's going to be a very difficult laning phase for him now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what the jungle's doing here. They're just controlling one particular half of the map. Only angle is quite healthy at the moment, so I don't think there's a potential for a dive there for release. As the Aqua Prism lands on the Prosper, return damage coming out onto Raisins. The support getting a little bit down and dirty at the moment. And Schoolboy P just trying to keep that advantage in CS he's got over Deadly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because you push in the lane quite a lot as a Karma, just naturally with the Inner Flames. Ezreal shouldn't push too hard, but against a Jhin who really only pushes with Bouncing Grenade, sometimes you do get that lane pushed up a little bit further than you'd like. Bradtech doesn't quite connect it. Sankus was coming in from the side as well, but it's just what happens when you put Jet on a jungler who actually does something in the early game. You know, he already gets 2 summoners out of mid. He can garner vision control around there as well, and then just look for the repeated ganks whenever he wants to, really.
Yeah, he's just repelled over the wall there to get himself onto those Raptors. And he's got the wolf running around the blue side jungle, so he knows exactly where Sankus is at the moment. Knows he's safe. Won't see the recall coming out, but I'm pretty sure he can use his head there and figure out that that's going to happen soon. Recall's coming in for the bot lane as well. Matty Triceps in this top lane has a 2 CS advantage.
Oh, it's huge, man. Absolutely huge.
Devastating advantage for Matty Triceps, but he's starting to hit that danger zone here. He's getting those stun combinations, those spell combinations out onto only angle. Can start chipping away. Here's Jet again. There's the charm landed. Oh, miscoordination as the Cocoon misses there. Bradtech has gone low. The Ignite is available. Will use the Repel to actually go defensive and get himself out because it's a little bit risky going in for that kill.
Prospero was there at perfect timing for him to be able to help out his mid laner there, but as you say, miscommunication. You know, you flash, taunt, you know the enemy doesn't have any summoners, you just wait, and then you land the Cocoon at the end, but it's not what Jet did, perhaps tilted slightly after that first game, not quite playing to his full potential. And this is something we've actually seen Prospero do in the last game as well. He leaves this AD carry alone for a long time. Schoolboy P did manage to get tier first, so he won't be too annoyed by it at all. Sanka's going to jump onto Jet.
Yeah, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike will repel back onto Gromp, trying to get out of there. You can see that Prosfair is moving on the minimap, trying to get in range. Sankas, can he land that Sonic Wave? Flash Mantra Q will get the first blood here for Prosfair.
Yeah, first blood over to the Karma. Perhaps not the target they wanted it onto. We did see Schoolboy P taking a lot of hurt as well in the bottom lane, but now Prosfair will come down and be able to help him out. Quogson's going in for this on Bradtech.
Yeah, and there is the Spirit Rush and the Foxfire just to tear apart Bradtech, who quite frankly had no mana. He couldn't even respond with the Unleashed Power.
Yeah, it was very low mana actually on Quogson as well, just enough for the Spirit Rush. Picks up the kill, has the Ignite, so can harass it down a little bit quicker as well in these trades. And this is the strength of Ahri. You know, you can dodge around those Spirit Orbs a little bit easier. You've got the Taunt as well. Syndra can be caught out pretty easily because of her low mobility. And at the moment, it's a very even game. You know, Perilous Void managed to pick up a kill in that jungle, but I do worry slightly for Schoolboy P if Prosfair decides to go roaming around again, because Jhin and Nami can be a deadly combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking onto this right now, so we've got the tier. Sorry, I've gone very croaky there for no reason. Tier of the Goddess on Schoolboy P, we've already talked about it. You can see that Jhin is working towards that accelerated Dirk. Obviously going to go for the Youmuu's Ghostblade later down the line. Throwing it back over to the top lane though, they've still not gone back yet to invest their gold. What kind of starting items are we going to expect to see from the Gnar and from Matty Triceps on this cannon?
So it's a little bit of a difficult call. I think if you're only Angle, your options are you go down that usual Frozen Mallet Black Cleaver build, or you can say, look, I just want to be a bit tanky into this cannon, so build just slightly tankier. I think Matty Triceps is much more likely to go down the Protobelt build. Prospect caught out with a bubble.
Yeah, it does miss the Deadly Fire as the bubble does land. Sankos and Jet look like they are going to collide in the red side, or will they just be passing by as strangers as mid and junglers look to collide briefly and get away? But meanwhile, back in the bot lane, Prosfair will lock him up for the True Shot Barrage, but the actual Aqua Prison will lock up Schoolboy P there as he goes in. He doesn't have mana to follow up anymore. That was a heal and a flash burn for TCA, and the Ignite being burned for Prosfair.
That was bad from Schoolboy P, in all honesty. You see that Aqua Prison goes down, and he just arcane shifts into it right at the last moment. Like, could have waited about a third of a second longer and would have been able to get the kill anyway, but I'm obviously just trying to be over-aggressive and take down Raisins, and it's been a very cagey game, in all honesty. Both teams trying to make plays happen, but not really getting a huge amount out of it either way, and Infernal Drake is the first one up as well, so have to expect some action down towards that bottom side in a couple of minutes or so.
And here's Jet again. He's in the blue side jungle, and he's going to counter jungle, get that vision control. He has got the timer on the blue buff. He knows he's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Only Angle going down. We'll try and get him away. Jet does pick up the Gromp, but it's looking very dangerous. Mega Gnar perfectly into the wallop as well. Going to back off because he knows he's going to be at a disadvantage. Does throw the house in time to catch him on the repel down. That's
actually quite important because it stops Jet being able to go for this blue buff. So Quogson's going to jump in with the taunt.
We know that Only Angle is about to lose it. He's in hot pursuit. Bradtech is there. Can he land the stun? He does find it onto Jet and Quogson trying to get the slow down. Is he in range to get the burst out? He's not going to be able to do it. But like you said, it protects that blue buff for Perilous Void.
Yeah, very important, because if they can take away the enemy blue as well, Sankis just gets that one for himself. Jet's still looking for this. Did chuck out a Volatile Spiderling, but Bradtech should be able to secure his own blue. They'll take away the blue from Quogson as well. It's a big lead taken for Perilous Void. Great map control by them.
Absolutely, and you can see Sangus might be looking to come down here. Try and get the 2v2. There's no vision of them. They don't know he's there at the moment. Pinging him out. There's the Inspire. He does ward hop over the Aqua Prison. There's the Dragon's Rage, Resonating Strike combination. Teleport cancelled by both top laners. But he does get the flash out of Deadly, and I suppose that's what counts here.
So there was actually vision on them in that bush. There was a red ward and a green ward just sitting in that bush for quite a long time. And Deadly just played very over-aggressive, so it has actually just timed out. But you can see the remnants of it down towards that bottom side. And Deadly was playing very aggressive, considering that they knew that the Lee Sin was around the corner. Has to burn his flash for it. You could say it's not the end of the world, you know, burning your flash, but when you're on a very low mobility AD carry like a Jhin, you want to be keeping those resources available to you in case bigger fights come out.
Yeah, and looking towards what we're building for, I think you're right with the Frozen Mallet prediction for Gnar. Fairly standard start, as we know with the Gnar. And it looks like the Proto Belt being coming out for Matty Trice as well. So fairly meta builds from the top laners. No outliers in what they're progressing. No Hextech Gunblade on Ezreal.
Thank goodness.
Were you going to say that?
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
But Jet's going to clear out some vision around the top lane. Hasn't paid a visit to top yet. Mainly sticking around that focus for the mid lane. I feel Sankus is still doing more around the map than Jet is.
Looks like they might start this Infernal as well. They didn't have vision on Jet. Oh no, he cleared out a ward, didn't he? So yeah, they did have vision on Jet as he was up towards that top side. It's going to be a free Infernal pretty much for them. No holds barred. They take that one down and get themselves ahead in this game. Now, early Infernal is very important when you're playing with an Ezreal and the Syndra. Gives you a huge damage spike. We've seen, I'm sure lots of people watched Last Shadow's video on Reddit about how you get about 40 extra damage coming out from that Infernal on your combo, and that 40 damage on Syndra can be the difference between someone going down to the orbs or someone surviving them.
Absolutely. So, Infernal Drake being picked up now. Just want to scroll over. What's the next one? I'm curious.
It's another Infernal.
Another Infernal
we
Drake.
had 6. This will be the 5th Infernal in the games between Polarless Void and TCA. Because yes, last game there were 3.
No, there's two Mountain Drakes and 1 Infernal was taken.
Oh, I thought it was a 3rd. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's there's 3 Mountain Drakes total last game.
Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Lots of Infernals going on. Lots of Mountains going on as well. Everything we like to see because it means more action on the Rift and more fights between these two teams. Prosper's looking to set up for something in the mid lane. So a difficult setup for him, and Prosper is shown us to be quite a roaming support. A lot of the time, Deadly and Raisins have been together down towards this bottom side, but Prosper very happy to try and leave his AD carry in. You can understand it because Ezreal takes a little bit long to scale up, and a lot of his item build is, you get Tear, you get Glacial Shroud, you never really get a big spike, so you can't really be playing around that until Ezreal gets up towards that Blade of the Ruin King level. Once again, he's going for Iceborne Gauntlet here instead of Trinity Force, which is understandable against a Kennen and an Ahri because you can slow them up as they try and go for the chase. Here comes the Tidal Wave.
Tidal Wave, Aqua Prison onto Prosper. Easy burst
Heal.
combination, but there's Deadly picking up that kill in the bot lane. Sorely needed to start the advantages coming out for TCA.
Almost looked like Prosper was going to survive for a second there. Did have Flash as well, so could have flashed away from the Aqua Prism. Only Angle is going to jump onto Maddie Triceps.
Yeah, it does get gnawed into the wall. Does have Slicing Maelstrom available. There is the mini Narn fall. Can he land the stun? Auto attack coming out. Boomerang does fall short. No stun connecting onto the only Angle there, quite disappointingly. Trades are coming out thick and thin.
I'm not quite sure how no stun connected. Oh, flash in by
There's
Croxen.
the charm and the orb to knock the living something
Living for Jesus out
of Bradsec. Good cover. Good
Exhaust onto Sankus as well means Raisins isn't going to get jumped on here, but Prosper is looking for this. He's going to see if he can get onto Raisins. Here comes Sankus.
Does get the flash to come out. Deadly Flourish onto Sankus. Actually gets the flash from Sankus as well, surprisingly, as Jet comes around. He's got no mana there. Little bit risky for the Spider to be peeking her head around. Peeking or preeking?
Peeking.
Keep having those little slips.
I don't know what preeking is.
It's
like preparing to peek. Like,
no,
what were you doing? I was
preeking.
just preeking.
No, it's when you're a preeking. That's a prince.
Very good. Very well played.
Yes.
Very well played. Anyway, yeah, a couple of advantages taken here for TCA. They get a couple of kills under their belt. Push themselves about 1,000 gold in the lead, but it's still looking good for Perilous Void. Now, Croxen starting to really perform on this Ahri. Makes me wonder why we don't see him play it a little bit more. Assassin's pretty strong in the current meta when played appropriately. Sankus going to jump onto Deadly.
Oh, and there we go. Resonating Strike follows up. Aqua Prism didn't last long enough. Teleport cancelled yet again for Maddie Triceps.
And for only Angle. They're both cancelled. So this should be a tower going down. It will be first tower of the game as well.
True Shot Barrage and a Dragon's Rage onto Raisins, but it's Prosper who picks up the kill as Perilous Void. They're going to be ones taking first brick of the game.
As soon as you compliment TCA, they make mistakes. So like Deadly there didn't just get caught out totally. They had vision around the side, and then we saw Raisins staying around a little bit too long as well. They lose out first brick. Jet's going to come up towards the top side, but his cocoons have just not been connecting today.
Yeah, doesn't miss it. We'll take out the pink ward as he kind of scares only Angle away. But I feel like TCA kind of like the KT Bullets from Monte Cristo.
What?
He believes in the KT Bullets and they lose. Stop believing in them.
Stop believing in them.
They do well.
It's true. That is true.
But free in the mid lane. Sonic Wave does connect. Sankus taking too much damage to even think about following up there. Aqua Prison onto Prosper. Turret will take out Sankus there as Croxen gets a cheeky little kill off the back of a 3v1 dive that went sour very quickly. Kerngle gets the flash from Prosper out of range for the curtain call as Jet and Triceps going to clear out some vision. This could be a lot of damage onto mid-outer.
Yeah, they've got 4 members
some
here.
kills. 5 members of the team surround that mid-outer.
should be a free turret for them. Getting mid lane turret is really good as well. It means Krogson can start to roam around a little bit more. It frees him up on this Ahri to try and make picks across the map. That's exactly what you want to be doing with someone as strong as him at this point. He's 3-0. He's got Morelos building up towards an Abyssal Scepter as well. And Deadly can set him up. All it takes is a long-range curtain call. All you need is that initial proc to allow your Ahri to be landing those charms time and time again.
Actually rotating off the top as Schoolboy P finds that Ahri in the mid lane. Jet with the damage to seal the deal. We can see that Manny Triceps and Raisins are up in the top lane. They're looking for the top outer as well. Get themselves a slight turret advantage. As Charm lands onto Bradtech. Krogson.
Why do we not see him play Ahri more often? He's totally on point with these charms. He's landing them every which way. They're going to get tower in the top lane as well. They get tower in the bottom lane if Deadly continues to push this up. Needs to be a bit cautious because of Sankas. And here goes Krogson once again.
Dodges the Scatter the Weak and the Orb. Krogson take a bow.
Krogson is single-handedly winning this game for his team. He's 4-0. He's got 2,000 gold ahead for the team as well, and he's sitting on 2,000 himself. So will now back himself away. I haven't actually seen the Arcade Ahri back animation. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
Damn straight. Well worth the RP.
Yeah, well, we have to say that because part of our livelihood is getting paid for people watching these games, and I feel that Riot need the money so that we can get paid, so that people can watch the games. Not that we get paid by Riot, obviously, but Infernal Drake is on the cards. Last one, of course, taken over by Perilous Void. TCA will want to get it if they can. Slightly split up in their position at the moment. Maddie Triceps will have that teleport in a couple of seconds.
Only angle. Going to try and clear out that that pink ward, sorry. There's a lot of assistance here on the blue side. Equal numbers, to be fair, but it's actually Maddie Triceps who's in the top lane. You can see Schoolboy P, he's probably been told by his teammate. He needs to recall now they're looking to fight here because he's not going to be able to get there around as fast. TCA started on the Infernal Drake. Sankas is there. He can go for the steal. Krogson is moving down. He has Spirit Rush available. Tidal Wave being used as a teleport for Maddie Triceps comes out. Gets the Deadly Flourish to lock Sankas, and there's the Cocoon as well. Flash safeguard from Sankas as Krogson finds Bradtech in the jungle. Dashes around, dodges the skill shot. Jet picks up the Infernal Drake as Krogson, despite the unleashed power, will take out Bradtech as Schoolboy P. Will find himself, gets that tasty shutdown gold.
Yeah, so the rest of TCA just said, okay, we're going to take the Drake. Krogson, you're probably dead anyway. We'll let you die, and we'll get an Infernal Drake for ourselves. They could have looked towards this bottom lane tower as well. Maddie Triceps still very high on HP, so they could have gone for the push, but they decide against it for now. They'll just have Deadly pushing this one up, and Prospero might turn it around.
Yeah, he's got the tether onto Deadly. A lot of damage coming out. Slicing Maelstrom to try and hold him up, but look at Maddie Triceps. He finds one, looking for the second. Deadly Flourish from the back line from Deadly. Will get it indeed, and Maddie Triceps, one more auto should do the trick. Can't find it, but there's the ebb and flow from Raisins. 10 for TCA. They do not want to give this first victory over to Perilous Void.
TCA looking a lot stronger than they have been. This is exactly what I want to see from them. Jet's going to find Sankas.
Yeah, misses the Cocoon, gets the Dragon Rage. Deadly Flourish will save the life. Repel comes up. Oh, mistimes the Sonic Wave. Sankas will go back and at least defend his red buff.
Defend it from the Elise indeed. Now, as you said, it's a 4,000 gold lead. It's a big spike for TCA here. They're going to go back. They'll start to pick up that second wave of items, and with that comes extra damage in the top lane for that Kennen. Almost got towards his Zhonya's. You've got a Proto Belt almost on Jet as well. Ahri's finished her Abyssal and Sorcerers. You've got Yumu's Serrated Dirt coming out. You know, you've almost got the Duskblade. These are big, big spikes coming out for the side of TCA, and they're starting to look much more like a coherent team. We see they're fighting where they need to be. They're getting vision where they need to. Playing incredibly well at the moment, TCA.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
Thanks, man. That's what I tried to do.
Yeah, you're doing good job. Good job.
I'm doing your job well. Maybe not doing my job quite as well as I could.
What do you mean you're doing my job?
Well, yeah, because that's a play-by-play's job, is to build the narrative.
Mate, I don't point out your inadequacies.
Well, no, but I was saying I was doing your job. It's my fault for doing your job. I wasn't saying you don't do your job.
Oh.
You do your job well, mate.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Good job. Anyway,
I look up to you anyway.
Thanks, man. You look up to most people. Anyway, it's going to be the bottom top lane tier 2. Pardon?
Why'd you do that?
Why did you not see it coming? I assumed assumed you were making the joke yourself.
I don't like to set you up to then tear me down. It was meant as
In
a
all honesty,
touching thing.
I assumed you were making the joke yourself. I assumed that was what was going on there. I didn't actually think you were being kind.
I was trying to be kind,
Welcome
but
to
I've
the-
learnt my lesson.
Welcome
I will
to
no
the
longer
UK
try to
scene
be
where
kind.
being kind is
Punished straight away.
yeah, an aberration rather than anything else. Now, Only Angle does have teleport here. Croxton's going to jump in.
Yeah, Manny Triceps will get kicked out by Sankus. Deadly Flush will not land. Nice charm onto Sankus as he finds the kill. I mean, he was looking...
100% deliberate.
He was, yeah, 100% deliberate. Was looking for Crossfair, but did actually lock up Sankus enough to make sure we got that kill. They don't get Baron, but they have got the support and forced
In
them
all
back.
honesty, you just turn back onto it
Yeah.
now. You just start it up again.
Yeah, you may as well. I mean, what's stopping you?
Not having any ultimates, but who needs ults when you can just kill the enemy?
Who needs ults when you got a 6-1 Ari?
That is true, but she doesn't have an ult, so
She does have flash.
she doesn't have ignite.
Does have
either.
charm.
Does have flash charm. I'm actually slightly surprised we're not seeing a Hex Drinker coming out from either Only Angle or from Schoolboy P, just because Hex Drink is so powerful at the moment. You know, you need it into double AP. You're playing basically into triple AP with Jet there as well. So Sankus is the only person on his team who's really thought about that. And actually, I mean, Schoolboy P is going to get his Mana Moon first, but really, Hex Drinkers need to be next on the agenda for a lot of these laners.
Yeah, we can see they're sending in Prosphere there just to try and scout out the Baron, make sure he's got control of that in case TCA were to try and go for it. Looking at where they're moving on the map, though, you can see that a lot of pressure is still being remained on that top side. You can see early angles going down to contest Manny Triceps for this wave, catch the big one, try and de-push it and not allow that to build up and create that split lane push for that Baron encounter should it arrive. But there we go, cleanse being used by Bradtech as Jack goes aggressive. And that's going to be a cleanse down. So that's going to be one dead Syndra when Krogson comes knocking on his door.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And a big thing as well is Manny Triceps will have teleport up in 20 seconds, whereas it's 2.5 minutes if you look at that Only Angles Gnar. So in 20 seconds or so, expect to see that Baron forced once again. They need to just clear out a little bit more vision. There's some down towards the top side of the Baron pit, which they haven't spotted out, and they won't spot out because I don't think Raisins is going to get there in time. Pinkwood not quite spotting it either.
There we go, Manny Triceps. Like I said, in the bot lane, teleport advantage will come into play as
Here
the
they
rest
go.
of TCA are working towards that Baron now. Going to cut over to that, and you can see the rest of Perilous Void. Arms and True Shot Barrage will come out. They'll only find Jet as Manny Triceps going for the 1v1 on Only Angle. I guess that's the only play he can make without a teleport. But here we go. Manny Triceps 1v1 against Only Angle does get knocked away. The disengage is there, but that's Only Angle's CC to stop the teleport. There's no Slicing Maelstrom available if he was to teleport in, but the rest of TCA, they've backed off this Baron.
Yeah, decided not to do it. And now Schoolboy P has used True Shot Barrage. I didn't really see...
It only hit Jet.
Yeah, I didn't really see much else going on that would have made them stop. Maybe they said, well, Manny Triceps in a fight. We want to make sure we can get the 5v4 advantage when this Baron is on the cards. Croxton takes that one away nicely with the Orb of Deception. But I feel that just generally in a 4v4, they are stronger at the moment. Like, they have a big Elise, even though she's, you know, not huge. You've got a big Kennen, you've got a big Ahri, you've got big...
Got a huge Ahri.
Yeah, huge Ahri. A big Jhin and a big Nami with that Aegis as well. So, in all honesty, I think if you're TCA, you should just be trying to force these objectives perhaps even slightly harder than you are at the moment.
Yeah, you're going to clear out the vision first. Dragon is back up again. I wonder which type that is. Is that another mountain, I believe, potentially?
It could be. It could be any.
Could be.
It's an ocean.
Ocean Drake. There we go. Ocean Drake being available. Going to help with the sustain.
What's up
Not
next?
much
What's
else
up
you can
next?
say
Let's
about
have a look. It's a Cloud Drake. It's not so
Cloud
exciting.
Fiesta.
A bit like the first game between these two teams. It's a little bit of a Cloud Fiesta.
A little bit more structured this time.
Oh, much more structured. TCA has actually woken up slightly, in my opinion. You know, Krogsen, the amount of times I've said that I feel he's one of the weak links on TCA, and then he has a game like this where he goes 6-1 on Ahri.
Just give him Ahri all the time.
Yeah, you have to give him a huge amount of credit as well. His Ahri play has been absolutely on
Imagine
point.
season 7 might be a strong year
What, for TCA?
for
just
TCA
generally, yeah?
based off the assassin meta and Krogson coming back into play. Well, I imagine Larson probably has a few assassins under his
Yes.
belt as well.
Just a few. Lucchesi as well. AP Ezreal assassin meta, boys. Here comes Krogsen. What? He
Yep.
didn't even hit the charm.
Doesn't need to, mate. With that much damage underneath the
Broken.
Ahri.
Rito, please.
You can see. And she's getting buffed in assassin meta. Who thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, and then nothing Aegis as well, so it's going to be even more difficult to get magic resist against her. Here comes the Baron, started once again by TCA.
Will they actually commit to it this time? Magic Tricep does have teleport. Only Angel does as well this time around. See them collapsing in. Teleport being used by Magic Triceps very early. Tidal Wave comes onto Sankas. There's a locked up Prospere and an easy pickup for Croxon. Trying to get the slow down. Disconnects the fight by kicking Magic Triceps back, but will they're too low now. They can't go back onto the Baron. So Only Angle still retains that teleport despite losing Prospere. I think that's a victory for Perilous Void.
Oh, Deadly flashes into choice. UK AD carries, boys.
It's the little toaster
best
that could.
In Europe, best in Europe.
The little toaster that could.
He didn't even get an exhaust out. There's not even an exhaust on the enemy team. If Toaster were flashing in like that, he would find an exhaust on the enemy team.
Do you know what the thing is, though? Like, Toaster would look at that lineup and say, there's no exhaust. I can flash in all the time. He'd be without risk.
Well.
No flame, analytical media.
You can't just keep saying it and make it a meme, man. That's not how it works.
Do you know what the plan is?
You need Dom Sackers to put it in
I
the top
don't.
memes of the month.
The thing is, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want it to be a meme.
You're trying to break it.
I'm
by
trying
saying
to break it
so
just by spamming it, so people get annoyed by it. Because to be honest, if we look at it, it's a pretty sub-tier meme.
Yeah, it's
like,
minimal to at most.
It's like you don't. It's not effortless, but not in a good way.
You can just say analytical media all the time.
Yeah, it's
true.
Analytical media.
5,000 gold, almost 6,000 gold in favor of TCA here. They are looking continuously for this Baron. I feel that because they've tried it so many times, you have to accept at some point that it's just not on the cards for you today.
It's just not worth it.
You need to do something else. You know, go down mid, use your Curtain Call, use your Ari, who's huge, just to put the pressure down onto the enemy team.
Rabadon's Death Clap now completed.
Yeah, she's absolutely massive. Like, humongous. Superfluously big.
Humongous what?
Humongous Ari.
Humongous what?
Humongous Ari.
Just sexually assault me. Have you not seen that video?
No.
I'll have to show you that later.
Okay,
it's one of those. It's one of those triggered feminist videos.
Oh, okay, excellent. Here we go, Bad Tech.
Takes one. Takes two. 3 strikes. And the 4th one. More auto attack should do it.
Raisins, thank you very much.
Raisins, the boy.
That's what you need. You need a Nami who's willing to kill secure in that fashion. Now, 3 members of Perilous Void are up towards the top side looking to see if they can get anything out of that top tower. There's still only Angle down towards the bottom side, fighting up against Manny Triceps, but mid lane tower is the target here for TCA.
Yeah, and I reckon they've traced off where the position is. That's going to be a minion, and it's definitely going to go down very quickly but deadly. Actually, minions secure it. Who knew?
No, minions are P, man. It's the purple caster minions, although they're red now, obviously.
Yeah.
Red caster minions just too darn strong. Now they go back and say, you know what we haven't done in about 5 seconds?
Baron Nashor,
boys. Baron Bay. Let's go for it. Jet's going to take that Scuttle Crab.
Croxon's hovering around in the blue side jungle. I think he's waiting to go ahead and catch someone out if they come for this. What is there? Tasty bait. Oh, and bye-bye, Prospere.
Yeah, Teleport is going to come in from behind here, though. So Matty.
Sankas is down there as well. The award has been placed down on there. Only Angle from the side. Tidal Wave looking to disrupt. They break away from the Baron. There's the CC combination onto Only Angle. Will jump out. And look at that. Absolutely devastated.
They still don't get the Baron, though. And this is starting to peeve me off slightly. Raisins dies to Bradtech because he backs in a bad bush. Like, it doesn't matter how many times you bait a Baron. If you're only taking 1 kill off it and not actually getting anything out of it, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, boys. Actually losing off it. They're going to lose towers.
I just feel like we shouldn't even bother talking about Baron Nashor, and hopefully TCA will forget about it.
Maybe. Like, all they need to do is finish taking it one at a time. Their problem is, of course, Jet's built this sort of more aggressive build, and so he's not tanky enough to tank it up for a long period of time. Matty Triceps doesn't tend to be there because they're trying to get him in that split push role. And now you're getting to the point where actually only Angle, with a Frozen Mallet, a Hex Trinket, and a bit of Magic Resist underneath his belt, can probably 1v1 Matty Triceps in a side lane.
And that's going to pose some big problems for their current strategy. So bring Matty Triceps with you. Get the lane, set up the lanes first. Get Matty Triceps with you.
Yeah. You've got to see, Matty Triceps should not be going down to bot here. You've got a massive wave pushing in. Keep him up near the Baron and actually just fight around the Baron. Like, Nar's going to have to stay there and deal with that for a long time.
Trying to find one of them. Was going for Bradtech. Looks like it was settled for Prospere. Even he'll settle for his life if he can get out of this one. Sankas looks to connect in exhaust. Has been used. Curtain Call there as well. Only Angle running away from Manny Triceps. Prosphere will have to flash out of the curtain call as TCA trying to force him away from this Baron yet again. Manny Triceps caught on the wrong side of the lane, but will try and weave himself out there. Deadly Flourish misses by a fraction. I nearly lost my balance. And they're going to go for Baron.
Mate, I've lost my balance already. I'm so tilted by this Baron push. Now, okay, so Sankus is the
best,
long, yeah, this is the best one.
shot
Sankus
they've
is
had,
a long way away. He can try and get in for the steal. It's down to about 4,000 HP. Here comes the tidal wave.
Here
Sankus
comes
caught
the
up.
disengage from Baron. Teleport's coming out from it, but actually they're going to commit to it as Manny Triceps comes in, gets locked up immediately, and will have to pop that
If
Zonya's
Sankus
Hourglass.
steals, if Sankus steals, I
Yeah,
would
I
cry.
would be so tilted if he does, but they're looking to commit to the Baron finally. 900 HP
Who needs
on there, will
Sankus? You've got
flash
only
out.
Angle there.
Yeah,
to steal
only
it.
Angle's there. Will get CC'd up, and there's a lot of damage coming out. Won't get the Mega Gnar form, but now it's TCA trapped in the Baron ship behind Bradtech. They might have to burn summoners to get out of here. They won't be able to fight their way out. As the Unleashed power comes through, True Shot Barrage is actually going to be the swipe across the screen that raises Deadly, and he picks the second kill by going for Jet. Looking for Croxon now. Might find Prosphere on the way out, and Ebb and Flow will keep him alive. But that's Baron Nashor finally for TCA, only on Raisins and Croxon.
They can look for the push a little bit here. They might be able to get an inhibitor tower because Schoolboy P cannot face up into Croxon at the moment. He's nowhere near big enough.
13-1.
Has gone more, so I like that build from him. You know, getting a bit of magic resist. Croxon should back away here. Sankus is coming in. He's only
I
level
don't know.
13.
Is he feeling a little cheeky?
Maybe he is. Maybe he is.
Well,
not.
look at the level advantage. 17
Oh,
to
that
14.
charm!
Does get the charm again. Has got the Aegis to keep himself alive. There's the Aqua Prison. Croxon can sidestep out of this. Go aggressive if he wants to. He's got the turret. Raisin seems to be the consolation for Sankus. Croxon won't be pursued, but at the end of the day, they've got the mid lane inhibitor turret. Level 18 on Croxon, the second highest level, is his own teammate. Level 16 for Matty Triceps.
It's pretty darn strong when your mid laner's 14-1.
Welcome to the
Where's the
Croxon show.
Medjay? Where's the Medjay's Croxon? Come on, please. You gotta, if you're gonna meme us like this, if you're gonna channel your inner Froggen for a game, you gotta get a Medjay's.
In a Croxon. Krogan.
Yeah, inner Froggen.
Frogsen. Which one would you go for?
Froggen, probably.
Krogan. Anyway, Deadly picks himself up a red buff. Not really. I mean, I like how we talked about game one. When you put Croxon, he's the utility mid laner.
That's what I'm saying.
And
it's
Deadly,
such a turn up.
and Deadly comes off as the real carrier of the game. And we see Croxon show up on Ahri. It's a completely different story. This is literally the Croxon show right now. Jet, he has 14 of the team's 21 kills.
Yep. He also got one of the team's 9 deaths, but we don't talk about that all the time.
Wow, it's a ninth. It's smaller than that. You can look at this. They're doing a death push strategy again. We saw this in game one. They were looking for something to pick out.
They will catch
Manny
Manny Triceps.
Triceps is just going to walk in there. But the rest of TCA is here to support. I don't think that's going to last much longer. Deadly Flourish does miss, but now everyone is stacked into this bottom lane, and TCA have got Baron Nashor here. Push can happen with these empowered minions, but the problem with having Manny Triceps here is he's got a long way to go for that flank if he wants to catch him off guard. They don't even need to. Perilous Void are going to back off the tower and just let them have it.
It's a free tower for TCA. 7 in the game for them thus far, along with those three Drakes. Now what they'll do is they say, Manny Triceps, go up towards mid, get that wave pushing in. We've got an inhibitor open there for us. We're going to see what we can do with this Baron buff still on Croxon, of course. We're going to see if we can continue this push in with these Baron empowered minions. It's really all on Croxon. He hasn't got the flash, hasn't got flash charm, but now they'll go up towards mid and look to see if they can take this inhibitor
He has got
down.
Spirit Rush.
Yep, good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, well noticed, mate. Ultimate is available for him at the moment. Inhibitor being sieged by Patty Triceps, Massey Triceps. Paddy Triceps is
Maddie
his,
Cake, Maddie Cake, bacon.
Yeah, Paddy is his Irish brother. Maddie Triceps. The inhibitor's not
Yeah,
quite there.
we
There's
will
a
get
nod.
Nod into the stump. Wallop as well. Don't know who'll have to pop all here, but Sanko's been locked up by some CC. A couple more auto attacks. Oh, there is the Duskblade that might pop, but it won't take the kill out. The more Malmort is doing work, but as we've been talking about, that bot lane inhibitor has gone down. TCA have cracked one. Might be looking for the second if they're feeling a little bit brave here.
Feeling
You
a
can see
little bit frisky.
Bradtech could go for the stun, but there's the tidal wave. Croxon taking some damage. There's the stun. It does land on the Croxon. He is isolated. Kicked back in. A lot of investment into Croxon there. But did you need to invest that much into him? Really?
Yes, because you shut him down at 14-1. Like, you do need to invest that much into him. I think the thing is they knew Matty Triceps didn't have teleport, so they knew that he could try and take the fight. They stopped the second inhibitor going down as well, which is a good trade for them. I totally agree with that investment. It's the only way you're going to get back into the game is killing off that RE every chance you get.
Obviously, it sets them back because a lot of TCA strategy is around this RE as well. So waiting for him to respawn will be the correct move. So it does buy them a little bit of time, but one inhibitor down, one inhibitor exposed. What's the plan here for TCA? Do they drive it down mid, try and take that inhib, or do they go for the tower and just completely expose the base to whatever they want to do?
It's a very tough decision. I think the problem always is you kind of have to just wait for inhibitors to respawn. Baron got taken. I'm trying to remember the exact timing on Baron take. It's been taken, like, they started it off so many times, I can't remember the exact timing. So. No, not even in chat history anymore. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I've got Slain the Cloud Drake. Oh, here we are, Baron Nashor, 30:51. So it's up in 2 minutes or so as it comes up on our screen as well, just to make it
all that
easier
effort just to have it show up anyway.
And the next Drake will be an Elder as well, so TCA will be looking just to try and objective control. Only Angle does have teleport, so he can rejoin the fight at any moment.
Matty does have his as well now.
Yeah, Matty's just kind of sticking with the team. You can't. This is the thing with the Kennen. You kind of want him there at the start of the fight. Like coming in late's fine and all when it's early game, but you want him there right at the start.
Being used to try and lock him up. Teleport there for only Angle, working to get this inhibitor. True Shot Barrage finds 2. I don't think that was the initiation that TCA were looking for. As Matty Triceps gets locked up, Jet goes forward. Unleash power used onto Matty. He is still alive as Ari is the one who takes out the inhibitor. Jet diving onto the back line, trying to get him out with the ebb and flow. And the Mikhail's there just to make sure. A lot of low members of TCA, they got what they wanted. But does Krogson want more? As Schoolboy P will find Matty Triceps off to the side. Deadly being slowed by that frozen mallet. The Inspire is going to make sure that only Angle stays onto him as Jet finds him with the Cocoon and will lock him up as well as the exhaust being used. But that just means Jet's going to go down here potentially unless Krogson comes in. The Gnar will lock up a couple of members of the team. Jet's still alive. Krogson pops the GA. Deadly Flourish being used the second 2 later. Sankas finds him with the Sonic Wave. Won't be able to use the Resonating Strike as Krogson weaving in and out. Shakes it all about, but he will die as Schoolboy P drops the hurt. But ultimately, TCA coming out ahead with a 2-for-4 trade.
Could be the game here. I mean, they can just go for the push. They might just switch up towards the top side, but they've got 35 seconds on Sankas, 45 on Schoolboy P, 30 on Prosper as well. It will be a 3v2 hold here.
I think that Perilous Void can hold it. I don't think that this is going to be the victory for TCA, barring some massive mistake coming out from Perilous Void.
It's definitely a mistake from TCA then. You just go up towards top and take that instead. Yeah. It would have been at least some damage on that inhibitor tower. I want to also bring attention to Schoolboy P in that last fight. Yep. He took a while to get to the fight, so Krogson was actually locked up with a Gnar and Schoolboy P was nowhere near it. I have to assume he was farming up off the minions slightly to get a bit of extra sustain, but should have been there, should have been helping out take out Krogson because they had got the CC lock, and Baron once again the target here for TCA.
And Perilous Void are nowhere in the range, so we're not going to see this dance around it, just going to take it straight off.
You say that, they might just decide to disengage for all time's sake, mate.
Yeah, but also 30 seconds left on that Elder Drake. They don't want to be wasting time here when they could be getting that. So they're going to recall with Baron, have that empowered recall. I imagine they'll head towards that Elder Drake, get that, just seal the deal, and send this game home.
It's definitely their intention. Full item build here, of course, onto Krogson. He's got 17,000 gold in the bank. He'd be a little bit shameful if he hadn't got full items. Got that Elixir of Sorcery as well. I do believe, although it might have just popped off. Doesn't look like it's on him.
They're just going to clear out the vision. Elder Drake is up. They have forced the cancellation of the recall for Prosper. He was in the process of doing that, but I think they've realized they've got there a little bit quicker than they anticipated. And they have started on the Elder Drake. There is no specific ward on it. It has to be given up. They've got no vision of the area. Prosper is going to go in and check. I feel as though that might be the end of him if he gets too close. Has got the pink ward in. They know it's on 4k health. Sankas is closing in. True Shot Barrage goes across. Sankas goes in, and Sankas gets the steal onto the Elder Drake. The lifeline for Perilous Void is there as Sankas will go down. The only important thing they can have is if they can hold it. But Schoolboy P, that's a really fed Ari coming in. Orb Deception on the return will take out the AD carry. So Elder Drake on three members of the team, off the back of Sankas's ballsy steal.
It's a great steal. Great steal. Has cost them quite a bit, though, as Schoolboy P went down as well. They get the Infernal double buff, they get that true damage over time as well, and they stop the Infernal Cloud Ocean Drake buffs coming out from TCA, but TCA are just looking to end this game now.
Yeah, turret already going down. They're using that curtain call to lock it up. Ah, huge stun from Bradtech will keep him in place, but there's Mac Triceps to do a stun of his own. Prosper, and we're going to see Bradtech going down, but it's actually Deadly who picks up the kills. It's a double kill for Deadly, triple kill, and there we go. Both Nexus turrets fall. Nexus falls as well. They deny Perilous Void the loss, but they still picked up their first victory here in a set of the UK Masters, forcing out the tie today against TCA.
That they do, and you have to give credit to TCA in that second game. They played it a lot better. They knew exactly what they were doing, and especially Croxen. He just said, look guys, I've got the back, I've got the muscles, I can carry you guys. It's exactly what he did on that Ari. If I look at the damage graph here at the end, he did 41,000 damage in the game. The closest was Jin on 31,000. And if you look at the side of Perilous Void, the closest was Ezreal at 26. Compared to his enemy Lena, he did 3 times as much damage.
I mean, that just shows the difference.
That's without Deathfire Grasp as well. Remember this, guys.
No Deathfire Grasp Ari, but still outputting incredible amounts of damage. And it was nice to see a transition, because we've already said, the classic Croxen mid laner is a utility mid laner. We've given him an assassin. I think that Ari can draw a few bans going into the future weeks of this Masters.
I definitely agree. I think the problem is you don't need to ban it, but I think you need to play around it a little bit more, and people will be a bit more respectful of that TCA Ari. You know, Croxen played it incredibly well, did a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was nice to see as well Matty Triceps' introduction to TCA. A little bit shaky in game 1.
Yeah, at times.
At times, and I feel like he had a better performance in game 2 on the Kennen. But if this is going to be a permanent substitution going forward for TCA, having Matty Triceps in for Yopper, do you think TCA could remain as strong if this is a permanent replacement?
I've seen a little bit of Matty Triceps. I think he has the room to grow. He's definitely got potential. There's a lot of stuff you need to know as a top laner now that's more about team synergy than anything else. Like when you 1v1, when you want to go for the split, what your team's coordinating around you. There's a couple of times there was a Baron fight and Matty Triceps had just started a fight in the bottom lane. It's like, you can't be doing that, dude. We need you to teleport in, etc. But I definitely think that they can improve as a team. And I think that Jet and Matty Triceps just need to work out how they want to play it as a duo, because they've got their Aston Arntes composition, they've got their old strategies, and they need to work out if there's work for TCA or if they need to switch things around a little bit more.
Okay, well, we'll be looking into that into the future weeks of the UK Masters. But that's it for week 4. We've seen a couple of victors go up and a tie come out just recently as well. You won't be seeing me again, unfortunately. My name's been Trid.
At some point we might.
We might have to. We might have to.
But
for now, anyway, I'd like to close out the week. My name's been Trid. This has been Sona. Thank you so much for watching this week, and we'll see you next week for the 5th round, so to speak, of the UK Masters. Good night, everyone.